Chapter 668. Because I'm Handsome. Chapter 668. Because I'm handsome, Yi Yuan's temper was like this. Other people give him a unit of respect. He would return them 10. If Hu Rong did not repeatedly make things difficult for him back then, not only would he not put Hu Rong in an awkward situation right now, he would even give Huyen a pointer or two after treating him to help him break through to Tier 7. But now, everything was naturally off the table. Actually, what Yi Yuan made Hu Rong prepare was primarily still the spirit medicines to refine the 5 revolutions Ice Heart pill. Even though Yi Yuan had obtained the Ice Heart Tranquil Lotus, the spirit medicines needed for the 5 revolutions Ice Heart pill was very rare. Yi Yuan had not managed to gather them up. As it happened, making use of this chance, Yi Yuan could gather up these spirit medicines in the Tiger Clan and extort a sum while he was at it. Where was the sense in not doing this? But Yi Yuan did not go to capture the Azure Spirit Tree right away. He waited for Hu Rong and asked for another large amount of materials, and only exited seclusion after fiddling around alone in his room for 2 days. Upon leaving seclusion, Yi Yuan discovered a large group of people surrounding his entrance. They were all Tier 6 experts. Very clearly, these Dark Fiend Tiger Clan members were all waiting for him to go to the Spirit Vein together to catch the Azure Spirit Tree. Furthermore, quite a number of them were still carrying injuries on them. It was clearly caused by catching the Azure Spirit Tree the last time. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said, "No need for so many people. All rest at home. Hu Rong, you bring 3 to 5 people along will do." Finished talking, Yi Yuan did not care about everyone's reactions either, bringing White Light along and left right away. Hu Rong was helpless and could only pick out a few clansmen whose strength were the strongest and followed after. The party came to the Spirit Vein area once more. The scene before their eyes involuntarily made their expressions change drastically. The Azure Spirit Tree was surrounded by a magnificent azure light, attacking the Grand Array nonstop. Under the Azure Spirit Tree's attacks, the Grand Array actually had a feeling of teetering on edge. This Azure Spirit Tree strength was actually daunting to such an extent already. Hu Rong and the others all sucked in a cold breath. Recalling the scene that day, they still had some lingering fear. Looks like this Azure Spirit Tree is already just a step away from breaking through. The might of his strength is likely much more daunting than even peak Tier 6. If not for the Wood Spirit Dragon imprisoning array having restraining effects on him, a mere peak Tier 6 Grand Array would likely still be powerless against him. Even so, this Grand Array can't sustain for much longer too, Yi Yuan said with a smile. The few people by the side looked at him like looking at a monster. This fellow was really calm. One had to know that Yi Yuan himself was merely just Tier 6, facing the peak Tier 6 Azure Spirit Tree. He actually did not reveal the slightest hint of fear. Did this fellow not care about anything? To face such a spectacle and keep a straight face, other than not caring about anything, it could only be that his own strength was already powerful until there was no need to fear. Yi Yuan's understanding towards these heaven and earth spiritual objects was entirely not what the Dark Fiend Tiger Clan people could imagine. In the entire divine realm, no one was worthy of being placed alongside him too. His knowledge and experience in the field of alchemy were not just limited to those low-ranking medicinal herbs. Mr. Yi, quickly take action. I'm afraid that the Grand Array almost can't hold on any more. Hu Rong could not refrain from urging. The Wood Spirit Dragon imprisoning array was already tottering on the verge of collapse and could be breached by the Azure Spirit Tree at any time. How could Hu Rong still be in the mood to listen to Yi Yuan sigh with admiration at the Azure Spirit Tree's might here? Yi Yuan nodded his head and casually pulled out a small bottle. In the bottle was some powder-like stuff. Sprinkle this powder on your bodies. Those vines naturally won't come in Hara. You guys. Yi Yuan said, Is this reliable? A Dark Fiend Tiger Clan member looked at the powder in the small bottle with a face full of disbelief. He had witnessed the prowess of those vines. Even a tier 6 power like him could not resist. A tiny bottle of powder cadets. HI plus ELD against those vines? Wasn't this joke a little too big as well? Yi Yuan darted him a nonchalant glance and said, "If you're self-confident in being able to avoid those vines, you can choose not to sprinkle. Don't blame me for not warning you. Those vines can secrete poison which can damage the divine soul. Once tangled up, it is a certain death." The few people's expressions all changed when they heard. They really did not know that these vines were actually able to secrete poison. Wasn't this azure spirit tree able to secrete azure spirit heart fusing fluid? Why was it able to secrete poison still? But Hurong's expression became apprehensive, and he said, "No wonder. No wonder." After Big Brother Huyen returned, he became dispirited and inert and could not even speak. Turns out that he was actually inflicted by this azure spirit tree's poison. Back then, after Huyen came back, he only said a few words. "Catch azure spirit tree. Save me." Ever since then, he never woke up again either. However, when the shamans in the clan inspected Huyan's body, they could not find the reason at all. They only knew that Huyan's divine soul was low-spirited and inert. Clearly, he had suffered very severe injuries. Only with no other alternatives did the Tiger clan lay down the wood spirit dragon imprisoning array, planning on catching the azure spirit tree in one stroke. Who knew that it still fell short of success at the last stage. Yi Yuan said, "How can this sort of heaven and earth spiritual object possibly not have any ace in the whole measures? The poison of the azure spirit tree is named traceless soul poison. It specifically targets the divine soul. Using ordinary methods simply can't detect it. Once the azure spirit tree reaches the borders of life and death, it's able to force the traceless soul poison out of its body and let the air be filled with this toxin everywhere. This toxin has no color or smell and is extremely hard to be on guard for. Presumably, clan head Huyen must have forced it into a crisis back then. As a result, he fell into the trap himself instead. Even though Yi Yuan had never met Huyen, he had surmises about his illness long ago. Hearing Hurong said so at this time, it was naturally not far off. This traceless soul poison was the trump card means of the azure spirit tree. It was extremely formidable. If one was unfamiliar with the azure spirit tree, it was very easy to suck. U and B to the move. But this sort of heaven and earth spiritual objects were extremely rare to begin with. How many really understood it? However, Yi Yuan also knew that once the azure spirit tree forced the traceless soul poison out of its body, its strength would also be greatly diminished. Fortunately, this place was a wood attribute spirit vein. At present, not only did the azure spirit tree's strength recover to its peak state, it even advanced a step further. Now, if that Huyen came again, the azure spirit tree would not need to employ this trump card move at all. The few people were all taken aback with shock after listening to Yi Yuan's words. This azure spirit tree was really not easy to deal with. If the azure spirit tree also used this move on that day, none of them would be able to escape, and all would have to die here. Fortunately, their strength was not strong enough and could not force the azure spirit tree to use its ultimate move at all. That's all I have. Up to you all to sprinkle. The Grand Array can't hold on much longer already. I don't have the time to waste with you guys. If you guys still don't make a move, I'm going to go in myself. Yi Yuan said impatiently. Hurong knew that this little lord was not to be provoked and instructed with a solemn face. Tell you all to sprinkle, then sprinkle. What's with all the C? R.A.P. After the few people heard Yi Yuan's words, they had an even deeper understanding towards the azure spirit tree's might. But it was precisely because so that they were even less confident in this powder of Yi Yuan's. But with Hurong's order, they could only act accordingly and scattered quite a bit of powder on their own bodies. The powder carried an intensely pungent smell, making them feel dizzy and their eyes blurry for a while. This powder is poisonous, but the toxicity isn't high. Just get used to it, for a while will do. You all don't circulate your powers to force the poison out. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself. These people were just about to circulate their skills to force the poison out when Yi Yuan's words arrived already. Hu Rong's expression flickered incessantly as he said, Why are you perfectly fine? Yi Yuan rolled his eyes at him and said coolly, Because I'm handsome. Chapter 669. Battling the Azure Spirit Tree. Chapter 669. Battling the Azure Spirit Tree. Yuan was good-looking, but it was definitely not because he was good-looking that there was no reaction. But Yi Yuan naturally would not tell them about the matter of him possessing the origin magnetism spirit wood. This bit of poison was not considered much to Tier 6 experts. Endure a bit, and it would us. It was just that they still held a distrustful attitude towards the effects of this powder. When they entered the Grand Array, each and every one of them was standing by with their full power, fearful of those vines intertwining over towards them. But Yi Yuan walked very confidently, swaggering his way into the Grand Array. When they approached the Azure Spirit Tree, the Dark Fiend Tiger Clan members discovered that not only did those vines not hara then they avoided like the plague instead. Seeing this scene, these few people finally knew that Yi Yuan was not bragging. He had genuine ability. No wonder a Tier 4 boy dared to boast shamelessly and came to capture the Azure Spirit Tree. Just a tiny bottle of power resolved the thing which gave them, these Tier 6 experts, a huge headache. Big brother, this power of yours is really magical. Those vines actually really ignored us. White Light clicked his tongue in wonder too. Yi Yuan said with a smile, Myriad things in the world reinforce and counteract each other. It's true that this Azure Spirit Tree is formidable, but there are some things that he is fearful of. This powder was refined and formed with dear birth, S as the lead and mixing together some other materials. Its name is Dear Birth Powder, precisely one of the things that the Azure Spirit Tree dreads. The Dear Birth, S's rank isn't high, it is just Tier 5. But once its toxins enter the Azure Spirit Tree, it will be like a plague, curbing the wood essence power in his body. These vines are all the Azure Spirit Tree's children bodies, and are naturally very fearful towards the scent of the Dear Birth Powder. Hu Rong and the clansmen were all dazed from listening by the side. Didn't this Yi Yuan understand the Azure Spirit Tree a little too much? The logic of myriad things in the world reinforcing and counteracting each other. Anybody understood. But who could know the natural enemy of the Azure Spirit Tree? This sort of seldom-seen object. Could this boy be a living dictionary? White Light extended his thumb and sighed with admiration. Big brother is big brother. Really impressive. Yi Yuan scolded laughingly. Is this your first day knowing me? What does this small thing count as? Hu Rong and the clansmen exchanged glances, all feeling very speechless. The matter than the Tiger Clan set up for 10 years and did not settle. Yuan got it done with a bottle of powder. This also did not count as much. Then, what kind of thing could be considered remarkable in Yi Yuan's eyes? Almost approaching the Azure Spirit Tree's main body already. You all be a little careful. This stretch of spirit vein is already completely occupied by the Azure Spirit Tree. His tentacles can extend to every corner. In a while, you guys help me to tie down these children bodies. I'll deal with the main body, Yuan said solemnly. You deal with the main body? Hu Rong's eyes turned into wide saucers, his eyes filled with disbelief. Hu Rong knew that Yi Yuan's capabilities was not small and should be able to restrain a very large portion of the Azure Spirit Tree's energy. But according to Hu Rong's envisage, the main attack still needed him to carry out. After all, Yi Yuan's strength was too meager. But what the I was going on now. Why was it the other way round from his envisage? I wanted to let you go, but are you his match? The Azure Spirit Tree is attacking the Grand Array with all its strength right now. These children bodies are relying completely on instincts to act. Once the main body comes back to its senses, it's also useless no matter how powerful this deer birth powder is, Yi Yuan said coolly. Hu Rong was rendered speechless by the question. He did not have the slightest strength to counterattack in front of the Azure Spirit Tree at all. All right, don't waste any more time. In a while, the bigger the commotion you all stir up, the better. Draw his attention and leave the rest to me. Big brother, you be careful. White Light said concernedly. Relax, I'll be fine. Finished talking. Yi Yuan leaped, approaching towards the Azure Spirit Tree's body with extreme speed. With this, Hu Rong and the rest were not as relaxed as before anymore. Each one of them heightened their vigilance, akin to facing a great enemy. Yi Yuan's swift approach finally startled the Azure Spirit Tree. But the Azure Spirit Tree did not pay much attention to Yi Yuan. It just sent all of the vines to intertwine over towards Yi Yuan, while it itself continued attacking the Grand Array. In his eyes, Yi Yuan, this Tier 4 brat, was also not much different from ants. Yet Yi Yuan's concept of wind flow was released fully, avoiding those vines extremely dexterously, and still headed towards the Azure Spirit Tree at high speed. By the time the Azure Spirit Tree reacted, Yi Yuan was less than 1,000 feet away from the Azure Spirit Tree's main body. 1,000 feet's distance was merely a blink of an eye to the present Yi Yuan. With this, the Azure Spirit Tree finally took this ant-like Yi Yuan seriously and ceased attacking the Grand Array. It placed its focus on Yi Yuan. With the Azure Spirit Tree SHI plusing his focus here, the Grand Array finally got a breather and directly suppressed the Azure Spirit Tree's Azure Light down a lot. Even so, with the Azure Spirit Tree strength, it was still plenty to deal with Yi Yuan. It was only to see the main body radiate a brilliant azure light once more. After that, countless vines tore out of the ground, flooding the entire stretch of SPAC. Even if Yi Yuan's movement technique was at the zenith, it was also impossible to charge over in a place without gaps. In front of Yi Yuan right now was like a high wall. No matter how it strove, it was also unable to leap over. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. Waving a hand, countless fire lotuses suddenly appeared around him, wrapping Yi Yuan up tightly. Once those fire lotuses appeared, they burned towards those vines without any hesitation. Fiery was already a Tier 5 essence fire at this time. The power of its flames was incomparably daunting. Those vines were all the Azure Spirit Tree's children bodies, and also just around Tier 5 strength. But in terms of attributes, the cleansing sandal flame lotus completely restrained those vines. It was only to hear crackling sounds coming from those vines. They were burned to ashes by Yi Yuan's essence fire very quickly. But the headache was that this region was the wood attribute, spirit vein. Those vines were completely S that could not be burned out by a prairie fire, growing again with the spring breeze. They grew frenziedly. Then they were burned entirely by fiery without mercy afterward. Hu Rong and the others were also terribly busy at this time, tangled in battle with those vines. But their few people's commotions over here was also not as great as what Yi Yuan caused when added up together. Even though these few people were all Tier 6 experts, facing such frenziedly growing vines, they were at a loss on what to do as well. Originally, the Azure Spirit Tree placed his focus on Hu Rong Neal, but at this time, how could he still have the time to bother with Hu Rong, those few people? He directly placed all of his energy on Yi Yuan. With this, the vines over on Hu Rong's side lost control, making the pressure on them lessen abruptly. Hu Rong could not help being flabbergasted with his mouth gaping when he saw the huge commotion over at Yi Yuan's side. What he was shocked by was not that Yi Yuan possessed essence fire, but that Yi Yuan's degree of control towards the essence fire had already reached the acme of perfection. Even if ordinary martial artists owned essence fire, they absolutely could not do it to the extent of completely isolating the vine attacks too. Furthermore, this place was the wood attribute, spirit vein. Even if ordinary essence fires could stop the vines, it was also impossible to burn them into ashes instantaneously. This essence fire was not simple too. This young man was really too terrifying. It was just that Yi Yuan's speed was also slowed down by these frenziedly growing vines. The distance of 1,000 feet was not that easy to rush over. Chapter 670, Spirit Sealing Needle. Chapter 670. Spirit Sealing Needle. Yi Yuan's footsteps forward were very slow, but moved very solidly. On this stretch of spirit vein, the azure spirit tree's wood essence power was virtually limitless. Hence, it was able to deploy vines to attack Yi Yuan endlessly. But Yi Yuan's essence fire was seemingly limitless too. No matter how many came, Yi Yuan could still burn it all away. Utilizing essence fire to this sort of degree, Yi Yuan's essence energy expenditure was also extremely rapid. But coming here this time, Yi Yuan made ample preparations and replenished quite a number of medicinal pills. At this time he was downing pills crazily. There was no worry about essence energy drying up. At this time, the cleansing sandal sacred flame's powerful purifying power was manifested beyond all doubt. Those incomparably STU are DY vines were directly burned cleanly by the cleansing sandal sacred flame. This speed of burning was absolutely much more powerful than ordinary tier 5 essence fires. Fiery gave birth to intelligence after evolving. The power of the cleansing sandal sacred flame naturally became much stronger compared to ordinary tier 5 essence fires too. This was, for instance, a grand array controlled consciously by people versus operating automatically. The power was absolutely different. Very soon, Yi Yuan crossed a distance of 500 feet and was increasingly closer to the azure spirit tree's main body. All of a sudden, the azure spirit tree vines around Yi Yuan retreated like tidewater. Looks like it was thoroughly frightened by Yi Yuan. Over at Hu Rong's side, the pressure was reduced tremendously now. Seeing the scene, he could not help being overjoyed. Looks like the azure spirit tree could not hold on anymore. This Yi Yuan was truly incomparably formidable. To actually be able to kill until the azure spirit tree threw away its helmet and coat of mail. Lord Hu Rong, what's he doing? Why isn't he moving? Yeah, such an opportune chance. How can one let it slip by? After the vines retreated, Yi Yuan did not continue the triumphant pursuit. Previously, he was still advancing forward. But at this time, he stopped completely, making the Dark Fiend Tiger clan members all very puzzled. You pig heads! The azure spirit tree is a peak tier 6 spirit wood. How can it be so easy to deal with? Shut your mouths and stir up a bigger commotion. Make the azure spirit tree get a little more distracted, and you'll all have rendered merits. White Light suddenly roared. White Light's speed was extremely quick. Shuttling back and forth between the vines was accomplished with ease. Those vines could not catch his figure at all. Hu Rong's and the others' hearts tightened when they heard this. The strength in their hands increased a few more parts. They all understood that it had reached a critical moment at this time and must go all out. Yi Yuan stood there without moving a muscle, but not that he did not do anything. On the contrary, Yi Yuan's pressure currently was even greater than before. Only Yi Yuan knew that the azure spirit tree's most powerful aspect was not those pestering vines, but the divine soul attack, which was as elusive as a ghost. The azure spirit tree to martial artists was like a piece of rare treasure, because it could nourish the martial artist's divine soul, helping the martial artist to break through realms. But likewise, the azure spirit tree regarding divine soul attacks was similarly incomparably daunting too. Disregarding the traceless soul poison which Hu Yen was inflicted with the azure spirit tree's main body could even secrete a type of colorless, scentless, and formless substance, which specifically attacked the martial artist's divine soul. This sort of means was kind of similar to human martial artist's divine soul mystic art, but also somewhat different, because the azure spirit tree had no divine soul. This sort of attack method, it was just born with it. But this kind of attack method was even harder to defend than divine soul attacks, let alone that this azure spirit tree in front of him was a Tier 6 existence. Yi Yuan was in full gear at this time, fully immersed in the heart, like monolith heart realm. Any trace of undulation in the surroundings was unable to escape his perception. Coming. Yi Yuan gave a light cry. His figure suddenly vanished. Plussing from sight. With Yi Yuan's current soul force, he was unable to withstand this kind of attack at all, so he could only evade. Regarding those golden characters and the black bead, Yi Yuan seriously did not have much confidence. Attack, miss target every time. The azure spirit tree unleashed frenzied attacks. Yi Yuan's wind thunder extreme light shuttling art was unleashed to the limits, continuously moving in a wide area, avoiding the azure spirit tree's attacks. But Yi Yuan was not fleeing in disorder aimlessly. He was advancing forward in a roundabout manner consciously. This point, probably even the azure spirit tree did not notice. The azure spirit tree was not only a heaven and earth spiritual object, but also an object without intellect. It was just that it had clearly already unlocked wisdom, cultivating until now. Furthermore, its intellect was rather high. Hurong, they all activated the grand array, wanting to trap the azure spirit tree, but was schemed and ambushed by the azure spirit tree instead, and nearly got completely annihilated. From this point, one could tell how high the azure spirit tree's intelligence was. It discovered to its dismay at this time that the ant which it looked down on the most actually really had the strength to threaten it. This time, the azure spirit tree really became anxious. All of a sudden, the azure spirit tree stopped the divine soul attacks towards Yi Yuan. At the same time, some faintly perceptible things seemed to have started brewing in the air. Now is the time. Yi Yuan had grasped the timing long ago. Right when the azure spirit tree was about to release its final ultimate move, throwing the traceless soul poison into the air, Yi Yuan stimulated his speed to the limits. At the same time, Yi Yuan activated the Kuan Peng bloodline in his body frenziedly. Coupled with the wind thunder extreme light shuttling art, his speed immediately surged immensely. In practically a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan arrived near the front of the azure spirit tree's main body. It was not certain when. Yi Yuan had an additional dozen over silver needles in his hands. He fired them into the positions of the azure spirit tree's roots without hesitation at this time. Huff, huff, huff. Hurong and the others all suddenly panted heavily for air. Right then their scalps all tingled. An extremely dangerous aura came from the air, making each and every one of them hold their breaths. But this dangerous aura vanished without a trace under Yi Yuan's dozen over silver needles. Hurong looked towards that back view in the distance, his gaze filled with fear. This young man was too powerful. The azure spirit tree, which made the entire tiger clan wring their hands in dismay, was actually locked down by him, just like this. Lord Hurong, the azure spirit tree got captured? A clansman asked rather disbelievingly. Hurong nodded his head solemnly and said, "Definitely so. If he weren't caught, we would already be dead men just now." "Don't need to doubt it. Big Brother said that he could capture him. Means he definitely can capture." White light had a proud look like this azure spirit tree was caught by him. Hurong and the others came close. Seeing the few silver needles inserted in the tree roots area, they could not help marveling. Really hard to imagine that such a great towering tree was actually locked down by a few tiny little silver needles. Just as they were speaking, this Civ tree that towered into the clouds actually shrunk at a speed visible to the naked eye. becoming a small tree the size of the rim of a bowl very quickly. The azure spirit tree, cultivating to this sort of level, changing size as naturally as easy as overturning one's hands. He got hit by my spirit sealing needle. The wood essence power within his body is already hard to be maneuvered, Yi Yuan said coolly. If not for seeing with my own eyes, I really wouldn't dare to believe that a peak Tier 6 azure spirit tree was actually subdued by a Tier 4 youth. Hu Rong sighed with admiration. He could be said to have his horizons broadened today. The azure spirit tree, which even clan head Huyen could do nothing about, was actually defeated at Yi Yuan's hands just like that. Yi Yuan was just about to speak when his expression changed greatly. A terrifying aura arrived close from far away in a blink, heading towards them. That speed was inconceivably swift. Chapter 671, The Aureole Behind. Chapter 671, The Aureole Behind. White light. Quickly retreat. Without time to think much at all, Yi Yuan's figure retreated explosively. White light's reaction was not slow either, following Yi Yuan and retreating. Very clearly, that person's target was the azure spirit tree. The person's strength was too strong. Hu Rong and the others did not dare to clash head-on with him either, and they also chose to yield one after another. In front of the azure spirit tree, a figure gradually emerged. When Hu Rong and the others saw the arrival, their faces all changed greatly. Ha ha ha! It's been hard on the few of you. This gift isn't bad. I'll accept it, the person said with a big laugh. Peng Tian, you're so despicable. Hu Rong simmered with anger. The arrival was none other than precisely the 1,000 mountain great rock clan's clan head, Peng Tian. This fellow was actually lurking nearby the entire time. After waiting for Yi Yuan they all to succeed, he then seized the azure spirit tree with a momentum as forceful as a sudden peal of thunder that left no time for covering the ears. Peng Tian said with a delighted look, despicable? Spiritual objects under the heavens, fated ones get it. Very clearly, you guys aren't that fated one. As he said this, his gaze actually looked towards Yi Yuan and said, Boy, you really didn't let me down. To actually really restrain the azure spirit tree. But you never would have thought that your actions would become other people's wedding dress, right? Ha ha ha. Talking about how he was pleased with himself, Peng Tian could not resist chortling with laughter. Hu Rong and the others, their expressions were indescribably ugly. This azure spirit tree landing in Peng Tian's hands, Huyen would be dead for certain. This outcome was what they could not bear. Yi Yuan's face did not have an overly dejected expression, but he asked calmly, Clan head Peng Tian, nice scheming. This Yi admires you. I wonder how you knew that I could restrain the azure spirit tree? Peng Tian said delightedly, I initially wasn't fully certain either, but the timing that you appeared was too coincidental. Coming to the Dark Fiend Tiger Clan at this time, the goal can only be the azure spirit tree. Even though your strength is meager, you're able to turn something rotten into magical and are bound to have Arya Serpa sing others in. Therefore, I decided to let you give it a try. I didn't expect that you really succeeded. Even if you didn't succeed, with the Dark Fiend Tiger Clan to be cannon fodders for me isn't bad as well. Ha ha ha. Peng Tian had evidently known the Dark Fiend Tiger Clan's activities long ago. Yet the Dark Fiend Tiger Clan still pretended to be mysterious. It was simply a joke, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Looks like you sending Peng Hai to the Dark Fiend Tiger Clan and satisfying my every request was in order to lower our guard, right? And these few years, you've actually long investigated the Tiger Clan's situation, clearly in the dark. Halting the troops and not moving all along was because you were not confident in dealing with the azure spirit tree. So you wanted to let the Tiger Clan charge in front to be cannon fodders? Peng Tian said with a loud laugh, haha. You, this boy, are too clever. What you said is perfectly accurate. This old man is a figure as famous as Huyen in this Dongming region. How could I not even be a match for Hu Rong, this fool? This fellow fancied himself clever and used all kinds of measures to delude the Rock clan, and even thought that his plans were seamless. But he didn't know that I was just meeting one ruse with another, letting the Tiger clan be the scapegoat, that's all. Hearing Peng Tian's words, Hurong's expression was indescribably ugly. These 10 years he spared no efforts. Who knew that in the end he actually became a clown? Now that it fell just short of complete success, how could he be worthy of clan head Huyen? Once Peng Tian acquires the Azure Spirit Tree, he was bound to break through to Tier 7. At that time, who else could be his match in the entire Dongming region? When his thought reached here, Hurong even had the intention to fight to the death. If the final outcome was the Tiger clan's destruction, then he was the entire Darkfiend Tiger clan's eternal sinner. Clan head Peng Tian is indeed impressive. Truly took every conceivable possibility into account. However, Peng Yan's small life, could it be that you don't care? Yi Yuan said with an emotional sigh. Peng Tian said with a cold snort, as long as I break through to Tier 7, what do Yun'er's injuries count as? Furthermore, do you think that it's still up to you at this time? Boy, hand over the medicinal pills. Yi Yuan looked at Peng Tian with a smile that wasn't a smile and said, if I don't hand them over? If you don't hand them over, you'll be unable to pray for life nor beg for death. Peng Tian threatened. Like that, huh? Looks like I must hand over no matter what. Enough nonsense. Quickly hand over. Yi Yuan had a look of helplessness and fished out 2 medicinal pills from his storage ring. It was precisely those remaining 2 to treat Peng Yin. Peng Tian, seeing Yi Yuan submit, his face involuntarily revealed a smug smile and reached his hand out in preparation to receive the medicinal pills. Yi Yuan raised his hand but did not throw the medicinal pills out. His right hand suddenly clenched in a fist, holding the 2 medicinal pills in the center of his palm, and kneaded a few times hard. Yi Yuan had a smile on his face as he looked at Peng Tian. Slowly opening up his hand, a light breeze blew. Wisps of powder went with the wind. Yi Yuan destroyed the medicinal pills, just like this. Hurong and the others, their expressions changed when they saw the situation and secretly thought to themselves that Yi Yuan was indeed gutsy, to actually dare provoke Peng Tian at this time. Peng Tian's smile froze on his face. The hand that extended out was incomparably awkward, clenching into a fist shape, displaying his fury, currently. Fine lad, you dare to fool me? Peng Tian gnashed his teeth as he said it word by word. Yi Yuan smiled unconcernedly and said, Little lord, I have a problem. That is, I can be persuaded by reason, but not cowed by force. If you talk to me nicely, this little lord might just give them you if my mood becomes happy. But your attitude makes me very displeased. Ha ha ha. It's really been so long since anybody dared to speak to this clan head like this. Boy, you're excellent. Since you dare to say so, you probably have some sort of understanding what will happen, right? Peng Tian laughed out of extreme rage. Yi Yuan had a blank look as he said, Understanding? What understanding? This little lord's, my understanding is very limited and can't understand your words. Can't understand, is it? Then this clan head will let you understand what's called understanding right now. Finished talking, Peng Tian's entire person's aura directly rose to the peak cruise. Plusing over towards Yi Yuan in a manner that blotted out the skies and covered the earth. The Peng Tian currently was already infuriated to the extreme. The joy of obtaining the Azure Spirit Tree was completely swept away by Yi Yuan's actions. His palm smacked towards Yi Yuan. This palm could topple mountains and overturn the seas during the whole process, displaying the strength of a peak tier 6 demon completely. This palm movement, Peng Tian did not hold back in the slightest. He wanted to crush Yi Yuan into dregs. Only then could it get rid of the hatred in his heart. Towards Peng Tian's actions, Yi Yuan seemingly did not see it and did not have the intention of dodging at all. Just as Peng Tian's palm was about to slap out, his scalp tingled all of a sudden. All the pores on his body shuddered. A sense of extreme danger welled up from the bottom of his heart. Right then, an even more violent attack arrived with a howl, aiming right at the center of Peng Tian's back. Even though Peng Tian had his back facing this attack, he could feel that this attack could absolutely deal lethal damage to him. That aura was even above his. How could Peng Tian still care about dealing with Yi Yuan? He immediately pushed his Kuan Peng bloodline to the limits, wanting to receive this attack. At present, Peng Tian's greatest reliance was his speed. He wanted to use speed to receive this attack. That attack speed was exceedingly fast. It arrived at Peng Tian's back in a blink of an eye. But Peng Tian's reaction speed could not be said to not be fast. His figure had already fuzzily vanished from where he was. However, right at this time, a strange force attacked by surprise, and it actually made Peng Tian's figure stagnate for a tiny bit of time. Chapter 672. Hypocritical Huyen. Chapter 672. Hypocritical Huyen Rumble. This short bit of time was sufficient. That attack made it just in time currently, slamming right onto Peng Tian's back. Peng Tian spat out a large mouthful of blood with a cough, his figure flying forward like a kite with a broken string. But Yi Yuan did not turn his head to look at Peng Tian's wretched appearance, but looked towards that figure standing beside the azure spirit tree at present. There stood a well-built middle-aged man with a full beard on his face, looking awe-inspiring. Yi Yuan had yet to speak when Hu Rong and the others cried out in surprise, "Big brother, Huyen! Clan head, Huyen! Lord Huyen! You're all right. That's really great." This burly middle-aged man was actually the Dark Fiend Tiger Clan's clan head, Huyen. This was truly the mantis stalking the cicada, being unaware of the oriole behind. Peng Tian never would have dreamed that Huyen would actually appear here in perfectly good condition. Without Huyen, Peng Tian was the Dongming region's most powerful existence. These 10 years under subtle influence, Peng Tian regarded it this way. If not for the sake of obtaining the Azure Spirit Tree, how could he wait patiently until now? It was just that this way, the lowering of one's vigilance with Peng Tian's thoughts was unavoidable. Especially after obtaining the Azure Spirit Tree, Peng Tian was complacent with success. How could he still take any precaution? Therefore, Huyan's sneak attack succeeded. Actually, it was not considered a success either. If there weren't Yi Yuan's last bit there, even if Peng Tian was injured, it would not be so severe either. Yi Yuan did not even need to turn his head back to look, and also knew that this blow of Huyan's was absolutely not light. Even if Peng Tian did not die, he absolutely could not crawl with his feet either. This fellow's attack was not an ordinary kind of ruthless. Of course, regarding Peng Tian, Yi Yuan did not have much of a favorable impression too, and obviously would not have any compa. Shown towards him. Huyen said coolly, "Hu Rong, it's been hard on you these few years." Just one sentence made Hu Rong's tears flow down his aged face. He felt that the efforts expended these few years were all worth it. All along, Huyen had been the Dark Fiend Tiger Clan's spiritual pillar. Even when he had no news for 10 years, this point did not change either. The moment he appeared, Hu Rong felt the heavy load on his shoulders lift off completely, because Huyen was the Tiger Clan's backbone. As long as Big Brother, Huyen as well, what does this bit of hards? I plus P count as? Hu Rong said tearfully. Huyen gave him an encouraging smile, but his gaze turned towards Yi Yuan. Truly quite interesting. So many Tier 6 experts present all did not detect my existence. You, a puny little Tier 4 martial artist, could actually sense me. Huyen asked Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was expressionless and did not have the intention of responding. He perked his spirits up fully too. Very clearly, to talk about the most scheming person, it was none other than Huyen. Peng Tian was not some individual with an undeserved reputation, but was played by Huyen in the palm of his hands. He lacked power far too much. Furthermore, Yi Yuan discovered that Hu Yan's strength seemed to be even above Peng Tian's, already touching the threshold of Tier 7. Under the Cirque, stances where his strength was stronger than the other party, and still waited patiently the entire time until now, waiting for when Peng Tian's guard was at the lowest to make a move. The depth of his schemes could be seen at a glance. Towards such a person, Yi Yuan had no choice but to take precaution. Maybe he was still laughing and talking with you the previous moment, and the next instant he would suddenly deal a killing move. Such a person, Yi Yuan did not feel that white light could ensure his safety. But Yi Yuan had indeed discovered Hu Yan's existence long ago, ignoring his divine soul being powerful, being under heart, like monolith heart realm all along just now. Everything in his surroundings was fully grasped under control. Even though Hu Yan hid very covertly that even Peng Tian did not detect, Yi Yuan had long perceived that there was a very powerful existence in the vicinity. Seeing Yi Yuan's vigilant appearance, Hu Yan smiled and said, "Relax a little. No need to be so nervous. Your tiger, Lord's good brother. So naturally my dark fiend tiger clan's friend too. To be able to capture the azure spirit tree today, it was all thanks to you as well." The meaning in Hu Yan's words was actually wanting to directly take the azure spirit tree for his own, and did not have the intention of seeking Yi Yuan's opinion at all. Yi Yuan was not surprised. Hu Yan had schemed for so many years. Wasn't the objective for the sake of the azure spirit tree? For him to hand over the azure spirit tree without misgivings, that was obviously impossible. I'm very curious, though. According to Hu Rong's description, you should have been hit by the traceless soul poison at that time. But looking at your appearance, not only did your divine soul not deteriorate, your strength advanced a step further instead. Could it be that you only acted out a show for your clansmen to see back then, and the goal was in order to implicate Peng Tian inside, to let him spearhead the attack for you? Yi Yuan suddenly beamed and said. Hu Yan did not have much of a surprised look on his face when he heard, but a gleam of cold light flashed past his eyes. Yi Yuan's words had some ulterior motives. They were clearly to drive a wedge on the relations. I plus P between him and his clansmen. Indeed, after Hu Rong and the others heard Yi Yuan's words, their faces all changed, revealing a complicated look on their faces. Your words are only half correct. I did indeed plan on making Peng Tian spearhead the attack for me, but I had also indeed been hit by the traceless soul poison back then. It's just that I myself didn't expect either that not only did I pull through, my strength even advanced a step further because of the traceless soul poison's persecution. This process lasted for roughly 4 years' time. In these 4 years, I was suffering the tormenting agony of the divine soul daily. It could be said to be days of darkness without sun. Hu Yan explained. Hearing Hu Yan's explanation, Hu Rong and the rest revealed expressions of relief very quickly. Clan head Hu Yan, it was all us who were incapable and had no way to help you. Yeah, we used 10 years' time to lay down the wood spirit dragon imprisoning array. Didn't expect that in the end, we were still not the azure spirit tree's match. Big brother Hu Yan, I. After a round of words, Hu Rong and the rest all condemned themselves deeply. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he could not help sneering coldly in his heart. This fellow's methods to win people's hearts was unexpectedly impressive. It was just that Hu Yan's words, Yi Yuan would not believe even if he was beaten to death. It might be true that Hu Yan got inflicted by the poison, but it was definitely not as severe as imagined. The prowess of the traceless soul poison, Yi Yuan was perfectly clear. Even if Hu Yan were a Tier 6 powerhouse, if he were poisoned thoroughly, he would not be able to hold on either. Spending 4 years living in darkness without light, these words could only hoodwink Hu Rong, these naive rookies. The only explanation was that Hu Yan was not poisoned deeply, even though small quant. 1. Ties of traceless soul poison was powerful. Hu Yan advancing a step further because of this turning point was instead something that happened without extra effort. If it were really like he had said, Huyen would have croaked long ago. But Yi Yuan did not plan on exposing Huyen, because he knew that this was without meaning at all. This sowing of discord that he used just now, the goal was just to take a look at Huyan's character. As expected, very hypocritical. No matter. You guys have already done well enough. Your hard work these few years, I've taken it all into sight. Really, thank everybody so much. All right, this isn't the place to talk. Let's talk again after returning to the clan. As Huyen said, he was just about to go collect the Azure Spirit Tree. But Yi Yuan yelled out untimely, "Clan head Huyen is really not courteous. Hu Rong and I had an agreement long ago. This Azure Spirit Tree belongs to me. Don't tell me that you don't know this arrangement." Chapter 673. Entangled in One's Own Web. Chapter 673. Entangled in one's own web, a single sentence, and the atmosphere which had just eased up immediately became dangerously explosive again. Yi Yuan's words could be said to be touching the sore spot. It was just that to Yi Yuan, the Azure Spirit Tree was Yu Mengli's life-saving item. He was hell-bent on it. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Huyan's expression turned cold. "Young man, I've already given you a way out. Are you rejecting face when it's given here?" Huyen said in a cold voice. Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, "Hey, given me a way out?" Clan head Huyan's meaning is to renege on the agreement? So what if reneging on the agreement? Hu Rong isn't the clan head either. His agreement with you naturally doesn't count. Furthermore, the time and manpower that my Dark Fiend Tiger clan expended for the Azure Spirit Tree are already incalculable. What right do you have to demand for the Azure Spirit Tree? By the side, White Light seriously could not carry on listening. He reproached, "Huyen, you're really shameless enough. I'll tell you what right my big brother has to dare ask for the Azure Spirit Tree. Without my big brother taking action, forget that you prepared for 10 years. Even if you prepared for 100 years, you could forget about subduing the Azure Spirit Tree too." One sentence, said until Huyen was rendered speechless. He dared to extort the Azure Spirit Tree, was still relying on that his strength was powerful in the end, and he felt that Yi Yuan did not dare to make a sound. Yet, once Yi Yuan made a sound, any reason of his had no footing. The reason was just as White Light said. This Azure Spirit Tree was subdued by Yi Yuan. It did not have any relation to do with his Dark Fiend Tiger clan at all. Even Hu Rong, the few of them, were merely just supporting roles too. Huyen pulled a long face and said, "Tiger Lord, don't forget about your item. One tie." The undertone meaning Huyen wanted to express in his words was that, "You're a member of the Tiger clan. Why are you helping outsiders?" It was just that White Light's words just now were already said very nastily. Huyen could not very well say bluntly. Who knew that White Light suddenly flashed a bright smile and said, "I didn't forget my item. One tie. I'm my big brother's good brother. This point will never change till the end of my life." It was true that White Light was from the tiger race, but at his lowest, when he needed help the most, where was the tiger race? If not for Yi Yuan, he would have long become the 7-colored flowing cloud python's meal in its abdomen. How could there still be this powerful divine beast progeny, White Light, today? It could be said that everything of White Light's today was all given by Yi Yuan and not the tiger race. These few years, White Light and Yi Yuan depended on each other for survival. He had long treated him as his own kin. Forget that the Dark Fiend Tiger clan was just a lesser race with thin bloodline. Even if the true White Tiger race were here, White Light would also choose to stand on Yi Yuan's side without any hesitation. Huyan's expression became increasingly ugly. White Light's actions were no different from betrayal in his view. "Good. Very good. Want the Azure Spirit Tree, is it? It's right here. If you have the capabilities, you guys take it back yourselves." Huyen said with a sneer, "Finest. Plussing off Peng Tian, forget about this stretch of spirit vein. Even in the entire Dongming region, and body was his match either. These two brats in front of him were still wet behind their ears. Could it be that they could still overturn the heavens? Hoo-hoo! Are you going to carry on being shameless all the way here? Yi Yuan said with a light laugh. At this time, both parties clearly did not have the possibility of reconciling already. The Azure Spirit Tree. Both parties were determined to get it. The Azure Spirit Tree was originally my Tiger Clan's item. Where's the talk about being shameless? Heaven and earth spiritual objects. Fated ones get them. If you're fated with him, you can very well bring it away. Hu Yan had a mocking look. Clearly, he did not feel that Yi Yuan had this capability. It was true that Yi Yuan could deal with the Azure Spirit Tree, but that was just a special case. If the opponent changed to him, Hu Yan, Yi Yuan absolutely had no chances of victory. If a peak Tier 6 demon could not even beat a Tier 4 brat, he could immediately find a piece of tofu to commit suicide with. Yi Yuan nodded his head as if approving of Hu Yan's words, who knew that he changed the topic. On account of White Light's face, I've already been tolerating enough of your dark fiend Tiger Clan. Civil means before resorting to force. Since you guys don't know how to appreciate favors, then it can't be blamed on me either. Hu Yan could not refrain from bursting into laughter when he heard these words. Shameless boasting. What qualifications do you have to say civil means before resorting to force in front of me? What a joke! Yi Yuan said with a half-smile. I'll tell you right away what qualifications I have to put civil means before resorting to force. Yi Yuan's voice had just faded when an intense tremor suddenly came from under Hu Yan's foot. Hu Yan's expression changed abruptly, directly fleeing far away. Yet, how could Yi Yuan give him this chance? His origin magnetic field was unleashed instantly. The effect of Yi Yuan's origin magnetic field was next to nothing to peak Tier 6 powerhouses. If it was during an actual battle, it could be ignored entirely. However, when two peak Tier 6 experts were facing off, this tiny bit of effect might even have the possibility of becoming the last straw that crushed the camel's back. Previously, Peng Tian, falling prey to a plot, fell for this, under Yi Yuan's heart, like monolith heart realm. His grasp regarding timing could be said to be accurate to the pinnacle. Bang! Countless vines broke out of the earth from beneath the ground and intertwined over towards Hu Yan and Hu Rong. They all frenziedly. This came too suddenly. Hu Rong, they all completely did not expect that the Azure Spirit Tree, which was restrained, would actually attack once more. Their reactions were a little slow and were bounded up tightly by those innumerable vines instantaneously, while Hu Yan was just that little bit sluggish, and both his feet got wrapped around by vine. But Hu Yan's reaction was also exceedingly quick. He directly chopped off the vine with a palm hand and fled towards the distance. Hu Yan was floating on air when a strange kind of feeling suddenly came from within his body. This sort of feeling he was very familiar. What could it be if not the traceless soul poison? The time was very short. He was not poisoned deeply, much lighter than even the last time he got poisoned. But being poisoned at this time right now was clearly not any good omen. The might of the Azure Spirit Tree he had experienced profoundly. Being accidentally poisoned again, his chances of winning became even bleaker. It was just that he could not figure it out no matter. The Azure Spirit Tree's main body was clearly restrained by Yi Yuan. How did he break free? He already confirmed it earlier. The Azure Spirit Tree's would essence power had indeed stopped circulating. Logically speaking, he could not possibly attack again. What was this? Hu Yan looked towards Yi Yuan with a loathing gaze. Although he did not know what trick this punk used, without a doubt, it was him playing tricks. Once the Azure Spirit Tree broke free, Hu Yan did not have assurance in dealing with him at all. If he had that capability, how could he possibly wait until now? Boy, consider yourself ruthless. Hope that you don't land in my hands. We'll meet again another day. As he said, Hu Yan's figure moved and was going to escape far away. Yi Yuan watched his back view, A hint of a cold sneer flashed across the corners of his mouth. Hu Yan's figure did not escape out very far when a powerful flame force attacked straight towards him. Hu Yan's expression changed, and he hurriedly dodged. What's the matter? The clan member presiding over the Grand Array was already killed by Peng Tian. Who's controlling the Grand Array to stop me? Hu Yan's expression became very ugly. Clan head Hu Yan, what's the hurry to leave for? There's still an old friend here wanting to catch up with you. Yi Yuan caught up at this time too, saying to Hu Yan with a smile. And behind Yi Yuan, apart from white light, there was youth wearing azure-colored SHI plus RT standing there. No one knew since when he was there. Chapter 674. Deceiving Everyone. Chapter 674. Deceiving everyone. How could Hu Yan expect that the Grand Array which the Tiger Clan set up for 10 years actually became his stumbling block? Speaking of which, this was really a situation where a person was getting entangled in one's own web. The wood spirit dragon imprisoning array was a kind of trapping formation. Trapping formations' lethality was not great. But under the situation where there were people managing the Grand Array, wanting to shake off the Grand Array within a short time was very difficult. Around Yi Yuan were all a bunch of Tier 6 experts. How could he possibly not hold some trick in reserve? He did not have the habit of handing his own fate over to other people's hands. As far back as when he entered the Grand Array, he already controlled the wood spirit dragon imprisoning array in secret. It was just that he did not launch it all along. Hence, even if Hu Yan did not appear, Yi Yuan had ample confidence to escape too. For this Grand Array to want to kill Peng Tian was naturally not easy. But under Yi Yuan's control, for Peng Tian to want to escape was also hard. But at this time Hu Yan's attention was not placed on Yi Yuan, but placed on that Azure SHI plus RT youth behind him. His expression was indescribably ugly. I didn't think that the Azure Spirit Tree actually gave birth to a primordial spirit. Hu Yan said word by word. The old friend Yi Yuan talked about was naturally this Azure SHI plus RT youth. And this Azure SHI plus RT youth was transformed by none other than precisely the Azure Spirit Tree. Even Hu Yan also did not expect that the Azure Spirit Tree had actually cultivated out a primordial spirit already and was able to take human form. This unforeseen event was what he did not antic. 1. P. 8 from start to end. Cultivating out a primordial spirit meant that the Azure Spirit Tree's intelligence did not lose to humans already. He was originally a heaven and earth spirit wood with strength far surpa sing same ranks. Now that he had intelligence that did not lose to humans, he was even harder to deal with. The gaze that the Azure SHI plus RT youth looked to Hu Yan with were very unfriendly. Back then, his strength was not as strong as now. It was even slightly inferior to Hu Yan's. If not for him relying on his own powerful, traceless soul poison, he would probably have been captured by Hu Yan long ago. Even so, the Azure Spirit Tree also cultivated for a very long time on this stretch of spirit vein before recovering. This grudge between the two people was a big one. You, this stinking old tiger. Let's settle this score properly today, the Azure Spirit Tree said candidly. Hu Yan's expression was rather ugly. He was very fearful of the Azure Spirit Tree. Seeing his hostile look at this time, it was clearly unable to be reconciled today. This Azure Spirit Tree, it was all a misunderstanding between us. Back then, even though I almost caught you, I also nearly perished. My Tao dispersed because of the incident too, isn't it so? You should know. You're a heaven and earth spirit wood. Moreover, you have a tremendous effect on us demons breaking through to Tier 7. So the people hankering after you isn't just me alone. That Peng Tian, wasn't he like that too? Don't get hoodwinked by this brat. Hu Yan explained as he wanted to redirect the troubled waters, pointing the spearhead at Yi Yuan. He knew that this sort of situation appearing today, They definitely could not dispense with Yi Yuan's doing in between. But to talk about a glib tongue, he was confident that he was not lousy either. Furthermore, even though the azure spirit tree gave birth to a primordial spirit, the time was definitely not long. At the very most, it was equivalent to a human teenage youth, very easy to bluff. Yi Yuan could deceive the azure spirit tree. He definitely could too. Indeed, once the azure spirit tree heard, he could not help turning his head towards Yi Yuan and asked, "Yi Yuan, did you hear that? He says that you're bluffing me." The moment Hu Yan heard that there was a chance, he immediately added embellishment. "Yeah, he must be bluffing you. He's a human. Humans are much craftier than our demon race. Furthermore, compared to me, he has the strength to threaten you. He wants to make use of you to deal with me right now, then deal with you later. Do you feel that a human can resist the allure of the azure spirit tree? His final goal is definitely still you." The azure spirit tree looked at Yi Yuan and asked, "Yi Yuan, he said that you're making use of me." Hu Yan originally thought that Yi Yuan would deny it outright. He already prepared a whole bunch of incisive words to vilify Yi Yuan, who knew that Yi Yuan just flashed a brilliant smile and admitted it very scoundrelly. "Ha! Saying it like that isn't wrong too. I indeed can't beat him, so I can only rely on you." Hu Yan was stunned. His stomach full of words had no place to showcase its skill for a moment and nearly stifled out internal injuries. But Hu Yan recovered very quickly and said with an excited look, "You hear, he admitted it himself. Humans, there aren't any good ones." The azure spirit tree did not take notice of Hu Yan. Looking at Yi Yuan without paying heed to other things, he said, "Yi Yuan, why do you think there's such a dumb old tiger?" Yi Yuan said laughingly, "Some fellows just like to fancy themselves clever. But you should be a little understanding too. After all, when death is at hand, one would always jump around a little." The azure spirit tree nodded his head, seemingly approving of Yi Yuan's words very much, and said, "All right then, I really can't understand. He himself is dumb, and even thinks that the entire world is as foolish as him." Hu Yan still had an excited look just now, but as he listened, it felt amiss. These two people were totally making a fool out of him. He talked for so long, and the azure spirit tree did not even listen to a word. But why? Hu Yan was certain that this was the azure spirit tree's first time meeting Yi Yuan. On what basis did he trust Yi Yuan so much and feel that Yi Yuan would not be detrimental to him? All right, the nonsense has already been said enough. I can send you on your way now, the azure spirit tree said coolly. Hu Yan still did not give up hope and yelled loudly to the azure spirit tree, "This boy is clearly harboring ill intentions. Why do you trust him so?" The azure spirit tree rolled his eyes and said to him, "I've already drawn up a divine soul agreement with Yi Yuan. Stop wasting your energy in vain." Hu Yan's pupils constricted when he heard that, revealing a disbelieving expression. He had been lying in concealment all along nearby and took all of Yi Yuan's actions into his sights. But Yi Yuan actually completed a divine soul contract with the azure spirit tree under his eyes? How was this possible? Hu Yan obviously did not know that right from the first glance Yi Yuan saw the azure spirit tree. He knew that he already gave birth to a primordial spirit. Since he gave birth to a primordial spirit, Yi Yuan obviously would not use extreme measures to subdue the azure spirit tree. Moreover, after Yi Yuan entered Heart, like Monolith Heart Realm, he discovered that there were two very powerful auras lurking nearby. If he really subdued the azure spirit tree, wouldn't he be seeking death himself? Therefore, Yi Yuan cast a divine soul mystic art at that time and started communicating with the azure spirit tree. Yi Yuan A lies the current situation for the azure spirit tree to listen, and promised the azure spirit tree that as long as he guarded Yu Mingli for 10 years' time, he would surely aid him to break through to Tier 9. This kind of heavy promise only Yi Yuan dared to make. But Yi Yuan was not bragging. The Tier 9 spiritual objects that he had seen before were too many to enumerate. He was also very familiar with the Azure Spirit Tree. Helping him to break through to Tier 9 was not something impossible. In order to demonstrate his strength, Yi Yuan used the Spirit Sealing Needle and inserted them into the Azure Spirit Tree's main body. Except the function of the Spirit Sealing Needle was not to shackle the Azure Spirit Tree's wood essence power, but to stimulate the Azure Spirit Tree's potential, to let him absorb the wood essence power on this stretch of spirit vein even faster. The wood essence power ceasing revolving was just the Azure Spirit Tree doing it on purpose. Yi Yuan and the Azure Spirit Tree joined hands and deceived everybody here. 0. Starting now, instead of using it to refer to the Azure Spirit Tree, we will be using he as he already took form and have intelligence. Chapter 675. Killing Hu Yen. Chapter 675. Killing Hu Yen. Ha ha! Didn't think that I, Hu Yen, would actually have a day where I would suck you, and be at the hands of a brat, still wet behind his ears. Hu Yen looked at Yi Yuan, his gaze filled with hatred. 10 years of forbearance was for the sake of today, who knew that it would actually fail on the verge of success. This disgrace filled his heart with unwillingness. I already warned Hu Rong at the Dark Fiend Tiger Clan. No idea if you heard it or not. That is to not provoke my big brother, because you can't afford to provoke him at all. White Light said coldly, "You shut your mouth for this old man, a creature that lives off people while secretly helping others. What qualifications do you have to lecture this old man? Don't think that you're really something by calling you Tiger Lord." The current Hu Yen had already lost his reason. How could he still care what I didn't? One Tai White Light had? But White Light said with a cold smile, being KY in front of this little lord. Ha ha! Isn't it just relying on your cultivation realm being a little higher? Do you really think that you're very impressive? Little lord, I will tell you today, in less than 3 years, this little lord will be able to eradicate you with a flip of my hand. It's just that you can't wait for that day. White Light was extremely confident in both his cultivation speed and strength. As long as he followed Yi Yuan, killing Hu Yen 3 years later would be akin to killing a dog. But this sort of situation today was already unable to be reconciled. Yi Yuan would not let Hu Yen off. Releasing a Tier 6 powerhouse out there was too dangerous. Hu Yen naturally knew that White Light was not joking. His bloodline was too powerful. Cultivation was like playing around. After White Light arrived at the Tiger Clan, Hu Yen had observed White Light before and discovered that his cultivation speed was really too terrifying. After the shock, Hu Yen was deeply jealous in his heart. This was the disparity between bloodline grades. He was unable to make up for it forever. Unless he could rely on his own strength to affirm his Tao and become a deity, otherwise he could only look up to White Light forever. And in this world, which demon could still become a divine beast? Inferiority complex, unwillingness, envy, resentment, all kinds of negative emotions mingled together. Hu Yan's entire person was almost exploding. He gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "Even if I can't wait until that day, I'll have to exterminate you guys, these two little bastards today." As he said, Hu Yen directly transformed into a powerful and magnificent large tiger. This fellow chose demonic transformation right away. After the Azure Spirit Tree took form, it could naturally fight same as humans as well. This made his combat power increase greatly too. Seeing Hu Yen demonize at this time, he unleashed a divine soul attack without any hesitation. The peak Tier 6 Hu Yen was also not somebody easy to deal with. He could actually judge these attacks accurately and dodge them. And Hu Yan's target was not the Azure Spirit Tree, but the Yi Yuan and White Light opposite. Hu Yen was a peak Tier 6 powerhouse. His strength was D knows how many times more powerful than Zhao Tian's. Yet, Yi Yuan did not care at all facing Hu Yan's attack. Yi Yuan's current formation's path attainments were even more powerful than his previous life. now that there was a ready-made grand array for him to control. How could it be something that easy for Hu Yan to want to hit Yi Yuan? Boom! Hu Yan's formidable attack paw S said right through Yi Yuan, slamming onto the ground behind Yi Yuan. A large pit appeared immediately. Yet, Yi Yuan and White Light were perfectly unscathed. Well, at this time, the Azure Spirit Tree's attack had arrived once more, only to see him gesture with both hands. Countless vines broke out of the ground and intertwined over towards Hu Yan. Hu Yan's expression changed. He was just thinking of moving when he was caught unawares by the Origin magnetic field again. In the end, he avoided the entanglement of the vines by a narrow escape repeatedly. Hu Yan hated immensely in his heart right now. These two little fellows were clearly right under his noses, but he just could not do anything to them. Not just so, that bizarre force field was really enable sometimes. Originally, when he ambushed Peng Tian, he did not hope for that attack to be able to cripple Peng Tian. At that time, after it went smoothly, he was still very suspicious. Only now did he know that it was actually Yi Yuan who gave him a helping hand back then. It was just that Hu Yan could never have thought that this sort of bizarre force field would be used on him so soon. Yi Yuan looked at Hu Yan from a distance and said, smilingly, inside the wood spirit dragon imprisoning array, "For you to want to kill me, it's even harder than ascending to heaven. But for the Azure Spirit Tree and me to kill you, it's effortless. Now, I'll let you take a look at the wood spirit dragon imprisoning array's true power." Hu Yan's expression could not help changing drastically once he heard. But he had yet to have time to take any action when the grand array was unleashed already. Countless flames flooded towards Hu Yan from all directions, directly wrapping him up tightly. These flames formed a cage, directly binding Hu Yan up inside. How could Hu Yan be willing to submit? Mustering up essence energy fully, he slapped a palm out directly. But right at this time, the flame cage similarly burst forth with powerful energy, obliterating Hu Yan's attack immediately. Stop wasting energy. This flame cage maneuvered the entire grand array's energy to besiege you alone. For you to want to crack it without a few days, it simply can't be done. Therefore, wait to die inside there obediently. Yi Yuan sentenced Hu Yan's death penalty very indifferently. Hu Yan's entire person was almost crazy. How could he be willing to believe it? He roared furiously. "Want to trap me to death? No way. Arg." Hu Yan was like a lunatic on lees. Plussing all of his energy and attacking the flame cage crazily. But no matter how he attacked, this flame cage did not budge an inch. The words that Yi Yuan said, when did he go back on his words before? Yi Yuan looked towards the Azure Spirit Tree and said with a smile, "The rest is up to you." The Azure Spirit Tree had a stomach full of animosity towards Hu Yan. Seeing Hu Yan's crazed appearance at present, he was euphoric in his heart too. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, he said rather excitedly, "Thanks. This time, count it as I owe you a favor. Otherwise, it would really be rather hard for me to want to kill him." Hu Yan's cultivation realm was more or less the same as the Azure Spirit Trees. Even though the Azure Spirit Trees was innately incomparably powerful, if Hu Yan risked everything to escape, wanting to kill him would really not be too easy. Yi Yuan said with a laugh, "No need to be courteous. You look at his appearance. He's bound to want to come and kill me as well. I'm just protecting myself." The Azure Spirit Tree was no longer long-winded and directly condensed a powerful divine soul attack. Soul exterminating sword. The Azure Spirit Tree condensed an invisible sword that could not be seen with the naked eye at all. Yet, Yi Yuan could sense how terrifying this attack was. The moment the invisible sword moved, it pierced through the flame cage instantly, shooting right onto Hu Yan's divine soul. Arg! A miserable cry sounded out. Afterward, there was no longer any activity inside the flame cage. A fierce and ambitious person of his generation in the Dongming region died in the end under the partnering up of the Azure Spirit Tree, and Yi Yuan, the Azure Spirit Tree, looked at Yi Yuan and said, I really didn't expect that a puny little Tier 4 human actually possessed such heaven-defying abilities. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, If I didn't have heaven-defying abilities, how could I dare to promise to let you break through to Tier 9 too? The Azure Spirit Tree was stunned when he heard this, and he immediately burst into laughter and said, Ha ha! Makes sense. Initially, I was still somewhat doubtful about your words, but now my misgivings are all gone, and I have unbounded confidence in you instead. Yi Yuan, I hope that you won't disappoint me. Chapter 676, Stealthy Kiss. Chapter 676. Stealthy Kiss. Naturally, I won't let you down. These few days, I'll use the spirit sealing needle to help you tidy up your meridians and let your speed of absorbing with essence power increase 10 times. This way, you breaking through to Tier 7 would probably be during these few days as well, Yi Yuan said. The so-called spirit sealing needle was actually that set of profound artifact gold needles, which Yi Yuan brought out from Rin Xingchuan's place. It was just that, in order to deal with the Azure Spirit Tree, he sanctified it with special means again. Azure Spirit Tree could not help being overjoyed when he heard, Truly! Yi Yuan said with a smile, You already had half a foot stepped into Tier 7 in the first place. Me using the needles now is just pus. Plussing the boat along with the current. You don't need to be so happy. With my current strength, what I can help you with is also just this much. The Azure Spirit Tree hurriedly said, How can I not be happy? I've already been stuck at this step for a very long time, but did not break through for so long. Once my speed of absorbing with essence power increases 10 times, breaking through the Tier 7 bottleneck will be an effortless matter. Bottlenecks to all cultivators was a hard-to-surmount chasm. Especially from Tier 6 to Tier 7, there was a huge threshold. Even though the Azure Spirit Tree was a heaven and earth spirit wood, wanting to cross this hurdle was also absolutely not something that easy. The Azure Spirit Tree's cultivation could be calculated in units of centuries. Don't look at how the Azure Spirit Tree was just a half-grown child appearance. Actually, he was totally an old tree demon. It was just that the time he gave birth to a primordial spirit was not long, so his mind was not very mature. Absorbing with essence power to break through bottlenecks was actually about the same as martial artists breaking through bottlenecks. When martial artists were breaking through this sort of major checkpoint, they needed titanic amounts of essence energy as support. Otherwise, it was very easy to fail the breakthrough. This was also the reason why medicinal pills were so important when breaking through bottlenecks. If Yi Yuan did not help the Azure Spirit Tree apply the needles, this distance of half a step, the Azure Spirit Tree might not even break through for dozens of years, even a century. But his speed of absorbing with essence power increasing 10 times, this difficult problem would be easily resolved. Yi Yuan nodded and said, This stretch of spirit vein is indeed your optimal place to break through bottlenecks. It's also no wonder that you entrenched here all along and not leave. The matter should not be delayed. Let's begin. Yi Yuan did not plan on wasting time. It had been roughly over half a year's time since he was out. No idea what situation the Endless World was in right now either. He must make the best use of his time to get out. The following few days, Yi Yuan frequently used the needles on the Azure Spirit Tree's main body. Indeed, the Azure Spirit Tree's aura gradually became violent, looking like it was going to break through to Tier 7 soon. On the 8th day, tribulation clouds rolled in the sky. The Azure Spirit Tree finally welcomed the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation came. You be careful yourself. You're a heaven and earth spirit wood. The might of this heavenly tribulation is bound to be extraordinary. Even though this wood spirit dragon imprisoning a ray's offensive power isn't high, using it to defend is pretty decent. I'll control the grand array to help you block a portion of the heavenly tribulation's power. The rest will be up to yourself. Yi Yuan said, sensing the horrifying aura coming from the tribulation clouds. The azure spirit tree's expression was also a never-before solemn. Good brother, I promise you that after I transcend this tribulation, I'll definitely guard your friend for 10 years. This heavenly tribulation was not so easy to transcend for the azure spirit tree. He finally managed to cultivate out a primordial spirit, unlike when he was muddle-headed back then, relying entirely on instinct to do things. The present azure spirit tree was filled with yearning and curiosity towards this world and did not wish to fall under the heavenly tribulation. Yi Yuan smiled and said, talk again after this. You don't have to be so nervous either. This isn't beneficial to you transcending the tribulation instead. This place is a land of spirit vein. Not only is it your optimal location to cultivate, but it's also likewise your ideal place to transcend tribulations. Unceasing with essence power, what can the heavenly tribulation do to you? The azure spirit tree's eyes lit up as he said in annoyance, this stupid brain of mine, why didn't I think of that? Before long, the heavenly tribulation descended. The commotion was indeed extraordinary. Yi Yuan controlled the grand array to resist the heavenly tribulation only withstood for 1 round, and the grand array collapsed with a loud bang. Yi Yuan even sustained considerable injuries for this. But on this stretch of spirit vein, the azure spirit tree strength was truly by no means insignificant. No matter how the heavenly tribulation wreaked havoc, the azure spirit tree could recover rapidly. Furthermore, through Yi Yuan helping him to tidy up his meridians, the azure spirit tree's speed of drawing on the wood essence power was 10 times than before. Under such circumstances, virtually nothing could destroy him. Even the heavenly tribulation could not as well. Finally, the tribulation clouds dissipated, and the azure spirit tree successfully broke through to Tier 7. Ha ha ha! To think that I feared the heavenly tribulation like a tiger. Looking at it now, it's also nothing much. The azure spirit tree chortled loudly and arrived beside Yi Yuan with a leap. Tier 7 was already an extremely daunting existence in this expanse of heaven and earth. Even in the divine realm, Tier 7 powerhouses could also own a piece of small territory and lord over a region. The azure spirit tree crossing this threshold, how could it not be happy? Haha, congratulations to Brother Qing. Yi Yuan congratulated as well. Although Yi Yuan's injuries were already healed at this time, the azure spirit tree knew that he played a role of vital importance during the process of him breaking through this time. Yi Yuan, we're good brothers from hereafter. My promise to you will definitely be fulfilled. Here, this is the azure spirit heart fusing fluid. Take it. The azure spirit tree casually threw toward Yi Yuan a wood material vessel. Inside was filled with some azure-colored liquid. It was precisely the azure spirit heart fusing fluid. Yi Yuan was ecstatic when he saw and said, high-grade azure spirit heart fusing fluid. Brother Qing, thanks a lot. My friend is inside the SPAC I carry on me. If Brother Qing doesn't mind, stay inside there from now on as well. The azure spirit tree nodded his head as a show of agreement. Yi Yuan said, Brother Qing, don't resist. I'll put you inside. Yi Yuan's mind willed and directly placed the azure spirit tree and himself inside the vast heaven pag. Oda, inside the vast heaven pag. Oh, duh. Yi Yuan and the azure spirit tree appeared in front of Yu Mengli and the rest. Yi Yuan Pa S, said the azure spirit heart, fusing fluid to Yu Mengli, and said, Lear, this is the azure spirit heart, fusing fluid. You consume it directly will do. Yu Mengli said in astonishment, You really found the azure spirit heart, fusing fluid? Yi Yuan said smilingly, Brother Qing and I agreed on a divine soul contract lasting 10 years. For the next 10 years, he'll guard by your side constantly and provide azure spirit heart fusing fluid for you. In the future, consume this quant. 1. Tie of azure spirit heart fusing fluid every month, and you can continuously recover the divine soul being torn. As long as you don't employ the power of the moonlight heavenly eye, it can keep you worry-free for 10 years. Yu Mingli's eyes were wet long ago already. Yi Yuan deliberately cut off the vast heaven peg. Da's connection with the outside world and not let the people inside know what was happening outside. But it was precisely because so that Yu Mengli was even more aware of this trip's danger. Putting aside other things, just looking at the azure spirit, trees, tier 7 aura. Unimaginable dangers must have been experienced in between this. But Yi Yuan actually really found the azure spirit tree for the sake of a promise back then. Furthermore, making such a divine soul contract with a powerhouse like the azure spirit tree, Yi Yuan definitely paid an immense price too. The emotions in Yu Mengli's heart at present was long unable to be described using words already. Yi Yuan, thank you. Yu Mengli did not hold back, swiftly planted a light kiss on Yi Yuan's face. Then she turned her head over. Her entire face was burning as if it was on fire. Chapter 677, Divine Realms Anecdote. Chapter 677, Divine Realms Anecdote. Yi Yuan was somewhat dazed, caught off guard by Yu Mingli's unexpected action. A hint of lingering fragrance reverberated beside his face. The moist red lips were very soft and very exquisite, and actually made him somewhat reluctant to part with that action just now. In his past life and this life, it was still Yi Yuan's first time having such intimate actions with a girl. Even he, this alchemy emperor, was kind of at a loss on what to do right now as well. As for Yu Mengli, she buried her head into her chest quickly, bashful until she wished that she could find a hole in the ground to tunnel in. It was Yi Yuan's first time, but how was it not her first time too? Yu Mengli herself also did not think why she would kiss Yi Yuan earlier at the behest of supernatural powers. This to her, this reserved lady, was simply unimaginable. In the divine realm, how many men were enthralled with longing for her, but she had always turned her nose up at them. But now, why was she so deplorable in front of Yi Yuan? Who she liked was Alchemy Emperor Qin Yunzi. How could she possibly be interested in this boy? Won't, definitely won't. And she was purely expressing her grat. 1-2, that's it. But why could she always see Qin Yunzi's shadow on Yi Yuan's body? Yu Mengli's mind ran wild, her entire person was in a mess. The atmosphere seemed rather heavy and kind of stifling. Of course, there was still some ambiguity. Yet, there was still a person with a dumbfounded look by the side. The azure spirit tree did not know what the two of them were doing at all. What's with you guys? You were still perfectly fine just now. Why aren't you speaking all of a sudden? The azure spirit tree asked very stupidly and very naively. Even though the azure spirit tree was a heaven and earth spirit wood, it had only cultivated out a primordial spirit for a few short years. It was even more clueless about the feelings between humans. About Yu Mengli's actions just now, he did not feel that there was any inappropriate area. Cough, cough, nothing. Brother Qing, I'll have to trouble you in the future. Yi Yuan also came back to his senses at this time and said rather awkwardly. The azure spirit tree, who did not care about anything at all, did not suspect anything else, and said with a smile, "This Esti? AC you carry with you is really quite good. It's good enough to compare to a small world. Looks like Yi Yuan, you, indeed have encountered immense fortunes. It's also pretty good for me to stay here. It's just, I wonder where will we be going next?" Yi Yuan said, "I still have a matter to handle. After settling this matter, we'll leave the God prohibited demon region and return to the endless world." On the second day, Yi Yuan left seclusion and carried an ice-blue medicinal pill in his hand to see Lu Er. This day, Yi Yuan had waited for far too long. Even he himself was somewhat worked up. It was Yi Yuan who brought Lu Er onto the path of cultivation, but did not think that it would harm her because of this. All along, who Yi Yuan felt he owed the most to was Lu Er, but him walking out of a small little tranquil cloud sect. His strength was seriously too weak. Even refining a medicinal pill could not be done as well. Now he finally had the strength to refine the 5 Revolutions Ice Heart pill and gathered up the medicinal herbs to refine the medicinal pill. He naturally refined it right away. Lu Er, what young master promised you is finally accomplished. You eat this medicinal pill, then circulate your skill and give it a try. Yi Yuan said rather agitatedly. Actually, these few years, Lu Er's days following by Yi Yuan's side were tough. She knew that Yi Yuan was caught in dangerous situations countless times, but she was a good-for-nothing who could not even cultivate and could not help young master. This made her very anguished inwardly. Looking at the medicinal pill Yi Yuan Pa-S, said over, that mopey face of Lu Er's finally glowed with Lus Turanu. She received the medicinal pill and said tearfully, "Thank you, young master." Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Silly girl, what are you being courteous with young master for? Eat the medicinal pill, circulate the heaven illusionary ice soul, and take a look at how the effects are like." Lu Er nodded her head like a chicken pecking for rice, swallowed the 5 Revolutions Ice Heart pill accordingly, and started revolving the heaven illusionary ice soul. Ugh. Very soon, a pained expression appeared on Lu Er's face, while the surrounding temperature also dropped instantly. Lu Er's body and face actually started to condense a layer of thin frost. Very clearly, Lu Er's frost poison flared up, but Lu Er was very stubborn, forcefully enduring it. Before long, the 5 Revolutions Ice Heart pill finally started to take effect. That 5 Revolutions Ice Heart pill actually formed an ice blue cyclone inside Lu Er's dantian, gathering all the frost poison in her body inside the cyclone. Gradually, the frost on Lu Er's body started to dissipate and finally vanished away. Yi Yuan was very happy when he saw this scene and knew that the frost poison in Lu Er's body was already thoroughly suppressed inside the dantian cyclone. Now, not only was Lu Er fully recovered, the frost poison was even stored in the dantian. As long as Lu Er executed a martial technique, not only would it carry the power of ice, it would even carry frost poison in it. Once invaded into the enemy's body, it would make the opponent be worse off than dying. Not only was this frost poison unable to threaten Lu Er, it even became a major killing tool of hers. All of a sudden, a violent aura suddenly appeared on Lu Er's body. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan could not help laughing as he said, "This little girl, pretty obstinate. She actually started breaking through right away." The commotion of this breakthrough was by no means insignificant. The violent essence energy engulfed a huge area, making the temperature in this region fall. Very soon, this area actually started fluttering down pieces of snowflakes. This startled Yu Mingli and the rest to gather around one after another. When Yu Mingli saw that Lu Er was actually cultivating, she could not help getting a huge shock. Looking at the cultivation method Lu Er was cultivating, she could not help exclaiming in shock, "Heaven illusionary ice soul. Lu Er is actually cultivating in the heaven illusionary ice soul." She said it to Yi Yuan. Very clearly, this cultivation method could only be Yi Yuan imparting it to Lu Er. Yu Mingli knew that the heaven illusionary ice soul was the divine realm's spirit snow divine king's main cultivation method. It was extremely powerful. That's right. It's precisely the heaven illusionary ice soul, Yi Yuan said with a smile. The present Yi Yuan seemed to have already forgotten about yesterday's incident and faced Yu Mingli very calmly. Seeing Yu Mingli's gaze, Yu Mingli's face flushed to the tip of her ears, but she calmed down. Her exquisite eyes suddenly swiveled, and she stared at Yi Yuan and said, "Speaking of this heaven illusionary ice soul, it reminds me of an anecdote in the divine realm. I wonder if Brother Yi wants to hear or not." Yi Yuan said with a slight smile, "I'm all ears." Yu Mingli nodded her head and murmured to herself. The number one beauty in the divine realm back then, Spirit Snow Divine King Mu Lingxue, adored the peerless alchemy emperor of his generation, Qing Yunzi. The two people's feelings had been entangled all along for dozens of years, but in the end, the heartless brook babbles on while the dropping flowers pine for love. Later on, the Spirit Snow Divine King was severely injured by an enemy and almost perished, her Tao dissipating. When Qing Yunzi got the news, he led 10 mighty Divine King experts from the Medicine King Hall and attacked like lightning, directly annihilating the enemy and saving the Spirit Snow Divine King. The Spirit Snow Divine King's injuries were extremely severe at that time and virtually did not have the possibility of surviving. But Qing Yunzi transformed the foul and rotten into the rare and ethereal, expending 9 days and 9 nights to refine a transcendent-grade high-level spirit pill for the Spirit Snow Divine King, forcefully dragging the Spirit Snow Divine King back from King Yama's Sup 1/Sup Hall. As Yu Mingli said, she observed Yi Yuan's expression. However, Yi Yuan was unperturbed, as if listening to a story not related to him. This discovery made her very disappointed. Chapter 678. To guard a tree stump and wait for rabbits. Chapter 678. To guard a tree stump and wait for rabbits. Seeing that Yi Yuan did not have any indication, Yu Mingli continued talking. The peerless alchemy emperor, Qing Yunzi, became furious for beauty. This became a beautiful story in the entire divine realm. It's just no idea why, after the Spirit Snow Divine King stayed for a month at the Medicine King Hall, she still left. Later on, the Spirit Snow Divine King let out the word, saying that she paid the Heaven Illusionary Ice Soul as remuneration to Lord Qing Yunzi. The two people did not owe each other from then on. Ever since then, the Spirit Snow Divine King went into close seclusion and did not exit the entire time, all the way until today. Yu Mingli wanted to test Yi Yuan's reaction and kept on staring at Yi Yuan's eyes, but there was still no changes at all, as if listening to a story completely unrelated to him. This made Yu Mingli very disappointed. If Yi Yuan was Qing Yunzi, how great would that be? But if he was not Qing Yunzi, the Heaven Illusionary Ice Soul, this level of top-tier cultivation method, where did he get it? Yu Mingli had never heard of anyone else who knew this cultivation method in the divine realm apart from the Spirit Snow Divine King and her disciples. The only possibility was Lord Qing Yunzi. Yi Yuan suddenly smiled and said, "A Qing Yunzi who is so oblivious to amorous feelings. Haha, the story is pretty good." Yu Mingli was stunned. It was over like this? Right then, Lu'er stopped cultivating. The breakthrough had completed. She jumped right into Yi Yuan's embrace and said with an exhilarated look, "Young master, I can finally cultivate again." Seeing Lu'er's cheerful appearance, Yi Yuan was very happy too. Rubbing Lu'er's head dotingly, he said with a smile, "Hoo-hoo, looks like you had a lot pent up. With this, you directly broke through to the spirit condensation realm." Lu'er said happily, "Lu'er doesn't wish to become a good-for-nothing. Even if Lu'er can't ever catch up to young master, I also hope to have the ability to protect myself. At least that way, I won't become young master's burden." Yi Yuan knocked Lu'er's head when he heard that and said with a laugh, "What burden? If you carry on talking like this, young master will really get angry." Lu'er stuck out her tongue playfully and said, "I won't say any more." But her eyes revealed a fierce desire. That was the desire to become strong. This gentle and sweet scene fell into Yu Mingli's sights, but she was in a trance. Could it be that she really guessed wrongly? This Heaven Illusionary Ice Soul was just a coincidence. In Yu Mingli's impression, Lord Qing Yunzi was a high and lofty divinity. He always had a very proud and cold character, but the current Yi Yuan was poles apart from that person in her impression. All right, no matter what, as long as she kept on following Yi Yuan, there would always be the chance to probe it out. With Yi Yuan's heart realm boundary, how could it be that easy for Yu Mingli to feel Yi Yuan out? Not that Yi Yuan did not trust Yu Mingli, but he did not wish to drag Yu Mengli into the dispute. The Medicine King Hall was one of the pinnacle forces in the divine realm. Even though Bright Moon City was powerful, it was still far too lacking compared to the Medicine King Hall, let alone Yu Mingli, who was a weak woman. The more she knew, the more dangerous it actually was for Yu Mingli. Ignoring yesterday's matter, Yi Yuan and Yu Mingli had gone through life and death together. Yi Yuan naturally did not wish to drag her in. Luer's matter being settled, Yi Yuan was already eager to return home. But inside the G.O.D. prohibited demon region, Yi Yuan still had some matters that must be dealt with. There was still something that happened during this period. The Azure Spirit Tree, this fellow said that he had no name, so he gave himself a name called Yi Qing. Yi Yuan brought Yi Qing and charged right up to the 1,000 Mountain Great Rock Clan's lair and gave the Rock Clan a stern warning. If the Rock Clan dared to touch a hair of the Bear Clan and Fox Clan, he would definitely bathe the 1,000 Mountain Great Rock Clan in blood. With Yi Qing, this Tier 7 expert present, the Rock Clan did not even dare to make a chirp. The same thing also happened at the Tiger Clan. Even though the Tiger Clan's strength fell drastically after this incident, it was also stronger than the Bear Clan and Fox Clan no matter what. Giving a bit of warning was a must too. After settling everything, Yi Yuan brought everyone and set off for the essence devouring confounding fog once more. Big brother, we're finally out. White Light said with an excitedly look. Yi Yuan looked at him with an odd look and said, "This essence devouring confounding fog actually doesn't have any effect on you at all. When I just entered back then, I almost suck. You embed inside there. If not for breaking through heart, like Monolith Heart Realm at the 11th hour, I'd probably have become a skeleton right now already." Hoo-hoo, big brother, you're a person whose fortunes run deep. How can a puny little essence, devouring confounding fog, possibly stump you? White Light said with a loud laugh. Yi Yuan shook his head and did not say anything. Talking about it was simple, but at that time it was really life hanging by a thread. Whatever fortunes run deep, Yi Yuan did not really believe all along. When it really came down to the wire, what he relied on was still himself. Yi Yuan's mind stirred. Yu Mingli, Yener, and Yi Qing appeared beside. These two people had been kicking up a racket to come out and to take a breather when at the G.O.D. prohibited demon region. Exiting the essence, devouring confounding fog at this time, Yi Yuan let them out. Now that Yu Mengli consumed the Azure Spirit Heart fusing fluid, her entire person's vigor and condition were much better. Even though she was unable to use ocular powers, occasionally using essence energy was achievable. As expected, Yi Qing was filled with curiosity towards the outside world, making a huge fuss about wanting to come out and take a look. Yi Yuan was helpless and could only promise him. As for Luer and Yuan Fei, they still stayed in the vast heaven peg. To cultivate, especially Luer. These few days, she cultivated desperately like she went mad. Moreover, her breakthrough speed was unbelievably odd. She was already almost breaking through to the crystal formation realm now. But Yi Yuan also warned Yi Qing that after coming out, he must not use essence energy Serpa. Sing Tier 5. Otherwise, it would make the entire Endless World's S.P.A.C. collapse. Tier 7 strength was sufficient to destroy a small world like the Endless World. Each small world had operation rules belonging to their own. The indigenous martial artists here would receive the restrictions of these rules, but to powerhouses that Serpa said this world's rules, some of the rules here were not applicable. If Zhao Tianin came to the Endless World, what he could bring would only be destruction, and would not be able to ascend from here, because he carried the brand of the fierce Gale world since birth. And Yu Mengli was born in the divine realm. What she carried on her was the divine realm's regulations power. But the divine realm's regulations power was clearly higher level than the endless world's regulations power. Hence, Yu Mengli would not transcend tribulations here, but could rip S.P.A.C. and enter the divine realm. Before this, Yi Yuan repeatedly exhorted Yi Qing. This place was Yi Yuan's hometown. He did not wish for his parents to die and be destroyed together with the small world. Big brother, since we're already out, let's quickly go back. With half a year's time already said, I reckon that the war between two worlds has already gotten out of hand. White Light urged. Yi Yuan took a look at the black mark on his palm and said with a smile, no rush. There's still a small trash fish that wants to come over and seek his own doom. Let's send him along his way first. White Light was stunned, then smacked his head immediately and said, Sai, look at this memory of mine. I nearly forgot about that Mutraz. Plus now that both of our strength have improved greatly, we have to wait for this trash well. Chapter 679. Bring about one's own destruction. Chapter 679. Bring about one's own destruction. Somewhere in the endless forest, a martial artist was currently sitting quietly and meditating. All of a sudden his heart stirred. Snapping open his eyes abruptly, his gaze revealed a look of wild elation. He looked at that black mark on his hand and laughed wildly as he said, Ha ha ha! Everything comes to him who waits. Finally, I waited until you came. This boy really has the devil's luck, entering this forbidden death zone and actually not even dying. Looks like the rumors had much falsehood. This so-called forbidden death zone is nothing more than this. This martial artist was precisely the Ding Liang who had guarded bitterly here for over half a year. When Yi Yuan just came out of the essence devouring, confounding fog, the divine soul curse mark, which had no activity for half a year, finally had a reaction. Even though Yi Yuan entered the forbidden death zone, Ding Liang was still quite worried in the end. Yi Yuan's growth was too quick. If this fellow entered the forbidden death zone but did not die, wanting to kill him at that time would be hard. Yi Yuan already had the strength to kill Shangguan Yinrong half a year ago. If he was given a bit more time, who knows to what extent he would grow to. Hence, Ding Lian ultimately decided to stay behind. Want to see the person if alive, the corpse if dead. During this half a year, Ding Liang wanted to enter the forbidden death zone under impulse a number of times. But each time he arrived in front of it, the death aura came from head-on, practically making him feel asphyxiated. In the end, he still did not have the courage to charge in. Did not expect that after half a year, Yuan actually really came out from inside. Swizz. Plus Ding Liang directly vanished on the spot and headed in the direction of the mark with rapid speed. The distance of the mark was not far. With his speed, he only needed an hour to reach. But as the distance got increasingly nearer, the uneasiness in Ding Liang's heart became all the more intense. What's going on? This boy is actually stationary and did not move all along. Could it be that he's waiting for me to go find him? But half a year's time, even if his improvement is any quicker, it's also just middle stage soul C strength. Even if he can cross boundaries to battle, it's impossible to be my match too. He thought this way in his heart, but Ding Liang's speed slowed down. His heart was T with a wave of anxiousness and doubt. This boy is most adept at scheming. Is it having something secure to rely on, or he deliberately putting up an empty fort strategy? Right now, the distance away from Yi Yuan's place would only take merely 15 minutes to reach. Should he go or stay? After Ding Liang struggled for a while, he finally gritted his teeth and made the decision. I don't believe that he has the strength to threaten me after half a year. When he went in, he was just first-level Soul C. If I let Yi Yuan off this time, I can't escape the word death. Over at the Wind Emperor, His Majesty's side too. Thinking up to here, Ding Liang revolved his skill, his figure speeding in Yi Yuan's direction. After 15 minutes, several black dots came into view in the distance. These few black dots gradually magnified. Ding Lian's heart sunk with a thud. Half a year of not seeing, Yi Yuan actually really broke through to late-stage Soul C. At the rate of this speed, wouldn't he be going to break through to the divine traversing realm very soon? Would Yi Yuan have the strength to threaten the Wind Emperor, His Majesty, when he broke through to the divine traversing realm? Thinking up to here, Ding Liang could not resist shuddering, but he then quickly expelled this notion out of his head. Yi Yuan looked at Ding Liang with a grin on his face and said smilingly, "Why are you only here now? I've already waited for you for a very long time." Ding Liang did not speak, but swept a glance over the few people beside Yi Yuan with a solemn face. Yu Mengli and White Light. He did not pay any heed to them. Rather, that Azure S.H.I. plus RT Youth actually made him have a feeling of being unable to fathom. But the aura that Yi Qing exhibited out was faintly discernible, somewhat erratic. Ding Liang just took a few glances, then placed his gaze on Yi Yuan anew. Yi Yuan was the target that Ding Liang was the most vigilant of. Ding Liang never would have dreamed that Yi Yuan leaving this time, he would actually rise 2 minor stages when he came back, and already advanced to late-stage Soul C. But even so, Ding Liang did not feel that he would lose either. Deliberately being mysterious, "You called this woman out again. You can't be thinking that I would fall for it again and let you all escape?" Ding Liang looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile. Ding Liang had suffered a loss once previously. If not for Yi Yuan calling Yu Mengli out at that time, he definitely could not escape back then. This matter also made Ding Liang gloomy for very long afterward. Yi Yuan said with a laugh, "Hoo-hoo, letting you, this old dog, live until now is already letting you get off cheap. Back then, you actually dared to touch my senior brothers at the Fierce Gale World, and then you chased me down. This score, we have to settle it properly today." Although Yi Yuan had a smile on his face, the words that he uttered were seething with killing intent. Towards Ding Liang, he had indeed endured patiently for too long. As Zhao Tiannin's accomplice in crime, this fellow's sin was unforgivable. Even if Ding Liang did not come to find him today, he would also drop in on him and eradicate him. But with Shangguan Yunrong's divine soul curse mark, it saved Yi Yuan some trouble. Ding Liang burst into laughter and said, "You aren't thinking that you're invincible after breaking through to late-stage Soul C, right? Or is your reliance this woman? Could it be that you forever only know how to hide behind women? It was like this at the Fierce Gale World. It was like this when I was hunting you down the last time. And it's still like this now. Ha ha ha." Ding Liang laughed, wildly without fear, and did not attach importance to Yu Mengli at all. However, these words of his did not infuriate Yi Yuan, but utterly enraged the Yu Mengli by the side. Slap! Yu Mengli's dainty palm waved. Essence energy instantly condensed and formed a slap, directly smacking Ding Liang flying. Under Yu Mengli's attack, Ding Liang did not even have time to react. Even if she did not employ ocular powers, Yu Mengli killing Ding Liang was also not much different from killing a dog. If not for leaving Ding Liang for Yi Yuan, Ding Liang would already be a dead man now. Piu-chu! Piu-chu! Ding Liang crawled to his feet very quickly. Even though he was hugging his face with his hand, he spat teeth out nonstop. Turns out that this slap of Yu Mengli's directly smacked out half of his teeth. If you say any more rubbish, no need for Yi Yuan to make a move, and I'll annihilate you first. Yu Mengli warned. To the current Yu Mengli, insulting Yi Yuan was no different from insulting her. How did Ding Liang still have any hint of the imposing air from earlier at this time? Only now did he know that this woman's strength was still that strong. Just based on that one move from Yu Mengli earlier, killing him was simply as easy as blowing away dust. But if Yi Yuan had such a helper, why was he still chased down by him the last time? Ding Liang really even had the heart to die now. Messing with people shouldn't be done like this. Yi Yuan looked at Ding Liang, shrugged his shoulders and said, "You were asking for it. Can't be blamed on me." Right then, the Yi Qing by the side said impatiently, "This sort of trash, I'll just annihilate him directly. Talk so much rubbish with him for what?" As he said, he raised his hand too. A slap smacked over. If previously Ding Liang was not prepared at all that time just now. He absolutely made ample preparations this time. However, the result was still the same. Slap. An extremely resounding slap. The slapped Ding Liang's mouth was full of blood. There was already not a single tooth remaining. Only now did Ding Liang discover that these two helpers Yi Yuan brought, any one of them could easily exterminate him. Yet it was already too late. Chapter 680, Meeting Old Friend. Chapter 680, Meeting Old Friend. Looking at Ding Liang's flat-shaped face, Yi Yuan had a look of helplessness. He was initially still thinking of having a big fight. Who knew that Ding Liang looked for trouble himself and actually went to provoke Yumingli. Yi Qing was clearly not some good-natured person either. Yi Yuan had yet to stop it, but Yi Qing already directly sent a slap howling over already. The pitiful Ding Liang already lost his teeth before even starting. These two people attacking. Yi Yuan could not stop it at all, originally thinking of giving you a chance to have a fair fight. Who knew that you took the road to ruin yourself? Forget it. Directly send you on your way then. Consider yourself getting off lightly, Yi Yuan said helplessly. Ding Liang still wanted to say something, but he mumbled for a long time and did not say it out. Yi Qing seemed to not have the patience to dawdle too, directly slapping a palm over. Ding Liang did not even have time to resist, and was smashed into meat paste. This move of Yi Qing's earlier was merely employing peak Tier 5 strength. But Ding Liang could not even receive a single move. A Tier 7 powerhouse, even if only employing Tier 5 strength, was also not what a Tier 5 martial artist could withstand. With Ding Liang's death, the divine soul curse on Yi Yuan's hand also gradually dissipated. This curse could only be used once. Once the host dies, the curse would also dissipate along with it. It was a pity that Shangguan Yunrong still arranged a killer for Yi Yuan before dying. But in the end, it dragged Ding Liang in as well. To the current Yi Yuan, Ding Liang was just a small interlude. With Yu Menli and Yi Qing by his side, Yi Yuan could already sweep across any small world. Even if he faced off with Ding Liang now, it was also absolutely a certain victory. Big brother, what should we do now? White Light asked. Exit the Endless Forest first. I'll find a person first to ask about the Endless World situation currently. Fierce Gale World, that bunch of fellows, they are all being mysterious. I keep having a bad premonition, Yi Yuan said. White Light's eyes suddenly swiveled around, and he said, Okay, big brother, I see that your current speed is incomparably strange. Why not we compete with distance and see whose speed is faster? Yi Yuan said with a half-smile, You really want to compete? White Light was stimulated by Yi Yuan's expression, raised his head and said, Don't look down on people. After I broke through to Tier 5, my speed is several times faster than before. Even a late-stage Tier 5 expert, I can also completely suppress him in speed. I don't believe that I can't beat you. All right then. Actually, you as a flowing light white tiger's progeny, I really don't wish to strike down your confidence, Yi Yuan said with a look of helplessness. Ah, don't be COCKY. I absolutely won't lose to you. I bet my pride as a divine beast progeny. White Light went ballistic straight away. Yi Yuan said with a laugh, All right then, all right. So, begin? Hang on, I'm coming too. Yi Qing had a child's temperament too. Seeing these two people enjoying themselves, he could not resist joining in too. Yi Yuan and White Light could not help rolling their eyes at him and saying, You a Tier 7 powerhouse, competing in leg strength with us. Isn't that bullying people? Yi Qing said, I'll suppress my cultivation realm to late-stage Tier 5. Yi Yuan said powerlessly, Fine then. I hope that you guys won't cry in a while. This time, Yi Qing could not stand it. Punk, don't pretend to be capable. Even if I suppress my realm to late-stage Tier 5, you can't possibly win me either. Suppressing his realm to late-stage Tier 5, but Yi Qing had the heavenly Tao comprehensions of Tier 7. This sort of transcendence was all round. It was likewise the same in terms of movement technique. This was also the reason why the 8th level soul Si Ding Liang could not even block a single move when Yi Qing suppressed his strength to tier 5. Yi Yuan just smiled, looked at Yu Mingli and said, "Lier, you and Yener be judges together then." Yu Mingli smiled sweetly and said, "No problem." The 3 people got their preparations in order. When Yu Mingli said start, the 3 people dashed out like arrows leaving the bow. For a moment, the 3 people were actually running neck to neck. They were evenly matched. Ha ha ha. Big brother, do you only have this bit of speed? Since that's the case, then I won't be courteous. White Light gave a big laugh and actually increased speed once more, directly shaking Yi Qing and Yi Yuan off. Punk, this is your strength? If you only have this bit of strength, I won't accompany you to play either. Yi Qing's figure moved. A green silhouette immediately ditched Yi Yuan behind. Seeing the 2 people's actions, the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly as he said with a laugh, "This bit of strength? You guys are also looking down on me too much. Kuin Peng Bloodline activate. Wind Thunder Extreme Light Shuttling Art. Full release." Yi Yuan's figure was akin to a rainbow cutting across the sky, chasing after the 2 people ahead with extreme speed. The 3 people's speed were all extremely fast. Martial artists whose strength were slightly lacking could not keep up with their speed at all. But the Yi Yuan at this time reached first despite launching later, and actually gradually reduced the gap. His current leg strength was actually a bit faster than White Light and Yi Qing. This small disparity was enough to determine the final result. Yi Yuan caught up to Yi Qing very quickly, and then he Serpa. "S," said White Light. Finally, their gaps became increasingly wider. Clearly, Yi Qing and White Light already could not catch up to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan wins. Yu Mingli announced the final result. The 3 people stopped too. White Light had a downcast look as he said, "You cheated, big brother. That day when you were fighting with Yi Qing, your speed was clearly not so fast." Yi Qing also said, "Your speed today seems to have increased a great deal compared to that day. What's going on?" Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Martial techniques, of course. It's the more and more proficient. My Wind Thunder Extreme Light Shuttling art is already at perfection, unless it's peak divine traversing realm martial artists. Otherwise, it's very hard to catch up to my speed already." No way, right? Isn't the cultivation of this martial technique of yours too fast? White Light was shocked until his mouth of gaping wide open. He knew Yi Yuan's Wind Thunder Extreme Light Shuttling art and also knew how hard it was to train this martial technique. If it was somebody else who cultivated it without 8 to 10 years, they could forget about reaching major accomplishment. But just how long did Yi Yuan use from start to end? To actually cultivate it to perfection already? I comprehended the wind flow true intent and possessed the origin magnetism spirit would. This martial technique won't be too difficult to train to me, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Other people cultivating this cultivation method was comprehending true intent bit by bit. But Yi Yuan was already armed with 2 kinds of true intent. Cultivating it was naturally especially fast. That might be the case, but even so, this cultivation speed of yours is still too perverse. White Light grumbled. Yi Yuan was just about to speak, but heard some noise coming from a distance. He involuntarily furrowed his brows and said, "There seems to be people fighting. Let's go over and take a look and inquire about the outside world news while we're at it." Everyone naturally would not have any objections. The few people arrived at that fighting place with a leap. That bunch of people's strength, they were not that strong, being only around C transformation realm strength. This bit of strength naturally could not possibly discover Yi Yuan they all. But the disparity between these 2 party strength was huge. It was clearly one side fleeing until here, then getting surrounded. One side only had around 10 people, while the other side had dozens. Yi Yuan's vision was extremely good. Looking over, his expression could not help darkening. "Yi Yuan, you know them?" Yu Mingli detected Yi Yuan's oddness and opened her mouth to ask. Chapter 681. Grievous News. Chapter 681. Grievous news. Both parties were currently in the heat of battle over there. But that side, which only had 10+ people, was already a spent force. Each and every one of their bodies carried serious injuries, especially that youth in the lead. He virtually did not have an unscathed area on his body, practically at the state of dying already. Yet his gaze was unbelievably fierce. He seemed unwilling to retreat even a single step. This imposing momentum suppressed the other party. For a moment, there was actually no one who dared to step forward. Attack together. Kill him for me. I want to see how long you can persevere till. The person in the lead roared. That youth was long already an arrow at the end of its flight. But at this time, he still unleashed out a punch obstinately. Boom! A sea transformation realm martial artist in the front ranks was decimated by him immediately. However, there was more than one person coming forward at this time, only to hear a few SLAs, plussing sounds. That youth's body actually suffered several more cuts. Once the other party saw that it succeeded, countless blade edges chopped towards that young man. Ah, don't! A girl screamed. Right at this time, a terrifying aura engulfed this battlefield. It was only to see a light breeze drift past. Those sea transformation realm martial artists wielding blades all froze there. Some blades already slashed right in front of that youth's face, but currently their blade edges had no way of advancing another inch, because they already became dead men. Dong, dong, dong. Only after several breaths did those people topple to the ground one by one, even though they were already not breathing moments ago. While right then, a figure gradually appeared beside the youth, sending a medicinal pill into his mouth. Long time no see, Long Tang. This figure was naturally none other than Yi Yuan, while this powerful sea transformation realm martial artist was the Long Tang that Yi Yuan had not seen for a long time. Ever since the southern domain's huge change and the Tranquil Cloud sect secretly sent a batch of geniuses into the northern domain, Yuan never saw Long Tang and Nan Feng were watching aunt and niece again. He did not expect to actually meet them here today. That girl who screamed just now was Nan Feng Jiro. The others were also mostly Yi Yuan's Tranquil Cloud sect seniors in the past. Long Tang's injuries were extremely severe currently. He already lost consciousness. Nan Feng Jiro aunt and niece pair stared fixedly at that figure, but did not dare to identify each other. This person in front of them was too powerful. The opponents that they used all of their might and were also unable to defeat. This person before their eyes actually exterminated all of them with a wave of his hand. But that face, that profile, who could it be if not Yi Yuan? Yi Yuan did not change. It was just a few years of not seeing. The immaturity on Yi Yuan's face faded considerably. What replaced it was maturity and might. While right then, Yi Yuan suddenly lifted his head and looked at them. Smiling warmly, he said, "What? You don't recognize me anymore?" This sentence was like knocking out a crack on ice, instantly shattering the entire ice surface. Nan Feng Jiro suddenly wept. Pouncing into Yi Yuan's embrace, all of a sudden, she sobbed, "It's really you! I even thought that I would never see you again." Sniff, sniff. Not far away, Nan Feng were watching had tears flowing down her face too. How were her thoughts different from this niece? Yi Yuan knew that Nan Feng aunt and niece definitely suffered considerable hards. Plus PS these few years and did not speak either. He just allowed her to cry in his embrace. "All right, everything is over." Yi Yuan patted Nan Feng Jiro lightly and consoled them. After a long time, Nan Feng Jiro's crying sounds finally gradually stopped, but she still could not refrain from sniveling. While at this time, Long Tang also slowly woke up. The injuries on his body were also much better. When he saw Yi Yuan, he likewise had a look of shock. He already harbored the determination of certain death earlier, did not expect that he would actually be rescued at the 11th hour, and the person who saved him was actually Yi Yuan. After small talk, the group of people found an open S.P.A.C. to sit down, and Yi Yuan inquired about Long Tang and the others concerning their situation these few years. Turns out that after they entered the northern domain back then, it was not smooth. They could not even find a place to settle down. Later on, because they offended a northern domain faction, the Sea Transformation Realm Elder, who was with them, also suck. You bed in order to protect their retreat. No choice, Long Tang and the rest could only find a remote place to hide. But fortunately, Long Tang comprehended true intent. The speed of his rise up was very fast, and he quickly became this group of people's leader. Experiencing considerable ordeals in the northern domain also accelerated Long Tang's growth even further. The present Long Tang, his strength even reached late-stage Sea Transformation already. It was also not far from breaking through to Soul Sea Realm already. Afterward, Long Tang brought a group of fellow apprentices to a very remote place and rebuilt the Tranquil Cloud Sect. But the place that they were at was seriously too out of the way, resulting in information being inaccessible. They did not hear about the news of the Tranquil Cloud Sect's entire sect moving north at all. Following the Fierce Gale world's large-scale invasion, there were no intact eggs under overturned nests. Long Tang and the others were naturally swept in too. They were taken in by the nearest faction and joined the Endless Alliance before knowing that it turned out Yi Yuan already became an earth-shaking big shot in the northern domain. It was just that the statuses of their group of people were seriously too low. Wanting to come into contact with the upper echelons was impossible. Of course, it was also something from several months ago. We were originally being sent to the front lines to stop the Fierce Gale world's great army. But when we just walked halfway, grievous news suddenly came from the northern side. Wufang City was actually besieged by 10 great peak divine traversing realm Fierce Gale world experts, and the city protecting Grand Array was broken through. Wufang City was breached, and the Endless Alliance crumbled. What? You said that Wufang City was actually breached? Yi Yuan's face paled greatly from shock when he heard that, grabbing Long Tang's arm as he asked. Yeah. Fierce Gale World's 10 peak divine traversing realm experts directly teleported to outside Wufang City through no idea what sort of means, and they joined hands to breach the city, protecting Grand Array. What? Could it be that you have some old friends and acquaintances in Wufang City? Yi Yuan's expression was incredibly grim. His heart hit rock bottom, and his heart was in a turmoil all of a sudden. He had long foreseen that the Endless World situation right now was probably not too good, but did not think that it was actually terrible to such an extent. Surprise raiding Wufang City, the Fierce Gale world. This bunch of fellows truly had methods that sprung up one after another. Once Wufang City was breached, the Endless Alliance instantly crumbled. It would also be hard for the entire Endless World to muster an effective defense. This way, it was simply impossible to have major factions to come and deal with the Fierce Gale world's great army. Then the Endless World martial artists became lambs awaiting slaughter one by one. The war between the two worlds developed to become the Fierce Gale world's one-sided maw. As Saker, if he came a moment late, Long Tang, their group of people, would probably have been murdered in cold blood too. Of course, all these were not what Yi Yuan was concerned with. What Yi Yuan was truly concerned with was how his parents were right now. They were both at Wufang City, the city being breached, they all. Yi Yuan did not even dare to carry on thinking. If his parents really had some accident, Yi Yuan would definitely pull out Zhao Tiannin's bones and refine his soul, and let him never be reincarnated for all of eternity. Yi Yuan originally thought that his parents in the Endless World's main camp should be the safest. Who could have thought that in just half a year's time, such a serious change would actually occur? Good, very good. Zhao Tiannin, looks like you really won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Yi Yuan gnashed his teeth in hatred as he seethed with killing intent. Chapter 682. Raise one's arm in a call for action. Chapter 682. Raise one's arm in a call for action. The current Yi Yuan was unbelievably agitated. The killing intent on his body was virtually condensed to materialization, making Long Tang and the rest nearly suffocate. A gentle force lightly wrapped them up inside. Only then did Long Tang and the others loosen up, but they still panted heavily for air. Yi Yuan's parents and grandfather are all in Wufang City. They are his close kins. This trip of his only took around half a year, but I did not expect that the endless world was actually occupied without even holding on for half a year. A pleasant-sounding voice transmitted over. It was precisely Yu Mingli. Ever since the first time they laid eyes on Yu Mingli, Nanfeng aunt and niece were already startled into taking her to be a fairy by her looks and disposition, with a feeling of shame at their own inferiority. Several years of not seeing him, they did not expect that such desk-like, beautiful bosom friend would actually appear around Yi Yuan. The distress and inferiority complex in the Nanfeng aunts and nieces' hearts were really unable to let people know about it. Between them and Yi Yuan were like two crisscross lines, going further apart. But right now, they were not in the mood to be jealous either. Hearing Yu Mingli's words, they could not help worrying for Yi Yuan's parents. Do you guys have Wufang City's news? Wufang City has gathered the pinnacle experts in the entire endless world. Even if the city was breached, it's also impossible for the entire army to be wiped out, right? Yi Yuan asked with his heart filled with expectations. Back then, Wufang City had gathered countless powerhouses. Even if the fierce Gale world's 10 great powerhouses laid siege to it, it's impossible to round everyone up to. Yet, Long Tang's reply disappointed Yi Yuan. I only heard that Wufang City had a truce. Plussing defeat and countless powerhouses died. As for what exactly happened in the city, I have no clue. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh lightly. Even though he knew that Long Tang could not possibly know some crucial information, he still held onto a trace of hope for a chance. Yi Yuan shut his eyes but silently entered into heart, like monolith heart realm. Everyone all knew that Yi Yuan was thinking of strategies. There was naturally an body who dared to disturb him either. The others held their breaths, fearful of interrupting Yi Yuan's thoughts. Before long, Yi Yuan suddenly opened both eyes and said to everyone, I'm going to slaughter my way towards Wufang City. Who amongst you all are willing to come along with me? Yi Yuan's words made everyone stunned, with a feeling of burning with righteous indignation. The current endless world was gloomy and lifeless and already at the borders of destruction. Even if some people had the will, they also had no strength to organize an effective resistance at all. Yi Yuan just said a simple sentence, but it was filled with powerful self-confidence and strength, instantly infecting Long Tang. Fine, I'll fight it out with you. This bunch of animals killed countless of our people. Even if I die, I also have to drag a few down with me. Long Tang clenched his fists tightly and said, These days, Long Tang and these fellow apprentices had been lingering on their last breath the entire time, spending it too aggrievedly. Even if he poured his heart and soul, there were still over half of the fellow apprentices who were lost. Watching as his fellow apprentices died in front of him one by one, Long Tang's hatred towards the fierce Gale world martial artists had also reached the peak, but his strength was too weak and could not even stir up a single wave at all. This made him very anguished in his heart too. Now with Yi Yuan taking the lead, even if it was being a mere body charging forward, he was perfectly willing to, because his accomplishments today were all given by Yi Yuan. Senior apprentice brother Yi, we're all willing to follow you. Yeah, senior apprentice brother Yi, you're our tranquil cloud sect master now. If you say to head east, we absolutely won't head west. Senior apprentice brother Yi, we're all at your disposal. Yi Yuan's words immediately obtained these former allies' response. The fierce Gale world plunged the people into the depths of suffering. Each and every one of the endless world martial artists all felt like they had experienced it personally. These fellow apprentices' hatreds toward the fierce Gale world were not any less than Long Tang's. Furthermore, they have an immensely strong sense of tie with Yi Yuan. Therefore, when Yi Yuan raised his arm in a call for action, they immediately agreed virtually without hesitation. Under this current sort of circumstances, they needed a person to preside over the overall situation too much. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Fine. Since that's the case, let's erect the Tranquil Cloud Sect's banner once more. Let the fierce Gale world, those fellows, know our Tranquil Cloud Sect's prowess." If talking about which faction Yi Yuan had the strongest sense of tie with, it was none other than the Tranquil Cloud Sect. Hence, Yi Yuan did not erect the Wufang City's banner, but led a bunch of fellow apprentices whose strength were not strong to raise a counteroffensive. Long live the Tranquil Cloud Sect! Long live the Tranquil Cloud Sect! Even though these fellow apprentices had experienced hards, plus PS, they still had a fierce sense of belonging towards the sect. Reestablish plussing the sect at this time. Each and every one of them was unbelievably excited. After the excitement, Long Tang said, "Yi Yuan, since we're reestablished, plussing the Tranquil Cloud Sect, the choice of person for this sect master has to be you." Long Tang saying this immediately got the fellow apprentices' approval. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, "How about this? I'll temporarily take on the position of sect master. We'll set off for Wufang City while inquiring about the Tranquil Cloud Sect's news at the same time. In the future, when Sect Master Luo returns, this position of Sect Master is better for him to take on." Since Wufang City was already breached, the Tranquil Cloud Sect that was rebuilt not long ago would probably also be hard to be spared. Yi Yuan could only pray in his heart right now that the fellow apprentices of the old days could be safe and sound. As long as they did not die, he believed that they would definitely come to seek refuge when they hear news about the Tranquil Cloud Sect. Including those Wufang City and the three sects factions, they all knew that his relations, plus P with the Tranquil Cloud Sect, was not shallow. Once the new Tranquil Cloud Sect's reputation builds up, the Endless World's powerhouses would definitely come over to join very soon. At that time, trickles of water would converge to become a boundless ocean. This sort of outcome was also considered reestablished. Plussing after getting broken. Long Tang nodded and said, "All right, let's do it that way. Lord Sect Master, I wonder what our first step should be? Although we all have the will to kill the enemy, we cannot help that our strength is still too weak." Long Tang was a very calm person and did not lose his head with Yi Yuan's return. Yi Yuan was merely just an individual, but the fierce Gale world's martial artists were numbered in the hundreds of millions. No matter how strong he was, it was also not possible to kill off all of the fierce Gale world martial artists. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "The first step is naturally to raise our strength. Long Tang, I see that you're only a step away from Soul Sea Realm. I have some medicinal pills here. You take them and distribute them to fellow apprentices, and strive to break through as soon as possible. Yi Qing, you come and protect me. I'm also going to enter close seclusion for 2 days." "Okay, no problem," Yi Qing said. Yi Yuan took out some medicinal pills and handed them to Long Tang. Then his mind stirred, and he entered the vast heaven pag. Oda, this action naturally aroused a wave of amazement. After Yu Mengli explained, everyone set their minds at ease, but also inexplicably had a bit more faith in Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's means were forever that inexhaustible. Yi Yuan built a pill refining room in the vast heaven pag. To provide for Rindong and Xiao Ruyan's cultivation usage. After Yi Yuan entered the vast heaven pag, he came straight to the pill refinement room. Casually waving his hand, a large batch of spirit medicines appeared. He was not some goody two-shoes. Before coming out of the Oh, D prohibited demon region this time. He had extorted large quant. 1. Ties of spirit medicines from the Tiger clan and Rock clan. Currently, his strength was still rather weak. He planned on refining a batch of medicinal pills and directly Russ. H.I. plussing to peak 9th level Soul C. Moreover, using the Chaos Gem the last time, there was still 2/3 of the time not used. Yi Yuan could just nice make use of this period of time to break through cultivation realms in one stroke. Chapter 683. Joining from all around. Chapter 683. Joining from all around 2 days later, Yi Yuan exiting seclusion. This immediately stirred up an uproar. Senior apprentice, brother sect, master you actually used 2 days to break through 2 minor boundaries. 2 inconceivable. From the first moment senior apprentice, brother sect master entered the sect, he has been continuously creating miracles. This point has yet to change until now either. This cultivation speed is too heaven-defying. I still remember when senior apprentice, brother sect master entered the sect. He was just spirit condensation realm. Just how long has it been? He's actually only half a step away from divine, traversing realm already. Yi Yuan's cultivation speed simply could not be measured using common sense. Right off the bat, when he entered the tranquil cloud sect, he had been the fellow apprentice's target of envy all along. In the beginning, there were still people who felt unconvinced by his domineering rise up. But later, they did not have the qualifications to be unconvinced already, especially after the sect Great Compet. 1. Tie-in, there was already no one who could replace Yi Yuan, this sect's position of strongest talent. His talent, no one in the entire endless world could surpa. Let alone a tiny little tranquil cloud sect. Now at this time, these fellow apprentices only had gasps of admirations left. Yi Yuan found Long Tang and asked, right now, which fear-scale world force is the closest to us? Forget about those under divine, traversing realm. Destroying them is also not very useful. Long Tang was slightly shocked. Musing for a moment, he said, if above divine, traversing realm, the closest influence should be the eminent sky, sect 10,000 miles away. A 3rd-level divine, traversing realm powerhouse came from the fear-scale world some time ago and directly killed the eminent sky sect's old ancestor. I heard that this person's measures are extremely cruel. The eminent sky sect's old ancestor died very miserably. A hint of a cold intent flashed across Yi Yuan's eyes. He nodded his head and said, all right, it's him. Starting from this day, Yi Yuan started crazy retaliatory operations. 1 day later, he eradicated that fear-scale world powerhouse at the eminent sky sect and directly had his cut-off head displayed to the public, hanging outside the gates. All the fear-scale world martial artists in the eminent sky sect were killed. Not one remained. 5 days later, the Deer Cry City, 10,000 miles away from the eminent sky sect, suffered an attack. All the fear-scale world martial artists died. A 5th-level divine, traversing realm powerhouse, was annihilated. 10 days later, Ingfeng City, Chelei sect, and Wind Fiend sect were destroyed at the same time. Several fear-scale, world divine, traversing realm martial artists were killed. One by one, the news of fear-scale world forces being destroyed spread out, very quickly alarming the entire endless world. When the endless world martial artists scattered all over the land heard this news, all of them were greatly encouraged and were all inquiring what kind of force rose up heaven-defyingly and carried out counterattacks against the fear-scale world. Really King venting. Ever since the fear-scale world invaded, I've only heard of Crimson Light City gaining a complete victory, while the others were all bad news. Later, even our old nest was raided by people. Simply made your father depressed to the max. Now, this force that suddenly appeared actually destroyed so many fierce scale world forces in one breath and finally brought out my endless world's might. Yeah, the fierce scale world invaded for so long. The news heard were more grave than the last. I even felt that life had no more meaning. Also, don't know which influence did it. Really vents one's anger. Heard that it was done by a sect called Tranquil Cloud Sect. But when was there such a powerful sect in our endless world? One has to know that among those forces that were destroyed, there was even a 6th-level divine traversing realm existence. Wanting to destroy such an influence at the very least also needs a late-stage divine traversing realm powerhouse to be able to accomplish, right? Tranquil Cloud Sect? I never heard of them before, but since they made a name for themselves, we naturally have to go and join them. Just us, these few people. Once we run into the fierce scale world's great army, we wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. What you said is right. Our endless world right now is a pile of loose sand and very much needs a genuine hero to come out and unite everybody. Let's go and join them. In a small faction, 2 leaders were currently discussing about throwing their lot in with the Tranquil Cloud Sect. And this scene was currently happening in all corners of the Northern Domain's southern part. This Tranquil Cloud Sect was like a last piece of straw that a person about to sink into the water grabbed hold on, giving them a final glimmer of hope. Even though this hope was very slim, without any doubt, this was far stronger than resigning themselves to death. For a moment, many big and small forces converged in Dear Cry City. This was the stronghold that Yi Yuan chose. This city was very large and could accommodate many martial artists. Furthermore, all sorts of resources were very abundant. The fierce scale world martial artists had yet to get to enjoy and were directly obliterated by Yi Yuan. In a short half a month's time, 100,000 martial artists gathered here. On this day, a Ma's Civ army gathered at Dear Cry City. This army had roughly 30,000 people. This was one of the most Ma's Civ army currently gathered Dear Cry City among the forces. This force, even in the present chaotic age, was also a power that could not be underestimated. Hey, you guys are that whatever Tranquil Cloud Sect's people, right? Call your sect master out for me. I want to meet him. The person at the helm said very haughtily. The one who received him was precisely Long Tang. The current Long Tang had also broken through to Soul Sea Realm already with the help of Yi Yuan's medicinal pills. The strength of this person before his eyes was very strong. He was already at the peak 9th level Soul Sea. Such strength, bringing along such a colossal army, was clearly also not some easy to deal with people. But his ATTI, Toot still made Long Tang very displeased. Coming to Dear Cry City, one has to adhere to Dear Cry City's rules. Senior apprentice brother, sect master, is Dear Cry City's leader. How can there be the logic of moving to receive you? If you wish to meet him, you should naturally go to his door to request an audience. Long Tang frowned and said, Long Tang had sufficient reason to be proud now. The might of Yi Yuan's strength far surpassed, said his imaginations. He originally thought that Yi Yuan being able to defeat middle-stage divine traversing realm powerhouses was already very decent. Who knew that his strength was ridiculously formidable. Regardless of how powerful the fierce scale world forces were, him and several companions heading forward by themselves were all slaughtering the enemies directly, leaving none behind. These fellow apprentices, were actually just supporting castes by the side and did not even have the qualifications to take action. No choice, their strength was too weak. Long Tang was clear that if not on account of being in the same sect, Yi Yuan would not even be inclined to give them a glance. The current Yi Yuan was already a figure from an entirely different world from them. But it was also precisely because that Long Tang and these fellow apprentices, felt incredibly proud. Because even until now, Yi Yuan still acknowledged that he was a member of the Tranquil Cloud Sect. Yo, didn't you see how many people we brought here? Don't think that you guys eradicating a few forces is impressive. Even though there are no divine traversing realm powerhouses among us, these people, we've killed a middle stage divine traversing realm powerhouse before. In terms of strength, we're also not much worse off compared to your school's sect master. What's wrong with making him come see me? The brawny man said disdainfully. Long Tang's eyes narrowed. Clearly, he did not believe this guy's words. A middle-stage divine, traversing realm powerhouse, adopting hit-and-run strategy, was enough to wipe out this army of tens of thousands. This guy did not even make a draft before he bragged. Right at this time, a voice sounded out. Chu SHI plus half a year of not seeing. You're really becoming even C. Oh, seek here. Chapter 684. Ye Family Army. Chapter 684. Ye Family Army, this brawny man was precisely the Chu SHI plus who was not seen for half a year already. And these tens of thousands of people that he brought here were naturally that bunch of martial artists Yi Yuan rescued from Crimson Light City back then. It was just that the numbers seemed to have reduced considerably. This lord is C. Oh, C. KY so. What? Chu SHI plus turned his head as he said arrogantly at the same time. But when he turned his head around, the word, what was uttered quiveringly. The previous moment he was still a powerful and majestic tiger. The next instant he became a sickly cat. He shriveled up to the max. Lord Yi Yuan. Haha, why is it you? You. Why would you appear here? Chu SHI plus stammered, his tongue nodding as he spoke. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Didn't you want to see me? Now that I came, why do you think I showed up here? Chu SHI plus sweated profusely. His pair of eyes swiveled sneakily. Clearly, he wanted to find a reason to brush it over. Bang! Chu SHI plus was directly sent, flying by a person. Who could it be if not Zhu Changji? Zhu Changji gave Yi Yuan a deep bow and said, I warned this guy to not be KY long ago, but he wouldn't listen. It's just that we never thought that the Tranquil Cloud sect, whose fame rose rapidly recently, was actually chaired by Lord Yi Yuan. When Yi Yuan saw old friends come to join, he was very happy too, and said with a smile, I came from the mortal world and entered the Tranquil Cloud sect. Now that we've renewed our efforts after failure, I naturally have to carry my sect's banner. Chu SHI plus they were all itinerant cultivators back then. They only knew that Yi Yuan's background was very powerful, but did not know at all that he actually came from an unremarkable small sect. The special characteristics of the Tranquil Cloud sect. This sect, only those pinnacle upper echelons in the northern domain knew. Haha, Lord Yi Yuan, us brothers really missed you to death. This period of time we couldn't sleep at night, worrying about you day in, day out. But didn't expect that you actually came into being suddenly and became this dear Cry City's owner. Chu SHI plus ran over submissively, thickened his face, and said, Zhu Changji scolded laughingly. I've long said that Lord Yi Yuan is a blessed fellow. How can the mere power of a curse possibly stump him? Chu SHI plus pursed his lips and said, No idea who moped and sighed in the middle of the night, praying to heaven for Lord Yi Yuan to be safe and sound. Scram, you rebuked His Excellency just now. Why haven't you knelt down and admitted your fault? Zhu Changji said with a furious roar. I. Chu SHI plus darted Zhu Changji a fierce glare, blaming him for rubbing his nose in. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he felt especially warm. Although these brawny men were uncouth, their concern towards him was genuine. Even though these people's origins were lowly, they valued the code of brotherhood the most. This kind of people could shed their blood and lay down their lives for you, and absolutely would not betray. Yi Yuan said with a laugh, Forget it. The ignorant can be forgiven. Rather, you guys, why are only so few people left? Before coming, Yi Yuan already saw that this big army was only numbered less than 30,000. Compared to back then, it was lesser by half. Chu's Hi plus S expression dimmed, and he fell silent. Zhu Changji let out a sigh too and recounted everyone's encounter after separating from Yi Yuan. Turns out that after Yi Yuan left back then, Qin Yan, Guo Taochuan, and the others accompanied City, Lord Su, Hu, and returned to Wufang City together. They wanted to bring Chu's Hi plus these martial artists, back together at that time, but Chu's Hi plus and the rest were not willing. These people were all itinerant cultivators and used to freedom and no discipline, and were not used to a restrained life. Hence, they did not travel together. Logically speaking, these people were originally just some itinerant cultivators unacquainted with each other. But what made Chu's Hi plus trio feel surprised was that these tens of thousands of martial artists, the vast majority of the people actually chose to stay. Only a small portion of the people chose to leave. Finally, roughly 50,000 people chose to remain behind, while they elected Chu's Hi plus trio to be the commanders. These people's objectives were very simple. Their lives were given by Yi Yuan. In the future, they would follow Yi Yuan's dictates. Moreover, Yi Yuan left by himself and was chased down by a divine traversing realm powerhouse. Each and every one of them was all worried and must wait for the news of Yi Yuan's safe return. Hence, these people formed a guerrilla warfare team, specialized in making things difficult for the fierce Gale, world's great army. What surprised people was that the great army that the Endless Alliance sent out were virtually routed on all fronts, while this guerrilla warfare team scored victory after victory, slaughtering countless fierce Gale, world martial artists. But Chu's Hi plus the three of them were selective in their raids too. Places with divine traversing realm powerhouses they absolutely did not dare to go. Except their existence ultimately still incurred the fierce Gale world upper echelon's attention. After Wufang City was breached, the fierce Gale world finally got around to sending out those divine traversing realm powerhouses to catch and kill the endless world's divine traversing realm powerhouses without restraint, and to deal with Chu's Hi plus their big army. The fierce Gale world actually sent a fierce Gale world divine traversing powerhouse forward. As a result, both parties carried out a brutal killing, except that divine traversing realm powerhouse never could have dreamed that the combat strength of this great army was actually so formidable. He fell into the sea of people and actually did not have the chance to escape. Finally, after Chu's Hi plus they all paid the price of 20,000 casualties, they slew this fourth level divine traversing powerhouse. This battle result was what Chu's Hi plus and the rest did not expect at all. Even they themselves were not aware that the training Yi Yuan gave them would actually produce such tremendous effect. To make a great army, which did not even have a divine traversing realm powerhouse, kill a fourth level divine traversing realm powerhouse. But after this, Chu's Hi plus trio also realized a problem. That was that the next time would absolutely not be so lucky. If the fierce Gale world sent a late-stage divine traversing realm powerhouse over again, they would still not escape the outcome of the entire army being wiped out. Right at this time, they heard the news of the Tranquil Cloud sect crazily annihilating fierce Gale world forces. Chu's Hi plus trio thought it over and decided to seek refuge with the Tranquil Cloud sect. It was just that they never thought that this Tranquil Cloud sect was actually established by Yi Yuan single-handedly. And Chu's Hi plus recognized that they had killed a middle-stage divine traversing realm powerhouse before, so they wanted to take the Tranquil Cloud sect down a notch, so as to protect their own independence. Who knew that Chu's Hi plus set up a huge blunder for himself and nearly offended Yi Yuan. Oh, right, Lord Yi Yuan, the designation of this great army of ours. Just call it Yi Family Army." Zhu Changji added. Yi Yuan was also rather surprised when he heard their encounter in this half a year. Looks like the growth of this great army was still outside of his expectations. This half a year's time, Chu S, H, I, plus they all experienced countless battles. The tempering between life and death also made their strength have a substantial rise. Now Chu S, H, I, plus trio actually broke through to peak 9th level Soul C already. There was only one more step to take to break through to the divine traversing realm. Since you guys all came, stay here then, but your strength is still a little weak. I'll refine some medicinal pills for you guys these 2 days to help you all break through to divine traversing realm. With your current combat strength, as long as you break through to divine traversing realm, your strength will surge substantially. Even late-stage divine traversing powerhouse might not be able to gain an advantage, Yi Yuan said. The people coming to seek refuge these few days were a lot, but those who genuinely had strength were not many. Chu S, H, I, plus, and the others, their appearance finally added the much-needed help for Yi Yuan. Chapter 685. Large enemy force bearing down upon the border. Chapter 685. Large enemy force bearing down upon the border. My lord, are you for real? Chu S, H, I, plus immediately said agitatedly upon hearing Yi Yuan's words. The Qianxi, who was silent the entire time by the side, also became agitated at this time. The medicinal pills which Yi Yuan refined, they had all witnessed with their own eyes before. They had the effects of immediate results. Back then, Yi Yuan said that he could not refine medicinal pills for their use. But now, Yi Yuan was going to spend time to refine these medicinal pills. Yi Yuan said with a half-smile, "When have I joked around with you all before?" When the 3 people saw Yi Yuan smile, they could not resist shuddering. They could not help automatically recalling the scenario of Yi Yuan throwing them into the Azura Tripe. Information. Originally, they thought that it was just a one-time simple training, but they did not expect that this training really claimed lives. The 3 people bowed their heads to the ground and said gratefully, "Thank you very much, Your Excellency. The Yi family army will follow Your Excellency to the death." Yi Yuan nodded his head and accepted it calmly. Towards the Yi family army's arrival, Yi Yuan still felt quite relieved. To want to recapture the endless world, Yi Yuan's strength alone was clearly inadequate. Even if he was already invincible in the endless world, there were too many people in the fierce Gale world. If he slaughtered all the way over, he would probably have to kill for several decades as well. Yi Yuan erecting the Tranquil Cloud Sex banner was in order to solicit these scattered endless world martial artists. Of course, if the Wufang City folks could hear the news and find their way over, that was for the best. Just what in the world happened to Wufang City on that day? Where on earth did the people in Wufang City go to? Was also a mystery to the current Yi Yuan. But right now, for Yi Yuan to go find his parents, where would he need to go to search among the sea of faces? Yi Yuan stirred up such a huge commotion. The primary objective was still for the sake of drawing the fierce Gale world's big shots' attention, to make them place their primary efforts on him. Moreover, to inquire about his parents' news, it was clearly more effective to get from the other party. With the Yi family army's partic. 1. P. Asian, Dear Christ City's commotion was boosted considerably all at once. Yi Yuan also discovered to his delight that Chu S, H, I, plus was really adept in the area of leaders. HI plus P. In the wake of martial artists coming to Dear Christ City, getting increasingly more, management became a big issue. One had to acknowledge that Yi Yuan was not very skilled in this area. Rather, after Chu S, H, I, plus they all joined and took the initiative to serve as the city guards. They only used a few days' time to subdue those martial artists into obedience. Towards this sort of situation, Yi Yuan was naturally happy to see it happen. Furthermore, the Yi family army being established for such a long time, they had also built a complete intelligence system. Hence, Yi Yuan let Chu S, H, I, plus extend his antennas out and inquire about Wufang City and Tranquil Cloud Sex news. Yi Yuan also inquired from Chu S, H, I, plus about Wufang City's news before. But sadly, they were similarly too far away from Wufang City, and also not very clear. Arranging everything properly, Yi Yuan was just planning on marching the troops northwards when Chu S, H, I, plus obtained an intel. An 8th level divine traversing powerhouse from the fierce Gale world led over 10 divine traversing realm powerhouses and a 1,000,000-strong great army, and were coming towards Deer Cry City in mighty contingents. My lord, the fierce Gale world's great army is bearing down menacingly this time. Should we temporarily avoid the spearhead? Chu S, H, I, plus asked probingly. Actually, Chu S, H, I, plus did not have a clear understanding of just how powerful Yi Yuan's current strength was right now either. But what kind of concept 8th level divine traversing was, he was perfectly clear. Such strength, even among the endless worlds Tans in the past, was also sufficient to enter the top 8, let alone that there were even over 20 divine traversing realm powerhouses accompanying. In contrast, Deer Cry City's side, apart from Yi Yuan's individual strength being unfathomable, there were virtually no powerhouses that were presentable, while Chu S, H, I, plus the few of them had also just broken through to the divine traversing realm. To make them deal with 20 over divine traversing realm powerhouses in one go was still a little too forceful. But Yi Yuan said coolly, "Leave all the divine traversing realm powerhouses to me. The others, can you guys handle them or not?" Hiss. Chu S, H, I, plus drew a cold breath when he heard. Looking at Zhu Changji and Qian Si again, their faces were both rather shocked. One person squaring off with 20 over divine traversing realm powerhouses. Among them still had an 8th level divine traversing powerhouse. Wasn't this a little too exaggerated? Hesitating for a moment, Chu S, H, I, plus gritted his teeth and thumped his chest, saying, "How can we let your excellency take on so many powerhouses alone? Even though us brothers are lacking in strength, we can still accomplish storming the enemy lines. Those divine traversing realm powerhouses, leave them to the Yi family army." Although Chu S, H, I, plus normally had quite a cynical attitude towards life, once he got serious, he still had quite an imposing manner. But the meaning in his words was also very clear. That was preparing to heap on human lives. 20 over divine traversing realm powerhouses. Definitely not all would be initial stage divine traversing realm. There was bound to be some that were middle stage divine traversing realm or even late stage powerhouses. To make the Yi family army go and handle these people was indeed somewhat far-fetched. A 4th level divine traversing martial artist squandered 20,000 Yi family army martial artists. The might of an expert divine traversing realm was needless to say. Zhu Changji also said, "Yeah, my lord. You saying this is simply smacking our faces. The Yi family army's lives were given by your excellency. We won't hesitate to lay down our lives if need be." Qian Si did not speak, but his firm look indicated everything. But Yi Yuan laughed when he saw the situation and said, "What are each and every one of you in such a hurry to seek your doom for? Hoo-hoo, just an 8th level divine traversing. How is it worth you all using your lives to suppress him? Are your lives so worthless?" Oh. Chu S, H, I, plus and the two were speechless too, dismissing an 8th level divine traversing so lightly. Only Lord Yi Yuan dared to speak this way. But Yi Yuan's words warmed their hearts. The meaning in Yi Yuan's words was that their lives were even more valuable than an 8th-level divine traversing Powerhouse's life. At least in Lord Yi Yuan's heart, he felt this way. It was true that their lives were given by Yi Yuan, but Yi Yuan did not use them as cannon fodders, but treated them as brothers instead. He would rather charge forward himself than treat the lives of his brothers as a joke. Chu S, H, I, plus, and the two secretly resolved in their hearts that even if they died, they would also not let Lord Yi Yuan suffer any bit of harm. Yi Yuan looked at them a little and said coolly, "All right, don't have this sort of expression. 1,000,000-strong great army is not so easy to deal with either. Each and every one of you has to buck up for me. Since you guys call this great army Yi family army, don't bring shame upon my face." Chu S, H, I, plus was startled inwardly when he heard. Straightening both legs, he clenched his teeth and said, "My lord, rest assured, we'll let you take a look this time at the might of this Yi family army that you personally built." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "All right, I'll have a look. These few days, how are the others training inside the Azura Tripe? Information." The moment Chu S, H, I, plus heard, he immediately grumbled, "My lord, not that I'm complaining about them, but these fellows are making too little progress. Their casualty rates are much higher than ours. In the end, who knows how many will be left? They have already been training for half a month and only trained 10,000 plus people." These few days, Yi Yuan set up the Azura Tripe, information anew to train those motley crew. But looking at it now, the effects were not very good. Chapter 686, Absolute Strength. Chapter 686, Absolute Strength, however, this was also within Yi Yuan's expectations. Back then, Yi Yuan's drilling effects being that good at Crimson Light City was because everyone was in a hopeless situation. Now that Yi Yuan secured a very large piece of area, there were quite a number of people who actually came to seek refuge with a mentality of being contented to retain sovereignty over a part of the country. Under such circumstances, how could there be that kind of effect? Yi Yuan nodded his head when he heard that and said, "Put in some effort. For those sitting around waiting to die, it's fine to let them be as well. Soldiers depend on quality, not quant." One Tai. "Yes, my lord." Several days later, the two realms' great army were facing each other outside the borders of the new, tranquil cloud sex sphere of influence. The fierce Gale world side was densely packed. As far as the eyes could see, it was all fierce Gale world martial artists. In contrast, the tranquil cloud sex side only had a mere several tens of thousands of people, looking just like a small boat in a vast expanse of water, incomparably weak. The fierce Gale world's great army was orderly, displaying power and grandeur. One look and it was clear that they were well trained. While the endless world side, each and every one of them was very undisciplined and carefree, with a listless appearance, rather like a bunch of motley crew. No matter how one viewed it, the endless world did not look like it had any chances of victory either. In the fierce Gale world's great army, there was a person at the front that had long hair and a broad chest, elegant and poised. It was none other than the fierce Gale world Shui family's family head, Shui Hongfei. When he saw Yi Yuan in the opposing party's camp, his eyes involuntarily turned intent. "I didn't think that the so-called Tranquil Cloud sect, whose limelight is currently in full bloom, recently was actually egged on by this boy," Shui Hongfei said rather surprisedly. "Commander actually knows this boy." Behind Shui Hongfei, a 7th-level divine traversing Powerhouse said in surprise. Shui Hongfei nodded and said, "If I point it out, you'll naturally be aware too. This boy was that Yi Yuan who wreaked havoc in the capital that very day. When he was facing off with His Highness, the 7th Price, I had observed him from far away before. Didn't think that just a few years of not seeing, this boy has actually reached peak Soul Sea realm already. It's actually this boy. Back then, when he was squaring off with the 7th Price, he was merely just Crystal Formation realm. Just how long has it been? He actually cultivated to peak Soul Sea realm already, exclaimed the divine, traversing realm powerhouses in shock. This boy's talent is indeed heaven-defying. Furthermore, his combat strength is staggering. According to our intel, even though this boy is just peak Soul Sea realm, he possesses at least the strength to kill middle-stage divine traversing realms. Xue Hongfei said, towards Yi Yuan's combat strength. Xue Hongfei was not overly surprised. With Yi Yuan's talent, if he could not cross boundaries to battle, that would be absurd. But Xue Hongfei did not take it to heart too much either. Even though he was only 8th level divine traversing, he still had the origin Spirit 9 transformations, this level of unique trump card. To really talk about combat strength, he was even stronger than peak 9th level divine traversing. If he could not even take down a 9th level Soul Sea, that would also be too disgraceful. And so what if he can cross boundaries to battle? In front of Commander and our great army, everything collapses at the first blow. This time, we've dispatched all of our elites. If we can't even take down these tens of thousands of people, that would simply be a joke, said the subordinate with a contemptuous look. Xue Hongfei stroked his beard and smiled as he said, "What you said is right. Speaking of which, this Yi Yuan is also considered to have been a great help to us. Truly, wanting to take a nap, even had somebody send a pillow. As long as we wipe out all of them in this fight, there would probably be no one else who dares to jump around in the endless world." This boy's reputation is so renowned. Didn't think that he was a fool too. With his potential, properly find a place and enter a retreat in a few years' time, he would be able to ascend to the divine realm. What do the matters of the endless world have to do with him? Moreover, our great army is pressing down on the border this time. If he knows what's good for him, he should also avoid the spearhead and slowly find a solution. Perhaps there might still be some hope. Now, he actually chose to strike the rock with an egg. Really foolish to the max. Xue Hongfei said with a laugh, "You don't look down on this boy. He most likely has some way of escape, since he dares to fight with us head-on. In a moment, I'll deal with him. You bring the other divine traversing realms together and directly storm over. No matter what kind of schemes or intrigues he has, in front of absolute strength, it's also useless." "Yes, Commander." Finished talking, Xue Hongfei's figure moved as he flew out. Yi Yuan, seeing the situation, flew out too, facing Xue Hongfei across a distance. "Yi Yuan, you're a talented person. Do you still not have a clear understanding of the situation at this time until now? Why not you forsake darkness for the light now, and I can spare you from death today?" Xue Hongfei said coolly, carrying the attitude of condescension. But Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that. No idea of life or death was talking about this guy in front of him, right? You know me. Yi Yuan was rather surprised by him being able to call out his name readily. In his impression, he had not seen this person before. "On that day you had a great battle with His Highness, the 7th Price. I was watching the fight far away on the sidelines," Xue Hongfei said with a smile. Yi Yuan came to a sudden realization when he heard that. He saw Xue Hongfei making frivolous remarks about his appearance with another person just now. Clearly he had recognized him. Looks like there were still quite a number of people observing him in the shadows on that day in the capital. Yi Yuan nodded his head, indicating that he understood the situation. He then said, "Old fellow, I'm giving you one last chance now. You can choose to forsake the darkness for the light. Don't help the wicked perpetuate wicked deeds anymore. Zhao Tiannin's days are already numbered and can't jump around for many more days." Yi Yuan's voice was very loud, spreading out directly. The fierce Gale world's million-strong great army immediately gave off a burst of deafening jeering laughter when they heard this sentence of Yi Yuan's. In their view, Yi Yuan's brain was simply spoiled and could not figure out the situation at all. Such a person could actually become the commander-in-chief, too? Ha ha ha. He's making us forsake the darkness for the light. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. To make 1,000,000-strong great army surrender to tens of thousands of people. Is this guy sure that his brain is fine? You guys look at their great army. Just a few lousy first-level divine traversing's actually dare to spout such wild drivel. I really admire his courage. Those fierce-scale worlds divine, traversing realm powerhouses all grinned from ear to ear. Before the big battle, having a bit of this kind of joke was also a kind of relief. Actually, not only them, but even Chu S, H, I. Plus, they all also felt Mbara. S said, even though he had plenty of confidence in Yuan, he seriously could not guess what kind of means Yuan could use to win this great war between two worlds. Even if Yuan could finish off the other party's 8th level divine traversing, it was defeat with victory. If another person was swapped to stand in front of the formation, Chu S, H, I, plus would have long brought his great army to run away. Only Yi Yuan could make him stand behind firmly. Shui Hongfei naturally just treated it as a joke to listen as well. He said to Yi Yuan with a chortle, you also saw everybody's reactions, but have you taken a look at the expressions of those martial artists behind you looking death calmly in the face? Looks like your own great army doesn't harbor any hope in you as well. Yi Yuan did not mind and said nonchalantly, looks like you're choosing to resist stubbornly to the end? I already gave you the chance. It's you yourself who didn't know how to cherish it. Since that's the case, then it can't be blamed on me. Shui Hongfei burst into laughter and said, Yi Yuan, I know that you have the Origin Spirit 9 transformations. But even if your Origin Spirit 9 transformations is any more powerful, it's also unable to break through the fetters of Soul Sea Realm. While boom! Shui Hongfei's aura erupted abruptly, his imposing momentum surging towards the clouds. Under everyone's gaze, it actually broke right through to peak 9th level divine traversing. Chapter 687. Your Turn to Perform. Chapter 687. Your turn to perform. Turns out that you're that whatever Shui family's family head. Regarding Shui Honghe knowing how to use the Origin Spirit 9 transformations, Yi Yuan felt a slight surprise, revealing an expression of coming to understand suddenly. Of course, he would not mind Shui Hongfei's increase in strength too much. But Yi Yuan's look of surprise was misread by Shui Hongfei as panic. Hoo-hoo, only aware of it now, ha. Too late. Shui Hongfei had a look like everything was under control. Yi Yuan said helplessly, is it too late? Why don't I feel so? In this world, there are always some people who feel good about themselves. Shui Hongfei said with a cold smile, all right, enough jabbering. Do you think that I would fall for your trick? Yi Yuan could not help laughing in spite of himself when he heard that, and said, I forget that Zhao Qinggan that fellow said before you can only last for an hour's time using the Origin Spirit 9 transformations. Hoo-hoo, however, this won't even take an hour. As he said this, Yi Yuan's aura erupted abruptly, and used the Origin Spirit 9 transformations at the same time. Very soon, his aura broke through to half-step divine traversing. Half-step divine traversing, is it? Maybe you're still unaware of the disparity between peak 9th level divine traversing and half-step divine traversing, right? Forget it, I'll send you on your way. As he said, Shui Hongfei flicked his sleeves grandly and yelled out in a powerful and majestic voice, attack for me! Leave, nothing behind. Charge! Charge! For a moment, the fierce Gale world's 1,000,000-strong great army's battle cry rose one after another, galloping towards Chu S, HI plus they all. Those 20 over divine traversing realm experts lined up in a row and entered first. These 20 over people joining hands was truly an irresistible onslaught. Yet, right at this time, two figures, one azure and one white, suddenly appeared in the center of the battlefield, facing the fierce Gale world's assault head-on. This one azure, one white figures were naturally Yi Qing and Yu Mengli. The earth-shaking million-strong great army in other people's eyes was not much different from ants in the eyes of these two people. It was only to see the two strike out two palms lightly, wrapped with enormous energy as it whirled away towards the fierce gale, world's great army. Boom! Those 20 over-divine, traversing realm powerhouses were instantly killed without even letting out a miserable scream, and the pair's palm force's residual force had yet to reduce, blasting directly into the great army. For a moment, tragic cries rose one after another. It was also unknown how many lives were lost under these two palms. Xue Hongfei was just planning on making a move to deal with Yi Yuan. Seeing this scene, his eyes could not help becoming wide saucers. This scene was too shocking. With a wave of a hand, 20 over-divine traversing realm powerhouses turned to ashes. How formidable a strength did this need? Those were divine, traversing realm powerhouses, the endless world's most powerful existences. Among them, there were even 2 7th-level divine traversing's and 7 to 8 middle-stage divine traversing realm powerhouses. Even if he confronted himself under the circumstances of not using the Origin Spirit 9 transformations, it was also very hard to obtain victory. Those two people slaughtered them just like this. What are you still in a daze for? Your turn to perform. Seeing Chu S, H, I, plus, and the rest in a trance, Yi Yuan reminded them. All right. Chu S, H, I, plus S expression was exactly the same as Xue Hongfei's, mouth opened widely, staring at the scene disbelievingly. All in a daze for what? Attack together with this father of yours, and screw these bunch of animals to death. Kill. Chu S, H, I, plus yelled out excitedly, and took the lead to pounce over towards the fierce gale, world's great army. Zhu Changji and Qian, Si, had their thoughts linked up long ago and followed closely behind. With these 3 people helming, the others also recovered to their senses. Tens of thousands of people charged over towards the fierce gale, world's great army in mighty contingents. Saying that it was mighty contingents, actually it did not even reach the other side's fraction. In front of the million-strong great army, their head count was still pitifully little. It was just that, at this time, the imposing momentum of these tens of thousands of people utterly outstripped the million-strong great army. Yi Qing and Yu Mengli's attack scared the sea. P out of the fierce gale world's great army. The moment both sides came into contact, it became a one-sided maw. S. Saker. Chu S. H. I. Plus these people could be said to be veterans of 100 battles already. Their cooperation with each other was already tacit to the extent that made people's hair stand on end. These 30,000 people that he brought over was absolutely even more powerful than 300,000, even a 500,000 strong great army. Timing, geography, and human conditions all favored the tranquil cloud sect's great army. How could they not win? Rather, after Yi Qing and Yu Mengli's one attack, they already lost interest in attacking once more and retreated to one side very conscientiously. This was also Yi Yuan intentionally instructing before. They only needed to take action once and leave the rest to him and the tranquil cloud sect's great army. Being oppressed for a long time, the endless world needed a huge victory to raise morale, and a victory fought out with their own hands versus through other people's hands. That sort of feeling was completely different. Moreover, an invincible master required countless battles to temper. The fierce gale world's million-strong great army was undoubtedly the best whetstone. Chu S, H, I, plus trio group already broke through to divine traversing realm originally. After both sides engaged in battle, it was akin to entering a place where no one puts up resistance. Places they said through is like locusts sing through. Not even fowls and dogs were spared. Even though the others did not reach their level, they were likewise incomparably incisive. Only that batch which was trained the most recently slightly appeared to be straining a bit, but their imposing momentum was already spurred on. Even though there were casualties, they likewise overshadowed their opponents. The morale of the troops was already lost. The million-strong great army very quickly collapsed, clamoring to escape north. Who would be in the mood to carry on fighting? With this, the fierce Gale world's great army's declining trend was even more beyond recovery. The great battle, which originally had a great disparity in strength, became a one-sided maw. S. Saker. When Xue Hongfei saw this scene, he even had the thought to die. The previous moment he was still smug with his own success and thought that he was an elephant, and that stepping the tranquil cloud sect, this ant to death, was as easy as blowing off dust. But in just an instant both sides switched. How could Xue Hongfei still be in the mood to fight with Yi Yuan? Releasing his sense energy, he wanted to flee away. Yet, how could his speed compare to Yi Yuan's? He had yet to make a move, and he had his path cut off by Yi Yuan. Since it's a battle, you have to be attentive. You will suffer a huge loss with your mind being preoccupied with other things. Yi Yuan said coolly. Xue Hongfei's expression flickered erratically. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly roared. Starfire, a blazing prairie! Go to Hell. This move Yi Yuan had experienced before from his son, Xue Zaihe. However, when Xue Hongfei unleashed it at this time, the power could not be mentioned in the same breath. Xue Hongfei compressed the essence fire within his body to the extreme, then abruptly exploded it. It was sufficient to eradicate any powerhouse under 9th level divine traversing. But sadly, Yi Yuan was half-step divine traversing realm Sup 1/Sup right now. Flame movement true dragon carnage. Yi Yuan already utilized this move to the extent of mastery. Unleash. H.I. Plussing with half-step divine traversing strength. It actually scattered Xue Hongfei's starfire blazing prairie in all directions instantly. Bang! This punch smashed heavily onto Xue Hongfei's body. A peak 9th level divine traversing powerhouse actually could not last one move under Yi Yuan's hands. Xue Hongfei, who received this punch, was already severely wounded. Yi Yuan floated down gently beside him and flashed him a grin. An incomparably overbearing divine soul attack abruptly attacked towards Xue Hongfei's sea of consciousness. Soul-searching art. Yi Yuan tore open Xue Hongfei's sea of consciousness tyrannically, wanting to carry out a soul search on Xue Hongfei. But right then, Xue Hongfei suddenly gave a wretched cry. Chapter 688. Zhou Yan. Chapter 688. Zhou Yan. Yi Yuan's expression changed and instantly pulled back his divine sense. Xue Hongfei gave a miserable cry. Then his legs went stiff and did not move any longer. Evidently, Xue Hongfei was already deader than dead. That moment just now, Yi Yuan wanted to use soul-searching art on Xue Hongfei, but Xue Hongfei's divine soul gave off an extremely terrifying aura. Following that, his divine soul was directly ground up. If not for Yi Yuan retreating in time, he would probably be affected too. Yi Yuan, what is it? Yi Qing and Yu Mengli also detected Yi Yuan's oddness and came forward to ask. Yi Yuan frowned and said, I originally wanted to search his soul, wanting to see if there's information about my parents. I didn't expect that his divine soul had restrictions placed by people. The moment I executed the soul-searching art, it immediately triggered the restrictions, and his soul disintegrated. Yu Mengli was slightly surprised as she said, This person's strength absolutely belongs to the apex existences in the lower realms. How could he possibly willingly have people lay down such restrictions? Soul disintegrating was being unable to enter the natural cycle of samsara. Even if there were only a glimmer of hope to survive, the martial artist would also not possibly be willing to have people lay down such restrictions. Furthermore, Xue Hongfei's strength was even stronger than ordinary 9th level divine traversing's. Who could compel him to have this kind of restriction laid down? Yi Yuan shook his head and said he should have had the restrictions placed by people under circumstances where he was unaware. This sort of method is very covert. With his strength, he's simply unable to detect it. Yu Mengli could not help being surprised when she heard that. To be able to place restrictions on the divine soul of an 8th level divine traversing, even that Zhao Tianyin can't accomplish that either, right? Yi Yuan nodded his head and silently acknowledged Yu Mingli's conjecture. Even though Zhao Tianyin was a boundless realm powerhouse, to want to place such restrictions on the divine soul of Xue Hongfei without a sound, it simply could not be done. Looks like this fear scale world's upper echelons was most likely controlled by people behind the scenes long ago. If my conjectures are right, Zhao Tianyin is also merely a chess piece, Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. This Zhao Tianyin is a boundless realm martial artist, if even he is being controlled. Yu Mengli was very astonished by Yi Yuan's conjecture. Yi Yuan nodded and said, this matter probably can't shake off relations with the divine realm. It's just that no idea what force is manipulating behind, and also what kind of objective there is. These people stirring up so many things in the lower realms. What they are coveting is probably huge. Looks like these few years, the divine realm isn't that calm either. Those years during the previous life Yi Yuan was at the divine realm, the various top forces were basically all in a state of equilibrium. Even if there were clashes occasionally, it was also just some small issues. The Medicine King Hall's destruction was likely the most sensational thing that happened these few years in the divine realm. Yet there were people inciting a war between two worlds and collecting sanguine power. What they were coveting was probably not small. Yi Yuan guessed that such an incident happening between the Fear Scale world and Endless world was likely not an exception. In the other small worlds, there were probably also quite a number of such incidents that happened. But even if he had some conjectures, Yi Yuan was also strong in will, only lacking in power right now. His strength had already roughly reached the pinnacle in the lower realms. But when placed in the divine realm, it was just the start. Much still remained to be done. 3 days later, the great battle was concluded. Chu S. H. I. Plus led the tranquil cloud sect great army and pursued for a distance of 10,000 miles, eliminating nearly half of the Fear Scale world martial artists. The moment a sovereign was enraged, corpses floated for 10,000 miles. The present Yi Yuan was already the Endless world's well-deserving sovereign. Through this battle, the tranquil cloud sect's fame exploded in the entire Endless world, immediately spreading throughout the entire Endless world, fully exterminating 20 over Fear Scale world divine traversing realm powerhouses, defeating the Fear Scale world's million-strong great army with a 40,000 army. Who else in the Endless world could create such glorious military exploits apart from Yi Yuan? And just as Yi Yuan expected, through this campaign, the Endless world martial artist confidence was established once again. Major and minor forces everywhere emerged like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. These forces carried out frenzied counterattacks on the Fear Scale world. For some time, the Endless world became battlefronts everywhere. Of course, this battle made the Tranquil Cloud sect's reputation soar even more. The forces and itinerant cultivators that came forth to join the Tranquil Cloud sect were too many to count. But Yi Yuan was not concerned with these mundane affairs. There were naturally people like Chu S, H, I, plus they all to go and manage. This dear Christ city was just a temporary residential place. Yi Yuan's thoughts were still placed on Wufang City. Recuperating for a few days, Yi Yuan gave the order for the army to set off and rush straight for Wufang City. The night before the army moved out, the moon was bright with few stars. Yi Yuan was currently enjoying this hard-to-come-by peace. Yi Yuan, you don't have to worry. Uncle and Auntie, they are good people who will be blessed by heaven. They will be fine. Yu Mingli was a quick-witted girl. Even though Yi Yuan did not show it all along these few days, She knew that Yi Yuan's inner heart was anxious constantly. If not for this, with Yi Yuan's disposition, he would not let Chu S. H. I. plus they all be so heavy-handed towards the fierce Gale world's great army either. Yi Yuan shook his head and sighed as he said, I secretly swore in my heart before to not let my kin suffer any harm again. Yet, I still didn't accomplish it in the end. Yu Mingli said, You've already done sufficiently well. Zhao Tianyin, they all are the main culprits. It was all my fault. If I knew it would be like this long ago, I should have directly killed him back then. Yi Yuan turned around to look at Yu Mingli. He said with a smile, Lier, you're thoughtful and understanding. How can this matter be blamed on you? I know that you wanted to leave Zhao Tianyin for me to dispose of personally. I can't even wait to thank you. Why would I blame you? Yu Mengli's face turned red, but said, These few days I see that you have no appetite. 1. Tea for food and drinks. I'm really quite worried about you. Some things, saying it out might be a little more alleviating instead. Yi Yuan said with a smile, Thanks a lot for Lier's concern. I'm fine. Yi Yuan looked straight at Yu Mingli, but it made a blush appear on her face, and she could not resist nodding and lowering her eyebrows in an obeisant manner. Under the contrast of the moonlight, Yu Mingli's beauty was unparalleled. Even Yi Yuan also had no choice but to admit that this woman made him somewhat moved. For a moment, the atmosphere became rather ambiguous. Ha, to dare us. N-A-T-C-H my, Zhou Yan's woman, really tired of living. Not far away, a youth tore apart the void directly and revealed his figure, thoroughly shattering this ambiguous atmosphere. And that thick jealousy and killing intent in his words could not be concealed no matter what. Yi Yuan and Yu Mingli's expressions changed at the same time. Someone was spying on them in the void, and not a single one of them actually discovered it. Zhou Yan, why is it you? Yu Mingli turned pale with fear. Zhou Yan did not pay attention to Yu Mingli. Instead, his gaze stared dead at Yi Yuan. Facing this Zhou Yan, Yi Yuan practically felt like he was almost asphyxiating. The other party's might was simply not what the present Yi Yuan could contend with. Zhou Yan looked at Yi Yuan. A bundle of flames suddenly leaped out from his eyes. Don't! Yu Mingli screamed in fear and unleashed the power of the moonlight heavenly eye without any hesitation. Boom! Even with the power of the moonlight heavenly eye neutralizing, it still did not block this attack of Zhou Yan's. The air around Yi Yuan suddenly exploded, blasting him flying out directly. Pooh work! Yi Yuan clutched his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood immediately. Chapter 689. Today's Humiliation. Chapter 689. Today's humiliation. Yu Mingli already blocked most of the attack for Yi Yuan, but Yi Yuan was still beaten to heavy injuries. Vast Sun Flame Heart Pupil. Very good. I'll remember this. Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and said. Zhou Yan gave Yi Yuan a glance, rather surprisedly, and said coolly, A measly little aboriginal actually knows the Vast Sun Flame Heart Pupil. Looks like the things Lier told you are really quite a fair bit. But do you think that your threat is effective on me? Zhou Yan was filled with enmity towards Yi Yuan, revealing his killing intent. Ugh. Yu Mingli suddenly held her face with her hand, her expression revealing a pained state. Zhou Yan could not help being greatly alarmed when he saw the situation and hurriedly said, Lia, what's wrong with you? Don't come over. Yu Mingli reproached lightly, but Zhou Yan completely ignored Yu Mingli's warning and wanting to come over and support her very overbearingly. Suddenly a cold light flashed. A sharp dagger was already pressed on Yu Mingli's neck, but the hand holding the dagger was her own. Zhou Yan only stopped his footsteps when he saw. Her expression was dark as she said, Zhou Yan, if you dare touch him, I'll die in front of you. Zhou Yan's expression fell, and he said, Lier, what's the meaning of this? Our engagement was fixed by the two Zhou and Yu family's family heads. That's their problem. What has it got to do with me? Yu Mingli said with an obstinate look. Seeing Yu Mingli's attitude, Zhou Yan was unable to contain his anger and said, Yu Mingli, how am I, Zhou Yan, not good enough for you? In terms of background, I'm the Bli son of a rank 1 Holy Land. In terms of strength, I'm also sufficient to rank in the top 10 among the divine realm's young generation. Could it be that I still can't compare to a lower realm's aboriginal in your heart? The ambiguity between Yi Yuan and Yu Mingli earlier, Zhou Yan took it all into his eyes. Nothing gave him a greater blow than such a scene. In his view, Yi Yuan was merely an aboriginal. At most, he was a genius martial artist among aboriginals. But in his perspective as a divine realm's young generation's pinnacle powerhouse, Yi Yuan was a trash, the lowest among the lowest. Zhou Yan was simply unable to accept Yu Mingli liking an aboriginal rather than him, this fact. Hence, he wanted to kill Yi Yuan virtually without giving the chance to explain it all just now. Hearing Zhou Yan's words, Yu Mingli could not help looking at Yi Yuan, her face flushed red. How was there that sort of relation that Zhou Yan said between her and Yi Yuan? But this scene landing in Zhou Yan's eyes was a tremendous mockery. I'm going to kill this aboriginal today and sever this notion of yours. As he said, the look in Zhou Yan's eyes danced once again. Clearly, he was going to unleash the vast sun flame heart pupils move. You dare! The dagger in Yu Mingli's hand pierced a little deeper. A wisp of fresh blood ran down along the dagger, dripping onto her blouse, appearing shocking. Zhou Yan's expression involuntarily changed, but the flames in his eyes died down. Yu Mingli's action put him at a complete loss on what to do. Zhou Yan gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, Li even if you're able to stop me from making a move today, you also can't possibly guard against me for a lifetime. You should know our Zhou family's strength. Wanting to kill a lower realm's aboriginal is too easy. Also, even if I don't take action today, do you think that Uncle Yu will freely allow his own daughter to fall for an aboriginal? You should be clear it's impossible. Between you guys, if Uncle Yu knows your affairs, even if I don't take action, he would probably not leave it unchecked either, right? Li'er's entire body involuntarily trembled when she heard that. Li'er turned her head and gave Yi Yuan a complicated look. Then suddenly say, Zhou Yan, actually there isn't anything between Yi Yuan and me. You misunderstood yourself. Zhou Yan's eyes narrowed. Clearly he did not believe Li'er's words. Li'er, are you insulting my intelligence? Li'er suddenly shook her head with a stern countenance and said, I'm not insulting your intelligence. It's you yourself who didn't figure out the situation. Yi Yuan, he is my good friend that I got acquainted with in the lower realms, and also the only alchemist who can treat the terminal illness in my body. If you kill him, it will be equivalent to killing me. Zhou Yan said with a cold sneer, just the alchemy emperors in the divine realm are abundant. Could it be that they all added up still can't compare to an aboriginal brat? Li'er said, they really can't compare. I believe that you've already heard. These few years, my body's condition has been deteriorating steadily. For this, Father invited many alchemy emperors to treat me, but not a single one was able to diagnose where my ailment lied. Nevertheless, I encountered Yi Yuan. Not only did he diagnose where my ailment lied, he even gave the treatment method. In this world, there might only be him alone who can treat my illness. You killing him is no different from killing me. Zhou Yan clearly did not believe Yu Mingli's words and said with a cold laugh, he, an aboriginal brat, is actually even more formidable than those alchemy emperors. But Li'er did not put down the dagger in her hand and said coolly, Zhou Yan, I'll go back with you. I'll tell you now, my malady is caused by 2 kinds of spirit physiques, tearing my divine soul. After returning to the divine realm, you can invite an alchemy emperor to come forward and diagnose me. If anyone is able to treat my illness, I have nothing to say either if you touch Yi Yuan again. But if you kill him, I'd also lose the hope to live on. But before dying, I'll tell Father that you caused my death. This aftermath, you bear it yourself." Hearing Lier's words, Zhou Yan's expression changed, and he said, "Are you threatening me?" Lier said with a cold smile, "What a joke! You want to kill the person who is saving my life, but say that I'm threatening you. Zhou Yan, aren't you too overbearing?" Zhou Yan's expression flickered incessantly as he looked at Yi Yuan, but he still gritted his teeth and said, "Fine. I promise you not to kill him for the time being. After returning, I'll let Father invite Master Quan Xingzi to come and treat you. If I discover that you're bluffing me today, you should know the consequences." When Yu Mengli heard Quan Xingzi's name, her heart involuntarily palpitated. This Quan Xingzi was the Divine Realm Alchemist A.S. Association's Lord Vice-Chairman. His alchemy path strength was exceedingly high. Yu Mingli did not think that Zhou Yan would actually lay down such capital. She could not resist looking over at Yi Yuan, but Yi Yuan gave her a steady glance. Not knowing why, this glance instantly calmed Yu Mingli's heart right down. Zhou Yan looked at Yi Yuan with unspeakable jealousy and fury. Even since the first time he laid eyes on Yu Mingli, he was awestruck by her fairy-like looks. But all the way until now, Yu Mingli had not given him a kind expression before. What was given to him was all precaution and vigilance. But the thing that he did not obtain, Yi Yuan actually obtained all of it. As for Yu Mingli's words, Zhou Yan did not believe at all. Master Quan Xingzi was a peak alchemy emperor. He did not believe that Master Quan Xingzi personally taking action would be unable to treat the so-called terminal illness on Yu Mingli's body. At that time, see what reasons Yu Mengli still had to prevent him from killing him. Zhou Yan looked at Yi Yuan and said coldly, "Brat, you best pray that Master Quan Xingzi can't treat Lier's injuries. Otherwise, you'll die very miserably." Yi Yuan did not speak the entire time. Before having sufficient strength, all threats were nonsense. But the humiliation that Zhou Yan brought to him today, he remembered it profoundly. Chapter 690. Wait for me in the Divine Realm. Chapter 690. Wait for me in the Divine Realm. Regarding Zhou Yan's threat, Yi Yuan did not have too much of an indication. His mind stirred, and he let Yi Qing out. "Yi Qing, Lier needs some azure spirit heart fusing fluid," Yi Yuan said to Yi Qing. "Oh, here." Yi Qing took out some azure spirit heart fusing fluid very generously, but became very vigilant against the Zhou Yan whose depths could not be perceived. Yi Yuan received the azure spirit heart fusing fluid and came right in front of Yu Mingli, saying, "Thank you very much for your life-saving grace. However, I assure you this is the last time. Open up." Yu Mingli took a look at Yi Yuan, opening her mouth very obediently. Yi Yuan did not say much. He just poured the azure spirit heart fusing fluid into her mouth. The azure spirit heart fusing fluid entered her abdomen. But Yu Mengli's divine soul, which was being torn just now, became much better off. Her expression also became rosy. From start to end, Yi Yuan's expression was calm. But Yu Mingli knew that Zhou Yan's actions earlier had thoroughly infuriated Yi Yuan. Perhaps in Zhou Yan's eyes, Yi Yuan was only an aboriginal. But Yu Mengli knew that he possessed even more heaven-defying talent than the divine realm's geniuses. Today's setback would only make Yi Yuan rise up more quickly. Zhou Yan took all of this into his eyes but did not stop anything. He was no fool. Earlier, after Yu Mengli employed the power of the Moonlight Heavenly Eye, her entire person became worn out and her complexion became very pale. Drinking the azure spirit heart fusing fluid that Yi Yuan brought over at this time, Yu Mengli's complexion immediately became much better. Looks like Yu Mengli seemed to have really gotten some disease and was unable to make use of the power of the Moonlight Heavenly Eye. At this moment, he could not help believing Yu Mengli's words a little more. "Boy, I'm speaking to you. Didn't you hear?" Yi Yuan's disregard made Zhou Yan feel very enraged. In his view, when Yi Yuan faced him, it should be trembling in fear and trepidation, even kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. Yet, Yi Yuan's reaction was too quiet. Quiet until it made him actually get a little indescribably flustered. This sort of feeling was seriously too bizarre. Yi Yuan still did not pay attention to Zhou Yan. He turned his head and said to Yi Qing, "Yi Qing, from today onwards, you'll go to the divine realm together with Leah. Remember, you mustn't let her out of your sight." Yi Qing was very ignorant about worldly affairs, but he had also detected that the present atmosphere was kind of odd. This young man in front of him was too powerful. He had already evolved to Tier 7, but still felt that the other party was unfathomable. Seeing Yi Yuan say it solemnly, Yi Qing nodded and said, "You set your mind at ease. What I promised you, I'll definitely accomplish it." Yi Yuan nodded his head. Although the time they stayed together was not long, he was still very trusting of Yi Qing. Following that, Yi Yuan suddenly turned his head around and said to Zhou Yan, "Carefully put away that arrogance of yours. If you want the Yu family and Zhou family to have an all-out war, you can feel free to kill me now." Zhou Yan's expression changed, and he said with a snicker, "What a laughable aboriginal. Do you think that you can make this young master scared with a few words?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Not only does Lear possess the moonlight heavenly eye physique, but she's also even burdened with the innate battle soul physique. You killing me is equal to ruining the only hope the Yu family has to rise up. Do you think that the Yu family will have an all-out war with your Zhou family or not?" What innate battle soul physique? Truly absurd nonsense. Even in the divine realm, the innate battle soul physique was only known by an extremely small number of people as well. And this extremely small number of people clearly did not include Zhou Yan. Yi Yuan sneered coldly when he heard that and said, "Ignorant and ill-informed. You can go back and ask Zhou Jia what the innate battle soul physique is." Even though Quan Xingzi, that fellow, is a little pedantic, he can still discern the innate battle soul physique. A terrifying aura undulated out. Zhou Yan had yet to make a move, and the entire SPAC actually started to warp. How can an aboriginal like you dare to address my father's name directly without honorifics? Zhou Yan said it word by word. Yi Yuan felt like he was almost suffocating, but his face still had an indifferent look as he said, nonchalantly, "People adopt names to be called. What do I call him if not Zhou Jia? If you have the capabilities, kill me right now. Otherwise, put that away for me." Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Yu Mingli was so anxious that her heart was almost about to leap out. She really did not expect that Yi Yuan actually dared to incite Zhou Yan like this. Once Zhou Yan really got angry, even at her prime, she could not stop him too. Yi Yuan's pride was even above her expectations. Facing Zhou Yan, this sort of peerless powerhouse, Yu Mingli thought that Yi Yuan would have some restraint and tolerate for some time. Who knew that Yi Yuan did not have the intention of tolerating at all, but chose to give tea for tat. Zhou Yan's expression flickered erratically. The entire SPAC started twisting and warping under his aura. He was seriously unable to tolerate an aboriginal actually being so insolent in front of him. But if what Yi Yuan said was true, he really could not handle the two families having an all-out war, this sort of thing. The divine realm's various forces mutually restricted each other and could not tolerate the slightest bit of mistake. Even his father, Zhou Jia, also tread as if on thin ice. Suddenly, the aura on Zhou Yan's body was put away, and he said with Yi Yuan with a cold voice, "Today, I'll spare your little life on account of Lear's face. Wait until we return to the divine realm. We'll naturally know if what you said is true or false. At that time, you wouldn't be able to fly away even if you had wings." Finished talking, Zhou Yan suddenly unleashed the vast sun, flame-heart pupil. Boom! Yi Yuan was sent flying out directly, spewing out a mouthful of blood once more. Yi Yuan, Yu Mingli, and Yi Qing cried out in a chorus. "Relax, he won't die. I just planted the vast sun, flame-heart pupil's mark on his body. if there are other people who can treat your illness. He naturally doesn't have the need to remain in this world anymore. Lyra, we should go. Zhou Yan said coldly. Finish talking. Zhou Yan ran with one hand and actually broke apart S.P.A.C. directly, manifesting a huge door. Yu Mingli was worried about Yi Yuan's safety, but Zhou Yan did not give her time to stay. Yi Yuan clutched his chest and stood up. Gasping for air, he said, Relax, I won't die. Wait for me in the divine realm. Yu Mingli had tears running down her face as she nodded her hand and following Zhou Yan into the spatial passageway. Yi Qing gave Yi Yuan a glance, rather worriedly, and said somberly, Take care, Yi Yuan. After the three people entered the spatial passageway, the huge door disappeared along with it too, as if Zhou Yan had never appeared before. Yi Yuan stared at the S.P.A.C., which had already recovered back to how it was, and was silent for a long time. My lord, are you all right? My lord, you're injured. Who is it? To actually be able to heavily wound His Excellency? Chu Shi plus and the rest had an after sensation and felt that this place seemed to have some activities, so they hurried over. Who knew that upon looking, Yi Yuan was actually beaten to severe injuries, and they could not help turning pale with fright. They all knew Yi Yuan's strength now. To be able to beat Yi Yuan until like this and cause such a small commotion, how powerful a strength did the other party have to have? Being struck by the vast sun flame heart pupil in succession, Yi Yuan was also faint and weak at this time. It's fine. Help me to the hidden chamber. The army. Postpone departure for 3 days. Chapter 691. I'm coming right in. Chapter 691. I'm coming right in. Family head that Yi Yuan has been pressing on with an overwhelming momentum the entire way. He is already closing in on Wufang City. At the city lord manor of Wufang City, Shangguan Wenrui was sitting composedly. A Shangguan family's divine, traversing realm powerhouse was currently reporting the movements of Yi Yuan's great army at this time. Shangguan Wenrui smiled and said, Just a puny little Yi Yuan. No matter how strong he is, can he still match our 10 great half-step boundless powerhouses? That subordinate was rather perplexed. Family head was clearly still burning with anxiety yesterday. Why did he have an indifferent appearance today? The news of the million-strong great army being defeated was transmitted over. The entire Wufang city was on tenterhooks. As the main commander invading the endless world, Shangguan Wenrui was like an ant on a hot pan a few days back, pacing around anxiously. In Yi Yuan's great army had 2 powerhouses with unfathomable strength. Just using one attack, they obliterated all the divine traversing realm powerhouses. This was the news brought back by the great army which came back in defeat. In comparison, the news of Yi Yuan killing Xue Hongfei alone did not appear that astounding. Very clearly, what Shangguan Wenrui dreaded were those 2 mighty powerhouses. But what kind of situation was this today? Family head, according to what the troops who came back in defeat said, those 2 powerhouses' strength were overwhelming. Annihilating divine, traversing realm powerhouses doesn't need the slightest effort at all. Could it be that family head isn't worried at all? The subordinate could not help asking curiously. Shangguan Wenrui stroked his beard and said with a smile, Powerhouse? What powerhouse? Ha ha ha. Oh. The subordinate was speechless. He really could not figure out where family head's confidence came from. All right, you set your mind at ease. Wait until Yi Yuan comes. I'll definitely make him never return. Shangguan Wenrui said with a loud chortle. Several days later, Yi Yuan pressed on all the way like splitting a bamboo, routing the fierce gale world great army along the way utterly. Finally, the army approached Wufang City. Currently, this grand and magnificent large city was still the same city, but no longer held by the same people. Yi Yuan initially thought that along the way, there would be experts from the 3 sects coming over to join him. However, such a long time said, but Yi Yuan did not encounter a single person. This made a trace of foreboding premonition arise in his heart. His commotion along the way was massive. Logically speaking, there had to be some powerhouses who heard the news and came over. Then there were only two types of possibilities. One was that they went to hide in an extremely remote place and were unable to obtain the endless world's news. The other type was these people were already completely wiped out, maybe even. The last type of outcome, Yi Yuan did not even dare to go and think. If it really happened, then even if he skinned Zhao Tianyin alive, it made no difference too. The top of Wufang City's walls, an elderly person was facing Yi Yuan across a distance. It was precisely Shangguan Wenrui. Yi Yuan, I really didn't expect that in just a short 2 to 3 years' time, you actually have the qualifications to be on equal footing with me already. Even though I don't know why His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, wanted to let you go back then, without a doubt, that was the greatest mistake that he made. Shangguan Wenrui said, Oh, looks like my battle with Zhao Qinggan back then. You were watching the fight by the side too? Yi Yuan figured out the links in between very quickly. Shangguan Wenrui did not have the intention of hiding either. He nodded his head and said, That's right. With your talent, if we can't become friends, you must be erased. I thought that with His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, moving out personally, you were dead for sure. Who knew that later on? News actually spread out that you escaped alive, making me quite astonished. Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. Not that Zhao Tianyin didn't want to, but he couldn't accomplish it. However, wait until I take care of you all. I'll naturally go and find him to settle this score. Shangguan Wenrui laughed and said, Hoo-hoo, at this sort of time. Do you still want to ask the Majesty of the Tiger? Your natural endowments are pretty good, but your cultivation realm is still a little low in the end. Do you think that you can contend with the entire fear-scale world by yourself? Yi Yuan was stupefied and said rather bewilderedly, Summing the Majesty of the Tiger? Shangguan Wenrui only took it as Yi Yuan playing the fool, and said with a smile, Those two mighty experts by your side are already not around. Just the likes of you, a peak 9th level soul sea. Want to overturn the raging tides? Heroes are not that easy to be. Yi Yuan's expression changed when he heard that, and said, So, in between this still had Zhao Tianyin playing tricks, and I was wondering. Looks like this feud is growing deeper. These few days, Yi Yuan found it odd all along how Zhou Yan found Yu Mingli. Didn't think that there was actually still Zhao Tianyin's work in between this. Looks like he was fearful of Yu Mingli, so he thought of a way to inform the divine realm first. Yu Mingli's moonlight heavenly eye was too conspicuous and very easy to identify. Even if Zhao Tianyin did not recognize the moonlight heavenly eye, the divine realm people behind him definitely knew. Therefore, there was that spectacle several days back. This Zhao Tianyin was truly abominable to the extreme. Shangguan Wenrui smiled and said, Truly, the young ones are unbridled, just based on your current strength. Could it be that you wish to contend with a boundless realm powerhouse? Yi Yuan already recovered his cool at this time and said nonchalantly, That isn't what you should worry about. You better think about how to cross this hurdle today. Shangguan Wenrui burst into laughter and said, Without those two super powerhouses, I really don't know where your self-confidence comes from. To dare be so KY in front of me. You take a look at who they are. Shangguan Wenrui showed a hand gesture. A group of people was brought up to the top of the city walls. When Yi Yuan saw that group of people, his expression involuntarily darkened. Ren Xingchuan, Qin Hongtao, Ning Yixian, Jingxian. One familiar face after another made Yi Yuan's face unable to resist convulsing. When his gaze landed on the last person, he could not help being stunned. Qi Hai was a half-step boundless realm powerhouse. He actually fell into the enemy's hands in Wufang City too? Was the fierce-scale world's strength this formidable? But Yi Yuan knew that Shangguan Wenrui was a genuine, half-step, boundless realm. Yi Yuan looked at those formerly high and mighty endless world powerhouses on the top of city walls. They actually all ended up as the fierce Gale world's captives. Each and every one of them had their dantians sealed currently and were trussed up tightly. Don't talk about how Mbara's seeing that appearance was. Shangguan Lingyun pointed at those people behind and said coolly, Shangguan Yunrong and Shangguan Lingyun both died at your hands. Because of you, my Shangguan family's strength had heavy losses. The heaven has eyes to send you in front of me. Shangguan Wenrui was clearly that sort of people with extremely scheming minds. Even though he hated Yi Yuan tremendously already, he was calm and collected when speaking. One could not perceive the rage in his heart at all. Only now did Yi Yuan know that turns out this old man in front of him was the Shangguan family's family head. Shangguan Wenrui said with a smile, Yi Yuan, do you see this Wufang city's grand array? Why don't we play a game? How about that? Yi Yuan did not speak, quietly waiting for what followed, wanting to take a look at what this fellow was trying to accomplish. Seeing that Yi Yuan did not reply, Shangguan Wenrui continued. This Wufang city's grand array was left by the Grand Yen True sect who sealed the realm Pa'es. Sage way back then. Its might is incomparably powerful. Starting from now, I'll kill a person every 10 breaths of time, all the way until you breach the grand array. How is it? Yi Yuan was stunned. Was this guy a moron? You don't need to count. I'm coming right in. Yi Yuan's indifferent voice sounded out. Chapter 692. Pummeling all the same. Chapter 692. Pummeling all the same. Yi Yuan's figure suddenly vanished on the spot. When it appeared again, it actually arrived in front of Rin Xingchuan. They all already. The city protecting grand array, which Shangguan Wenrui pinned high hopes on, actually did not have the slightest effect. The falling petals which covered the skies drifted about. Those divine traversing realm powerhouses guarding the prisoners were directly obliterated by Yi Yuan like this. Then Yi Yuan's mind stirred, putting these people away into the vast heaven pag. Oda. All of this was done in the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint. Shangguan Wenrui was still in shock and actually did not react in time. One had to know that in order to crack this Wufang city's grand array, they had prepared for a very long time. Furthermore, they did not leak any information at all beforehand, dispatching 10 great half-step boundless realm powerhouses for a surprise raid before breaching the grand array. After the matter, they mobilized over 10 Tier 5 array masters before restoring this grand array. Even though it did not reach the power when it was at its peak, it at least had 80% power too. But this grand array actually could not even accomplish stopping Yi Yuan for a moment. Surely this is all a dream, right? People have to pay the price for their own stupidity. The thing that you rely on is utterly worthless before me. Yi Yuan said coolly, How is this possible? Shangguan Wenrui was still unbelievably shocked right now. Yi Yuan said, You know that this grand array was left behind by the Grand Yen True sect, but you don't know that the Grand Yen True sect's legacy is in my hands. How can a mere city protecting grand array stop me? What? You acquired the Grand Yen True sect's inheritance. Shangguan Wenrui exclaimed in shock. The Shangguan Wenrui at this moment was like a clown. He wanted to let Yi Yuan see his kin and friends die one by one in front of him, that sort of pain. But then he discovered that he was actually lifting a rock to smash his own feet. This sect protecting Grand Array was even worse than paper. How could Shangguan Wenrui have thought that all of the Grand Yen True sect's Grand Arrays were born from the Array Formation's 3 volumes? Although this city protecting Grand Array was a quasi-tier 6 Grand Array, it was still only a part of the Array Formation's 3 volumes. How could such a thing stop Yi Yuan's footsteps? Shangguan Wenrui had the bearing of a fierce and ambitious person too. After the shock, he calmed down very quickly and said with a cold snort, Humph! So what even if you acquired the Grand Yen true sex inheritance? Today, this Wufang city will be your burial ground. All come out for me. 9 figures suddenly flew out from inside the city, bringing an outrageous aura. These 9 figures were actually all half-step boundless realm. Half-step boundless was absolutely in existence, which showed disdain on all life in the endless world. This point, just think about how powerful Chi-Hai was back then, and one would know. But now, 10 of such half-step boundless powerhouses actually came out all at once. Such a lineup was seriously too extravagant. Only at this time did Yi Yuan know why even Chi-Hai could not escape. Previously, he heard that it was 10 great peak 9th level divine traversing powerhouses who suddenly raided Wufang City. Yi Yuan was still rather uncertain. Looking at it now, it was simply an error in the rumors. Wufang City's fall was too sudden. The Tans in the city were rounded up in one fell sweep. No accurate news was spread out at all. The intel spread out were all derived through countless times of development. In the eyes of the endless world martial artists, 10 peak divine traversing realm powerhouses were already absolutely powerful existences under this heaven. How could they imagine that the fear scale world actually had 10 half-step boundless realm powerhouses? Such a lineup, those martial artists Sing on the message did not even dare to think about it. 10 half-step boundless realms joining hands to crack the array. How is there the logic of this Wufang city protecting Grand Array not cracking? Wufang City's history was even longer than the Grand Yen True Sects. In the era where the Grand Yen True Sect dominated the endless world, Wufang City spent a huge sum to invite the Grand Yen True Sect to lay down the city, protecting Grand Array anew. However, even though this city protecting Grand Array was powerful, it could not possibly stop 10 half-step boundless realm powerhouses too. Even in the Grand Yen True Sects era, the endless world could not bring out such a horrifying lineup either. Yi Yuan, looks like I still really underestimated you. However, it ends here too. Shangguan Wenrui said. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I already said, you have to pay the price for your stupidity. Do you think that I'm able to stand here merely by relying on the strength of those 2 friends? Today, I'll let you know how much more you've bitten off than you can chew. Ha ha ha. I want to see just how you let me know that I've bitten off more than I can chew. Do you think that you can beat our 10 half-step boundless realms with your strength alone? 10 half-step boundless realms. Even this was an absolutely powerful force when placed in the fear scale world, let alone to talk about dealing with a peak 9th level soul sea brat. Yi Yuan's heroic words, in his view, was synonymous with not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. Haha, a couple of half-step boundless realms that relied on sanguine power to train. What difference is there from paper tigers? Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. His figure vanished on the spot once more, speeding towards one of the half-step boundless realm with extreme speed. While revolving his skill, Yi Yuan suddenly released his aura fully. Origin Spirit 9 transformations instantly erupted, breaking through to half-step divine traversing realm. Flame movement true dragon carnage. Yi Yuan roared, his fist already arrived. Yi Yuan's momentum was immensely great, but half-step boundless realms were half-step boundless realms. Their reactions naturally could not be compared to ordinary people either. That half-step boundless realm likewise hurled a fist out. The 2 attacks underwent a frontal collision directly in the air. Boom! Yi Yuan's figure abruptly stopped like a fixed spring, while that half-step boundless realm powerhouses was actually smacked down by Yi Yuan from the air directly. SMAs. Plussing heavily onto the ground. The might of one fist was overwhelming to the max. Seeing this punch of Yi Yuan, Shangguan Wenrui's expression could not help changing. He did not expect that Yi Yuan's strength was actually daunting to this sort of extent. Just 9th level soul C, and he could actually occupy the absolute initiative in a showdown with a half-step, boundless realm powerhouse already. Only at this time did Shangguan Wenrui realize that this young man before his eyes truly had the strength to threaten his life. If he faced off with him directly just now, what the outcome would be like was really hard to tell. Yi Yuan looked at Shangguan Wenrui and said coolly, "These few fellows all forcefully promoted their strength. Only essence energy reached the realm of half-step boundless. Concepts comprehension doesn't reach the standard at all. Doing this not only diminishes longevity, but their cultivation in this lifetime will also end here. If I can't even beat this sort of trash, how could I dare to enter the grand array alone?" Shangguan Wenrui's expression flickered erratically. He really did not think that Yi Yuan's strength was actually even stronger than half-step boundless. In his view, Yi Yuan was at most able to deal with 9th-level divine traversing martial artists. Half-step boundless and 9th-level divine traversing were two entirely different concepts. Yi Yuan's glorious military exploits previously were all borrowing Yi Qing and Yu Mingli, the two people's strength and completely not his own true power. Seeing Yi Yuan's strength with his own eyes now, how could he not be alarmed? Is that so? Even if they forcefully increase their strength, they are also authentic, half-step, boundless realm powerhouses. Even if one can't beat you, then how about the 10 of us? Shangguan Wenrui said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan flashed a bright grin and said, "Beat you all up the same." Chapter 693. Blood Prison Cage. Chapter 693. Blood Prison Cage. A creature who doesn't know life from death. I'll let you see what's called a genuine, half-step, boundless realm. Shangguan Wenrui gave a cold laugh. His aura was fully released abruptly. Different from those 9 people, Shangguan Wenrui was a genuine half-step, boundless realm expert whose strength was on par with Qi Hai's. Back then, when Qi Hai sneaked into the Shangguan Wenrui, he was wary of Shangguan Wenrui's existence. Boundless realm powerhouses controlled a small area of heaven and earth. Even though a half-step boundless realm could not achieve control, in this small area of heaven and earth, they were a demi-G, D-like existence too. With a wave of a hand, the essence energy quant. 1. Tai that Shangguan Wenrui mustered was entirely not what ordinary divine traversing realm martial artists could compare to. "The 9 of you attack together with me and crush this brat directly," Shangguan Wenrui said in a solemn voice. Right at this present moment, how could he still dare to look down on Yi Yuan? Yi Yuan already used his own actions to prove his might. Yes, Lord Shangguan. Even though those 9 people were half-step, boundless realm experts, they seemed to obey Shangguan Wenrui's every word. Under Shangguan Wenrui's command, the 9 people surrounded Yi Yuan from different directions, blocking all of Yi Yuan's escape routes. Of course, Yi Yuan did not move. With his speed, wanting to escape these 9 people's containment was still very easy to accomplish. Although these 9 people were all half-step, boundless realm, in terms of speed, they simply could not reach Yi Yuan's speed. Rather, even Shangguan Wenrui could barely contend with Yi Yuan a little in speed. Of course, that was also because he was an authentic, half-step, boundless realm powerhouses. In terms of cultivation realm, he was a major realm higher than Yi Yuan. Hoo-hoo, these sort of trash. What difference is there between 1 and 9? Yi Yuan said coolly. It was only to see his figure move, attacking like lightning. Yi Yuan's movements were incomparably strange. In a blink of an eye, he unleashed over 10 punches. 9 great half-step boundless realms were actually being held down and beaten by Yi Yuan alone. Yi Yuan's flame movement true dragon carnage was incomparably savage. Each blow had overwhelming momentum and immense power. If not for those 9 great half-step, boundless realm powerhouses relying on their essence energy being thick, they would have long been beaten into minced meat by Yi Yuan. Seeing this sort of situation, how could Shangguan Wenrui still put up with it? Sovereign extreme sword art. The moment the sword came out, a fierce and sharp sword Qi headed straight for Yi Yuan's back. Yi Yuan was currently in the midst of a fierce battle with 9 great half-step boundless realms, but had some vigilance toward Shangguan Wenrui constantly. Seeing him sneak attack, he silently cursed shameless in his heart, but drew the Xianying sword abruptly, turning around and stabbing over with a sword. Myriad rain, sword blades. Yi Yuan already had not used this move for a long time, but it did not mean that this move's power was not strong. On the contrary, along with the increase in his strength, the power of this myriad rain sword blades got increasingly more powerful. Boom! It was an intense collision. The 2 attacks were actually evenly matched. Is this the pride of half-step boundless? Hiding at the back and resorting to underhanded means? Yi Yuan mocked. Shangguan Wenrui's face was already long cultivated to be thicker than a city wall. Hearing those words, he only said nonchalantly, "The victor becomes king and the loser a bandit. As long as I kill you, what does it matter what method was used?" Yi Yuan sneered and said, "Truly, villains work in cahoots with each other. You people and Zhao Tianyin are simply a perfect match. I heard that your Shangguan family was the previous generation's Wind Emperor. Now being a lackey is also done with no qualms of conscience either." Shangguan Wenrui's expression fell. Yi Yuan's words clearly struck him where it hurt. The Shangguan family was a family that was abandoned. He was totally unable to resist Zhao Tianyin's domineeringness. If the Shangguan family really had any intentions of not submitting, Zhao Tianyin would absolutely exterminate the Shangguan family's entire clan with merciless means. Therefore, what Shangguan Wenrui could do was to nurture the next generation to the best of his abilities and make him win in the compet. 1. Tie-in for the Wind Emperor, and seize back the position of Wind Emperor, who knew that the Shangguan Lingyun he groomed painstakingly actually died at Yi Yuan's hands. How could he not hate? Enough nonsense. Do you think that the 9 of them are really as feeble as you imagine? Bring out your true capabilities and let this brat have a look. Shangguan Wenrui suddenly grinned hideously and said, "Once those 9 half-step, boundless realm experts received the order, the sanguine power in their bodies suddenly erupted. Each person was giving off a sinister red light all around their bodies. Those red light actually condensed to form a complete ent. 1. Tie in the air, forming an enormous ball-shaped barrier, directly enveloping Yi Yuan inside. Thick sanguine power leaked out, corroding over straight towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's expression could not help changing. He sensed that the circulation of essence energy within his body seemed to have become stagnant. Enjoy the blood prison cage well. Do you feel that your essence energy is somewhat not listening to your orders? Not only can this blood prison cage resonate with the surrounding essence energy and the essence energy within your body, but it can also even boost the 9 of their strength tremendously. To be able to force them to use this move, you can also be sufficiently proud." Shangguan Wenrui said with a big laugh. Yi Yuan's expression darkened. His figure moved, wanting to break free from this area of red domain. Yet he suddenly discovered that his speed actually could not be mustered up. 3 figures were actually even faster than his speed, directly sealing off his exit shut. Bang! Yi Yuan directly engaged in a blow with the 3 people and was actually struck until his innards were in a turmoil. These 9 people's strength seemed to have really rose a great deal. This blood prison cage was indeed incomparably bizarre. Yi Yuan fastidiously sensed it a bit. Indeed, he discovered that his connection with the surrounding heaven and damp, earth essence energy became much weaker. This also signified that his offensive power would weaken substantially. As for movement technique, without the support of essence energy, it would naturally be much weaker as well. Looks like these 9 people were also not absolutely without merit. This move was indeed unbelievably daunting. Falling into it was practically a certain death situation. Yi Yuan, this taste of waiting for death, how is it? Shangguan Wenrui said delightedly. Yi Yuan gave him an indifferent glance and said, "You all invaded the endless world, collected sanguine power, to use for raising your own powers. This kind of utterly devoid of conscience actions, heaven won't take you guys in. Yi Yuan will put you away. Humph, stubborn fellow. I want to see just what you rely on to take us away. Kill him for me." Shangguan Wenrui said. The 9 people received the order and attacked Yi Yuan once more. But this time, under their teamwork, their power increased greatly and actually forced Yi Yuan back repeatedly. If not for Yi Yuan comprehending the concept of wind flow, he would probably be a corpse at this time already. These 9 people were seemingly 9 devils who came from Hell, filled with sanguine qi. Even so, Yi Yuan was also in perilous danger all around and almost got hit many times. Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan, the taste of this blood prison cage is nice, right? Even if your methods are immensely formidable, without strength to unleash them, aren't you still a good-for-nothing? Yuner was our Shangguan family's hope, and you actually dare to kill him. Today, I'll send you off to be buried with Yuner. Shangguan Wenrui unleashed his martial technique once more without any hesitation outside the blood prison cage. Sovereign extreme sword art. Still that martial technique. But this time, the power could not be mentioned in the same breath. This was the sovereign extreme sword art's ultimate move. Being executed by Shangguan Wenrui's hands, the power was formidable until it made people feel asphyxiated. Chapter 694. Spirit Rank Coiling Dragon Heaven Devastating Palm. Chapter 694. Spirit Rank Coiling Dragon Heaven Devastating Palm. A stream of flowing light tore through the sky, entering right into the blood prison cage. The might of this sword, even through the city protecting Grand Array, Chu-S, H-I, plus they all could clearly sense it too. The full power attack of a half-step boundless rel powerhouse. The might was unimaginable. Those people viewing the fight even felt the entire S-P-A-C trembling. Lord Yi Yuan. When Chu-S, H-I, plus saw Yi Yuan in a hopeless situation, he yelled out at the top of his voice. He leaped, wanting to rush into the Grand Array. Yet, right at this time, a change suddenly occurred inside the blood prison cage. An azure streak of light gradually lit up from weak to strong. The red-colored light, which originally suppressed Yi Yuan to the extreme, actually became dim under this streak of azure light. Roar! The sound of a clear dragon roar reverberated throughout the entire Wufang city. Boom! A close to materializing azure, colossal dragon soared up into the air, directly SMAs. H-I, plussing the 9 great half-step boundless realm experts, surrounding Yi Yuan into meat paste. But these 9 people's death were simply unable to stop this azure dragon in the slightest. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, that azure dragon met directly with that stream of light which tore through the sky, then collided fiercely together. Boom! At this instant, the surrounding S-P-A-C virtually started to distort. A Ma-S-Civ aftershock spread out like a roaring wave, restraining all of the sounds in this world. Those fierce Gale world martial artists slightly closer were directly obliterated by this powerful aftershock without even letting out a tragic cry, while the martial artists slightly further away were overturned by waves of air billows and did not have the strength to resist at all. Crack, crack, crack. All of a sudden, cracking sounds came from the city protecting Grand Array. The power of these 2 attacks colliding actually made even the city protecting Grand Array fragment inch by inch. Boom! The city protecting Grand Array finally collapsed with a loud bang under the impact of the shockwave. The city protecting Grand Array, which had lasted for thousands of years, turned into dust just like this. Yet the contest between these 2 attacks had not ended yet. The Azure Dragon was released by Yi Yuan after, but at this time it pushed Shangguan Wenrui's attack back. Finally, this almost materialized azure dragon thoroughly crushed Shangguan Wenrui's attack. Then, wrapped in a formidable power, it galloped toward Shangguan Wenrui. Shangguan Wenrui was long frightened silly by Yi Yuan's attack already. This attack was too powerful until it made him, his half-step, boundless realm, give birth to fear in his heart. Virtually without any hesitation, Shangguan Wenrui turned around and fled. However, how could his speed compete against the azure dragons? This azure dragon was seemingly something with a soul. It actually attacked Shangguan Wenrui with an even greater speed. Bang! Shangguan Wenrui was directly plowed into by the azure dragon's colossal head. He spat out a mouthful of blood with a cough, his body falling down weakly. The 9 great half-step boundless realms being killed, the terrifying blood prison cage naturally collapsed on itself too. Yi Yuan's figure moved, arriving in front of Shangguan Wenrui. Give you a chance. Say my parents' whereabouts, and I'll make it painless for you. Don't harbor any hopes of getting lucky in your heart. My methods of torturing people are absolutely much more horrifying than you imagine. Yi Yuan said coolly, hearing that voice of Yi Yuan's which seemed to have come from the underworld. Shangguan Wenrui could not help shuddering. He could discern that thick killing intent in Yi Yuan's words. However, Shangguan Wenrui was aware that he was certain to be killed, so he did not really mind Yi Yuan's killing intent. He never could have thought that Yi Yuan could unleash such a peerlessly powerful blow. That attack earlier already infinitely approached boundless realm. Right then, just now, Shangguan Wenrui clearly perceived that the heavenly Tao had a trace of undulation and almost rained down heavenly tribulation. Shangguan Wenrui even felt that it was not that the might of this palm stopped here, but Yi Yuan deliberately suppressing the power and not letting it break through the limits of the endless world. If it was really like this, then Yi Yuan's strength was simply too terrifying. One could say that he was an invincible existence under boundless realm. How could a Soul Sea realm martial artist possibly unleash such a horrifying martial technique? Spirit rank coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. That move earlier was precisely the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm released with spirit rank dragon wave that Yi Yuan comprehended recently. Even before Yi Yuan comprehended it, he also did not expect that the spirit rank coiling dragon heaven devastating palm would actually be so powerful. Indeed, for the dragon race to be able to become the leader racial group among the demon races, they were not an ordinary kind of strong. Yi Yuan seemed to have extraordinary talent in the comprehension of dragon wave. Just before the army moved out this time, after Yi Yuan's injuries healed, he finally broke through the shackles of heaven rank, achieving spirit rank dragon wave. And Yi Yuan had a feeling that this spirit rank dragon wave seemed to be a watershed. Between heaven rank and spirit rank was seemingly the division between immortal and mortal. The disparity was too great. Earlier, Yi Yuan had indeed intentionally suppressed the power of the dragon wave. Otherwise, it would likely really draw the heavenly tribulation. With Yi Yuan's present strength, calling down the heavenly tribulation was no different from seeking death. Haha, what's the harm in telling you? Your parents have already been sent to the central capital. If you have the capabilities, go to the fierce Gale world and rescue them back. Shangguan Wenrui said with his mouth full of blood. Yi Yuan's expression fell, and he thought to himself that it was indeed so. Looks like Zhao Tianyin had long guessed that I wouldn't die that easily and wanted to use my parents to threaten me. Yi Yuan said solemnly, Zhao Tianyin isn't as simple as you think. Moreover, with your parents in his hands, you're not his match at all. Haha, I know that you'll definitely go and save your parents. Even if I can't kill you, Zhao Tianyin will also kill you. Yi Yuan, you can't escape the word death in the end. Shangguan Wenrui cursed venomously. Noisy! Yi Yuan slapped a palm over again, ending Shangguan Wenrui's life. This fellow still did not forget to curse him when facing imminent death. Really did not know life from death. But Yi Yuan had no choice but to admit that the current situation was rather troublesome, and he was also very worried about Yi Hang and Ren Hongling's safety. Zhao Tianyin, this fellow indeed had the demeanor of a fierce and ambitious person. Once he faced his adversary squarely, it was simply taking every conceivable possibility into account. Now that Yi Hang and Ren Hongling landed in his hands, Yi Yuan was somewhat hesitant in taking action. In the city Lord Manor, Yi Yuan released all the saved people from inside the vast heaven peg. And removed the restrictions on their bodies one by one. With Yi Yuan's current strength, even if Qi Hai, they all knew that the vast heaven peg, it was in his hands, he did not need to worry about anything either. This bit of restrictions was naturally not worth mentioning to him. When Qi Hai and the rest saw Yi Yuan again, the shock in their hearts could be imagined. Yi Yuan saved them on top of city walls and faced off with those 10 great half-step boundless realm powerhouses. Now that Yi Yuan appeared in the city Lord Manor, that was enough to explain everything. Yi Yuan actually relied on his own strength and triumphed over 10 great half-step boundless realm powerhouses. This sort of battle result was seriously too Westonies. Plussing. Even by pouring in all of the endless world strength, they were also unable to defeat those 10 people. But Yi Yuan was merely just at the peak 9th level soul see right now, and he actually did it. Just how formidable, to what degree, was the current Yi Yuan? Chapter 695. True Dragon, Heavenly Lord. Chapter 695. True Dragon, Heavenly Lord. Yi Yuan, apologies. I didn't protect your father and mother well. Qi Hai's words revealed thick self-condemnation in it. He was the endless world's strongest person and also the realm lord. He actually did not even detect the enemy's intentions, and the old nest was wiped out all at once. It was indeed an action that was very derelict of one's duties. If it were in the past, even if Qi Hai had some self-reproach, he would not say it out like this either. But now, Yi Yuan actually already matured into a martial artist, much more powerful than him. When facing Yi Yuan, Qi Hai's tiny bit of superiority feeling already vanished without a trace. The present Yi Yuan was the endless world's strongest person. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Forget it. Worrying over these now is not very useful either." Zhao Tianyin intentionally schemed against those who had no intention of doing so. Wu Fang City being breached is also something within expectations. Even Yi Yuan himself also did not think that Zhao Tianyin could actually create 9 half-step boundless realm experts. So from the very beginning, the outcome of Wu Fang City falling into the enemy's hands was destined. After everyone sat down, Yi Yuan sat at the seat of honor position. There, represented the position of the strongest person. Now that the fierce Gale world's great army had severe losses in the endless world, they already can't stir up much of a wave anymore. From today onwards, you all start to proceed with counterattacks, but the fierce Gale world's loss is already fixed, and they have already suffered due punishment. So don't commit too many killings. Those who are willing to surrender, gather them together first. Then group them up and send them back to the fierce Gale world. Yi Yuan instructed with the bearing of a sovereign. Yes, Lord Yi Yuan. Ning Yixian clasped his hands and said. Unknowingly, a change also occurred with Ning Yixian's ATTI. Towards Yi Yuan. Even the term of address changed. This was the pressure that a true powerhouse gave people. In the world of martial artists, it has always been the strong who reign supreme. Your strength is powerful. Other people will submit to you wholeheartedly. Your strength is weak. Others won't even be inclined to give you a glance. Regardless whether it was looking at strength or achievements, Yi Yuan was fully deserving of the word Lord. Before Yi Yuan exited the G.O.D. prohibited demon region, the endless world could be said to have already been fully occupied by the enemy. It was Yi Yuan overturning the raging tides alone, killing off all the strongest fear-scale world people in the endless world. This kind of strength, even thinking about it, made people give rise to awe and reverence in their hearts. Yi Yuan was not that sort of authentic aboriginal. He was formerly a high and lofty alchemy emperor. Towards these people's changes in mentality, he did not have any discomfort, getting into character very naturally. Furthermore, Yi Yuan knew that along with the increase in his strength, many friends that he could originally converse with would also gradually drift apart. Loneliness at the peak was this logic. Just like Long Tang, Nanfeng Ant, and Nice they were originally all fellow apprentices at the same sect. But now, even if Yi Yuan wanted to drop his ATTI, tood and get close to them, they would also feel unnatural. This was the change in status brought by strength. Even though Yi Yuan knew that Nanfeng Ant and Nice already had their hearts committed to him, the disparity between their strength ordained that they were not people of the same world. Of course, Yi Yuan was not that sort of people who forget their roots. Since they were friends, Yi Yuan would definitely guide them a bit and let them have even more S, P, A, C to advance in the future. Yi Yuan nodded his head and asked, the places that the fear-scale world Pa S said through were virtually all Ma S, sacring the cities. But why was there not much killing when they breached Wufang City? Yi Yuan had a few simple glances in the city and discovered that Wufang City's preservation was still considered pretty intact as if it did not get into a war. This made Yi Yuan very surprised. Also, these people in front of him, Yi Yuan originally thought that they were pretty much done for. Who knew that they were only controlled? That dumb Shangguan Wenrui actually even wanted to use them to threaten him. I've heard them talk about this before. They were planning on gathering us, these people, together and choose a time to carry out a collective sacrifice. Originally, it was also going to be carried out these few days, but didn't expect that Yi Yuan, you actually killed your way back. Qi Hai answered. Yi Yuan was enlightened. Turns out that it wasn't not taking action. It was just not yet started. Wufang City here were all the big shots of the endless world. Each and every one of their strength was unfathomable. Once they died, using that sort of crude way to collect the sanguine power was truly too much of a waste. Therefore, that was why they had the thought of gathering them together to sacrifice. It was just that Shangguan Wenrui did not think that Yi Yuan would return domineeringly, directly cruise. I plussing 10 mighty half-step boundless realms and freeing Wufang City. Yi Yuan swept a glance over everyone's faces and suddenly asked rather worriedly, is Brother Zihue still around? Hearing Brother Zihue this name, the expression on everyone's faces could not help becoming absent-minded and did not recall who Brother Zihue was for a moment. It was still Ren Xingchuan who recovered first and hurriedly said, Su Zihue should be fine. Soul Sea realm martial artists were imprisoned by them in the dungeons east of the city. Only after hearing Ren Xingchuan's words was Yi Yuan's suspended heart put back in its original spot. Su Zihue was Father Savior. Yi Yuan owed him a huge favor. If he died, he would be very upset. Only after hearing Ren Xingchuan's words did everyone know that this Su Zihue was merely a Soul Sea realm martial artist. But everybody could not help becoming very envious. This Su Zihue could actually obtain Lord Yi Yuan's good graces. Following that, Yi Yuan personally went to the City East dungeons and released Su Zihue and removing the restrictions on his body. When Su Zihue knew Yi Yuan's current status and strength, but lowered himself to let him out of the dungeons, personally, it moved him to the extreme. Later, this interlude was leaked out by goodness knows who. Pa S. Sing on with approbation. Lord Yi Yuan's high morality reached the clouds and did not forget old friends. This added the halo of a trace of humanity on the Yi Yuan who was later deified. After this battle, Yi Yuan gradually became the figure on top of the Endless World's altar. His fame was even greater than the Grand Yen true sects back then. while the Grand Yen True sect, sacrificing the entire sect's strength to protect the endless world's peace, was touching and deserving of a song. Yi Yuan turned the foul and rotten into the rare and ethereal, utterly cruce. H.I. plussing the fierce Gale world with his own strength. Such an achievement could be said to be unprecedented and unrepeatable. The martial artists who witnessed Wufang City's great battle gave Yi Yuan a Taoist Tli named True Dragon, Heavenly Lord. After Yi Yuan ascended to the divine realm, the endless world's martial artists spontaneously forged a monument of Yi Yuan in Wufang City in order to commemorate True Dragon, Heavenly Lord, Yi Yuan. Ever since then, Yi Yuan's name of True Dragon, Heavenly Lord was said down for as long as 10,000 years in the endless world. His achievement was engraved in people's minds for generations to come. Of course, these were all the afterword. After Yi Yuan rescued Su Zihui, he gave him a large batch of medicinal pills, enough for him to cultivate to peak divine traversing realm. Following that, Yi Yuan commanded people to search everywhere for the news of the Tranquil Cloud sect's disciples. At the same time, the endless world's counteroffensive also officially raised the curtains. But all of this had nothing to do with Yi Yuan already. Instructing everything properly, Yi Yuan started closed seclusion. The endless world's matters were already settled. But the fierce Gale world's matters had not ended yet. Not eliminating Zhao Tianyin, the fierce Gale world and endless world would never know peace. Before going to the fierce Gale world, Yi Yuan must break through to the divine traversing realm. Chapter 696, Divine Soul Condensing. Chapter 696, Divine Soul Condensing on ASPA Sias Field 1,000 miles outside of Wufang City. Over 10 martial artists were waiting in full battle formation. Qi Hai, Qin Hongtao, Ning Yixian, and so on. These pinnacle powerhouses of the endless world were currently standing guard for a young man. Yi Yuan's eyes were tightly shut, calming his spirit and focusing his mind, currently making the final preparations before breaking through. Yi Yuan had a calm expression, facing the breakthrough that was about to arrive very indifferently. However, Qi Hai and the rest each had solemn looks on their faces, as if they were the ones transcending the tribulation. The war had not ended now. Yi Yuan was the endless world's greatest hope. There must not be any accidents. Crack! All of a sudden, a bolt out of the blue echoed. The sky that was originally clear without clouds for thousands of miles actually started to have dark clouds gathering overhead. Seeing this commotion, Qi Hai and company's expressions changed. Yi Yuan is only breaking through to the divine traversing realm here. Why would there be such a huge tumult? Even though that heavenly tribulation has yet to form completely, looking at this spectacle, it's simply even stronger than other people transcending the heavenly tribulation of boundless realm. No wonder Yi Yuan possessed such horrifying strength at the Soul Sea realm. His heavenly tribulation, when breaking through, is too outrageous. The commotion of Yi Yuan transcending tribulation was naturally incomparably outrageous. If not for so, how is he able to rely on the heavenly tribulation back, then to smite the third-level divine, traversing Shangguan, Yinrong down 2 minor realms? But in Yi Yuan's view, the heavenly tribulation this time was still a little weaker compared to the last time. After all, he was breaking through the lower 3 realms' great threshold the last time. The heavenly Tao's obstruction to him was much greater than this time. Such a thing was bound to still happen when breaking through from the middle 3 realms to the upper 3 realms. This point, Yi Yuan had long been mentally prepared. This sort of advancement from breaking through the fetters of heavenly Tao was a one-time wide margin leap in life. One was bound to suffer the heavenly Tao's merciless loss. H.I. plussing. And Yi Yuan's strength was much greater compared to ordinary martial artists. The obstruction he received would definitely be much greater than ordinary people. Bang! 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 Frenzied lightning snakes descended in a wild dance, bombarding the place Yi Yuan was at violently. Yet Yi Yuan's place did not have any bit of essence energy undulation. Hiss! Yi Yuan is actually using his physical body to forcefully withstand the heavenly tribulation. No, wait. He's using the heavenly tribulation to temper his fleshy body? Qi Hai muttered when he saw this scene. The way Yi Yuan transcended tribulations, the impact it brought to him was too great. He had never thought before that transcending tribulations could actually be done in this phase. On the first round of heavenly tribulation, Yi Yuan actually even could not be bothered to use essence energy. Within those berserk lightning snakes, Yi Yuan was seemingly a small rowboat. But this small rowboat was as if nailed to the sea surface, not budging an inch. In the blue-violet lightning, a streak of azure light gradually lit up. Layers of azure dragon scale actually faintly birthed on Yi Yuan's skin. The lightning tribulation was getting stronger and stronger, but Yi Yuan felt that it had the trend of getting increasingly weaker. Bombarding on his body actually had less and less of a feeling. TSK, the might of the dragon race's physical body is indeed extraordinary. I wonder to what degree this fleshy body of mine can attain if I keep on strengthening it. In the heavenly tribulation, Yi Yuan gasped with admiration. Very soon, the first round of heavenly tribulation said. Yi Yuan was completely unscathed. This scene left the guarding Qi Hai and the rest speechless for a long time. They even forgot their mission for coming here today for some time. Under such a horrifying heavenly tribulation, there were actually people who could be completely unscathed. Yi Yuan, this fellow, was truly a freak. This was the thought that everyone had right now without prior consultation. That day when Yi Yuan slew 10 great, half-step, boundless realm powerhouses, they were put away into the vast heaven pag. Oh, by Yi Yuan and did not see Yuan take action at all. Yi Yuan's might was only imagined by them. But Yi Yuan transcending tribulation today, they finally saw with their own eyes that soul-stirring might of Yi Yuan, especially Qi Hai. He was already not far away from transcending tribulation and ascending. Regarding the might of heavenly tribulation, he even had a feeling faintly from forces beyond his control. He judged himself that under such a heavenly tribulation, even if he was able to transcend it, it was also very hard to do it as light-heartedly as Yi Yuan. Very soon, the second round, third round, fourth round, each wave of heavenly tribulation was fiercer than the last. But Yi Yuan transcended through all of them very easily. When it reached the fifth round, dual-colored lightning tribulation arrived as scheduled. 5 in 9 heavenly tribulation. Lightning and soul, dual tribulations. Hiss! Seeing that scene which awed the heart, Qi Hai drew a cold breath. Qi Hai once again deeply felt that might of Yi Yuan's strength. The dual-colored lightning tribulation at this time was much more powerful than when Yi Yuan was breaking through to the Soul Sea realm. But Yi Yuan's growth in this major boundary was even more. The dual-colored lightning tribulation, which heavily wounded Yi Yuan at that time, did not bring him too much trouble at this time. He did not even make use of that black bead. The heavenly tribulation dissipated. The sky restored clarity again. You guys look. What's that? Somebody suddenly screamed, as if he saw something inconceivable. Everyone was still immersed in that horrifying dual-colored lightning tribulation earlier at this time and did not pay attention. Hearing that person speak, everyone could not help focusing their gazes over, but saw a faint phantom spilling out from the top of Yi Yuan's head. That faint phantom looked exactly the same as Yi Yuan. This divine soul condensing. How is this possible? He only just broke through to the divine traversing realm. Qi Hai screamed. Really didn't expect that Yi Yuan's divine soul was actually condensed to such a degree already. Just broke through to divine traversing realm and his divine soul can actually condense a form. Ning Yixian was also unbelievably shocked. How is this possible? I've never heard before of divine, traversing realm martial artists being able to condense and form their divine souls. How consolidated must Yi Yuan's divine soul be? Qin Hongtao said in amazement. No wonder he was so relaxed when crossing the soul tribulation earlier. Such a consolidated divine soul. How could that degree of soul tribulation possibly shake it? Chi Hai said. Everyone looked over, only to see that Phantom Yi Yuan was seemingly a newborn child, filled with curiosity towards this world, wandering in the air, incomparably free from inhibitions. The so-called divine traversing realm was that the martial artist's divine soul was able to roam the world and be even closer to heaven and Earth. Only this way were they able to muster even more powerful heaven and Earth essence energy. But for ordinary divine traversing realm martial artists, the divine soul was an intangible thing. Even if it could separate from the physical body and roam in the world, it was also unable to sustain for long. But Yi Yuan's divine soul actually condensed to take form already. This was much more powerful compared to ordinary divine traversing realm martial artists. What middle three realm martial artists emphasized on cultivating was the divine soul. The more consolidated the divine soul was, the stronger the affinity with heaven and Earth essence energy. Even if they were boundless realm martial artists, they might not be able to cultivate the divine soul to the extent of condensing to take form. But Yi Yuan had just entered the divine traversing realm now, and he actually did it already. It was also no wonder that when Chi Hai they all saw the scene, it was like seeing a ghost. Not that their experiences were few. It was truly that this sort of situation was too rare. They had never heard of it before at all. Yi Yuan's divine soul played around in the air for a while. Only when it seemed to be rather tired out, did it return to Yi Yuan's body. Only at this time did Yi Yuan slowly open both eyes. The corners of his mouth could not refrain from revealing a trace of a smile. The feeling of the divine soul leaving the body, it had already been so long since he experienced it. Chapter 697. Wait for me to come and chop. Chapter 697. Wait for me to come and chop. Heavenly Sky Mountain Rage, the place where the Heavenly Sky sect in the past was and where the Purple Mansion sect was today. The Purple Mansion sect's sect master, Himingda, could be said to be riding on the crest of success these 2 years. The Purple Mansion sect endured patiently for generations. At his generation, they were finally able to welcome back the powerful Wind Emperor. Himingda was rewarded substantially by the Wind Emperor because he made huge contributions. These 2 to 3 years' time, he used the Wind Emperor's rewards to break through 2 minor realms in a row. He was already a half-step divine, traversing realm powerhouse. Furthermore, in the medicinal pills rewarded by the Wind Emperor, there were even medicinal pills to help him break through to the divine, traversing realm. Himingda never would have dreamed that he was actually able to break through to the divine, traversing realm in his remaining years. Divine, traversing realm. That was that pinnacle-most group of people in the endless world. Even when placed in the northern domain, it was also sufficient to establish a sect. But Himingda naturally did not have any thoughts regarding the northern domain. After Lord Shangguan went to the northern domain, this southern domain's affairs were up to him to manage. The state of Qin, those fellows. How's the greeting? Himingda asked an elder down below. That elder said, replying sect master, the state of Qin's imperial family have all been taken down already. The males were sent to the mines to dig for ores, and the women were thrown into the entertainment academy as slaves, never to recover for life. The Danwu Academy was sealed, and the instructors with relations to Yi Yuan were all sent to dig ores together with the state of Qin's imperial family. Also, that whatever fragrant medicine pavilion, it was removed as well. Himingda's face revealed a delighted smile and said with a loud laugh, ha ha ha. Pretty well done. That brat called Yi Yuan actually made us have such a stumble and even nearly crippled Lin Chao. Truly deserves death. Now, this boy naturally has Lord Shangguan to go and deal with. We can't stick a hand inside, but can entertain that group of relatives and friends of his properly. The elder was naturally aware of the fury in Himingda's heart. The Purple Mansion sect endured patiently for thousands of years. Erupting in one day, they originally thought that they could unify the southern domain. Who knew that at this time, this brat called Yi Yuan would actually pop out and make the Purple Mansion sect have a huge stumble, and also disrupted the Wind Emperor's original setup. At that time, Himingda was fearful and trembling in his heart. Every day, he could not even sleep well, afraid that the Wind Emperor would kill him in a rage. But who knew that not only did the Wind Emperor not kill him, he even let him be in charge of all matters concerning the southern domain perfectly fine. However, even though the matter had pa-s said, the fury in Himingda's heart did not pa-s. Some time ago, Himingda finally straightened out all the things in the southern domain. Right away, he pointed the spearhead at the state of Qin, whose relations were not shallow with Yi Yuan. Looks like you're laughing very happily. Himingda was currently chuckling to himself when a voice suddenly sounded out in the great hall. Himingda's expression changed, and he said in a cold voice, "Who?" Pretending to be mysterious. "If you have the capabilities, reveal your true face." Himingda was currently incomparably shocked in his heart. There was actually someone who could enter the Purple Mansion sect's main hall noiselessly, and not a single person in the entire sect discovered it, including him. When was there such a powerful existence in the southern domain? A youth clothed in white walked into the great hall, neither hurriedly nor slowly. When Himingda saw him, his knees went weak in fright, and he nearly toppled down from his chair. This youth was none other than precisely the Yi Yuan who came from the northern domain. Leaving the southern domain for such a long time, Yi Yuan still could not quite put his mind at ease regarding the state of Qin. Although his parents had already left the state of Qin for a long time, Yi Yuan still had quite a number of people worthy of care remaining in the state of Qin, such as Manager Feng San, such as Huyan Yong, Jiang Yunha, and so on. Him returning to the southern domain this time was to enter the fierce gale world through the Grand Yen True Sect's ruins and conveniently dropped in on the state of Qin. Who knew that the state of Qin was actually taken out altogether? Manager Feng San died horribly. The fragrant medicine pavilion was thoroughly dissolved. Huyan Yong, Jiang Yunha, and the Nanfeng family were all sent to dig in the mines. Himingda's actions thoroughly infuriated Yi Yuan. Himingda could cover the skies with one hand in the southern domain now. Doing this sort of thing naturally would not have any misgivings. Yi Yuan just inquired a little and knew that it was the Purple Mansion sect playing tricks at the back. Yi Yuan sent white light to rescue Huyan Yong and the rest, while simultaneously dropping in to visit over here. Actually, Yi Yuan only came a step late. When he rushed to the Purple Mansion sect, the elder handling the affairs had also just happened to return to the sect. Hence, there was that scene just now. What made Himingda astounded was that just 2 to 3 years of not seeing, Yi Yuan was actually a divine, traversing realm powerhouse already. Himingda knew that Yi Yuan's talent was heaven-defying, but also did not think that it was actually heaven-defying to this kind of degree. Seeing Yi Yuan, Himingda knelt down with a thud and begged for mercy. "Why, Yi Yuan, I. All of this is all the Wind Emperor's orders. I'm only carrying out the orders. I beg you, don't kill me." Yi Yuan looked at Himingda and suddenly grinned and said, "Is that so? I'm going to meet Zhao Tianyin very soon. Why not? I bring you to confront him face to face?" Yi Yuan did not tolerate his explanation at all. Pointing lightly with his finger, violent essence energy directly shackled Himingda up, while that elder was blasted into residue immediately. Yi Yuan's figure moved and arrived in front of Himingda. Extending his hand and smacking on his head with a lug, he directly pulled out his divine soul, throwing it into a small bottle prepared in advance. "Fiery, attend to this fellow well. Finus, H.I., plussing all of this." Yi Yuan gave an order to Fiery. A wisp of essence fire also silently entered inside the small bottle. Yi Yuan casually sealed the small bottle shut, but heard clamoring sounds coming from inside. This kind of divine soul refining method was exceedingly cruel. He Mingda's divine soul could even survive for as long as 100 years inside this small bottle. He would have to suffer the agony of essence, fire burning the body at all times. In the end, he would be refined finished, never to reincarnate forever. Yi Yuan never tend to be like this towards enemies, but this He Mingda touched his bottom line. Feng San's death made him give rise to thick killing intent towards He Mingda. Furthermore, the endless world suffering this kind of apocalyptic calamity, the chief culprit was He Mingda. Even though he was just a minor character, this minor character changed the moving direction of the two small worlds. Towards the entire Purple Mansion sect, Yi Yuan obviously would not be soft-hearted as well, directly choosing to eradicate the sect, slaughtering the Purple Mansion sect from top to bottom cleanly. But what surprised Yi Yuan was that he actually did not find Lin Chao's figure in the Purple Mansion sect. It also counted as having let him escape a calamity. Yi Yuan did not have much time to waste on this as well. The pressing issue was that he still had to hurry to the fierce Gale world. Therefore, he did not stop over for long too. Several days later, Yi Yuan's figure appeared in the ruins of the Grand Yen True Sect. Time Pa-S said, and Cirque Mstance's had changed. Yi Yuan also sighed incessantly in his heart coming to this place again. At that time, the 8 great sects came to explore the mystic realm. Who knew that it actually triggered such a tragic war between two worlds? Those martial artists who came to explore the mystic realm at that time. Only Yi Yuan was left now. Even those tranquil cloud sects' fellow apprentices still did not have any news now as well. The present ruins were long teeming with fierce Gale world martial artists already. Yi Yuan obviously would not be polite, killing all the way into the realm Pa-S, Sageways area. The one guarding the realm Pa-S, Sageway, was a divine traversing realm expert. However, he was not an enemy capable of exchanging a single blow with Yi Yuan at all. Scram back and tell Zhao Tianyin to ask him to wash his neck clean and wait for me to come and chop. Yi Yuan did not kill the divine traversing realm martial artist, but said to him, Chapter 698, Zhao Tianyin, you deserve death. Chapter 698, Zhao Tianyin, you deserve death. Zhao Tianyin, come out for me. In the sky above the central capital, a figure stood in the air. Yi Yuan's voice was like rolling thunder, instantly spreading throughout the entire central capital. Yi Yuan Pa-S said right through the city, protecting Grand Array, and entered inside the capital. This time, he did not have the need to be sneaky like last time. He had the strength to confront Zhao Tianyin now. This howl of Yi Yuan's immediately drew everyone's attention. Who is this person? To actually dare address His Majesty's name directly without honorifics. Does he want to die? You idiot. This boy is clearly coming with ill intentions. If he isn't a fool, then he has genuine ability. Do you think he wants to die or not? You're the idiot. Who can be His Majesty's match in this world? He's a boundless realm powerhouse. Even though this boy's strength is pretty good, he's at the very most also just a first-level divine traversing realm only. Oh, the person actually had no words to retort. In these fierce Gale world martial artist's view, Yi Yuan was purely here to seek death. Because at this time it was simply impossible for anyone to be the Wind Emperor, His Majesty's match. In their hearts, His Majesty was an invincible existence. Except Yi Yuan came here today in order to devastate that invincible king in their hearts. On Qixia Mountain, Star Abyss was currently giving a sermon to his disciples. Hearing this voice, his expression could not help changing. Who has such nerve to actually dare provoke His Majesty? Ah, this voice is so familiar. It's little junior brother's voice. Master, it's little junior brother returning. S.H.I. plus Howren recognized this voice very quickly, half exclaiming and half overjoyed. Star Abyss recognized Yi Yuan's voice right away. His face revealed a complicated look at this time as he said with a sigh, Yi Yuan coming back? How can he still be your little junior brother? Most likely, even Master also have no choice but to address him, Your Excellency, already! S.H.I. plus Howren's expression changed, and he said, What do Master's words mean? Star Abyss waved his hand and said, Don't ask any more. Follow Master out to take a look, and you'll know. Finished talking. Star Abyss got up and headed out of the door. The group of disciples were all surprised and bewildered and followed him out of the door too. At the same time, countless family clans in the city were alarmed, all leaving their homes to watch one after another. But what made their jaws to the ground was that the youth who appeared slightly skinny in the air was only a divine traversing realm martial artist. This kind of strength was still considered pretty good when placed outside the central capital. But even if the elites in the central capital were all brought out, he could not be ranked into this kind of strength. How could he dare to challenge Lord Wind Emperor? 2 years ago, Yi Yuan overpowered everyone in the central capital. But at that time, Yi Yuan's strength was still weak after all. In these 2 years, regardless of whether in terms of disposition or strength, Yi Yuan was worlds apart from at that time. There were naturally very few people who could remember that this youth before their eyes was the Yi Yuan who wreaked havoc in the capital on that day. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's commotion today was much, much greater compared to that time when he came back then. On that day, it was only in the plaza. But this time, Yi Yuan's roar startled all the experts in the central capital. The current Yi Yuan shut his eyes, hands folded across his chest, quietly waiting for Zhao Tianin's response. However, Zhao Tianin's status in the fierce Gale world was still paramount. Yi Yuan roaring so impudently like this naturally incurred the displeasure of many experts. Very soon, there were those who did not fear Death Russ. Plussing forward. Where did this boy who doesn't know life from death come from? To actually dare address Lord Wind Emperor's name directly without honorifics, courting death. This was a third-level divine traversing powerhouse, going over to greet Yi Yuan without allowing any explanations. Yi Yuan did not move, but a faint phantom separated from his body and came out. That faint phantom just lightly tapped a finger out, and that third-level divine traversing powerhouse dropped down straight from the sky, just like this. Seeing this scene, everyone drew a cold breath. That is divine soul condensing and taking form. How is this possible? S.H.I. plus Howren, they all had just come out from Chisha Mountain when he saw this scene, shocking S.H.I. plus Howren until he was stammering when speaking. Star Abyss's gaze sharpened too. He did not think that 2 years of not seeing Yi Yuan was actually formidable to such an extent already. First-level divine traversing, dealing with third-level divine traversing. And the former actually did not even unleash a move, only using the condensed divine soul to directly one-shot the latter. Furthermore, the divine soul condensing and taking form at the first-level divine traversing. What kind of concept was this? Even if Star Abyss was aware of Yi Yuan's former alchemy emperor Aiden. Seeing the scene, he was unbelievably shocked too. But speaking of which, if Yi Yuan did not have sufficient strength, it was also impossible to wantonly challenge Zhao Tianin publicly like this. Boundless realm. These 2 words were not said for fun. Now you all know what my words earlier meant, right? Star Abyss said with an emotional sigh. S.H.I. plus Howren and the group of apprentices exchanged glances, each seeing the astonishment in the other party's eyes. 2 years of not seeing. Yi Yuan was no longer that little junior brother who needed their protection. That youth who used to seek protection under Master's feathers already truly grew up to become a peerless powerhouse. Right then, Yi Yuan slowly opened his eyes and said indifferently, I came here today for a personal grudge with Zhao Tianyin. If there are those who don't fear death, feel free to come up. I'll just treat it as a warm-up. The voice was not loud, but it transmitted into everybody's ears clearly. These words were very arrogant, very freaking arrogant. But this youth in front of them absolutely had the capital to be arrogant, relying solely on the divine soul to one-shot a third-level divine traversing powerhouse. Very clearly, this fellow was really here for the Wind Emperor, Zhao Tianyin. A single sentence awed everyone. The divine traversing realm experts, who were originally raring to have a go, all sensibly pressed down the desire to provoke. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he could not help shutting his eyes once more. Him attacking like thunderbolt was in order to stun everyone. Otherwise, some flies coming up repeatedly was also quite irritating. As for Star Abyss's lineage, Yi Yuan naturally discovered long ago. But at present, it was clearly not a good time to identify each other, so he could only treat it as if he did not see. With the Pa-S, Sing of Time, quite a number of people below could not refrain from commenting. Why hasn't Lord Wind Emperor appeared yet? Could it be that he's really afraid? Sure. Keep it down, are you courting death? Lord Wind Emperor is a boundless realm powerhouse. How can he possibly be afraid of this brat? Him not coming out definitely has his reason. Even though this boy's abilities are considerable, it's not possible to be Lord Wind Emperor's match either. And what you said makes sense. Lord Wind Emperor is a boundless realm powerhouse after all. How can he possibly fear a first-level divine traversing brat? Everyone was currently discussing animatedly when a disturbance suddenly arose in the distance. Clatter. Clatter. A middle-aged man in fine clothing slowly walked out from the crowd, but in his hands he was pulling a very thick iron chain. The other end of the iron chain was connected to a cage forged from profound iron. There was a male and female pair in the cage. The two people were thin and pallid, their faces without color. The Yi Yuan in the air suddenly snapped open his eyes. Starting hard at those two figures in the metal cage, he gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, Zhao Tianyin, you deserve death. Chapter 699. Hatred Billowing to the Sky. Chapter 699. Hatred Billowing to the Sky. Yi Yuan right now had blood-red eyes with his killing intent billowing to the sky. The male and female in the cage were none other than precisely Yi Hang and Rin Hongling, husband and wife. Ever since reincarnating, Yi Yuan had never wanted to kill a person this intense before. Today was the first time. Apart from Ji Kanglin, Yi Yuan truly became enraged for the first time today. At this time, Zhao Tianyin carried the profound iron cage and soared into the air. The iron cage in excess of 1,000 pounds was like nothing in his hands, and him moving, Yi Hang and Ren Hongling immediately tumbled around inside. Their heads be you, imped directly onto the iron cage, giving off banging sounds. Zhao Tianyin looked at Yi Yuan and said with a faint smile, Are you furious? But I advise that you better not lose your temper. This metal cage was forged from profound iron. Its strength is comparable to a profound artifact's. On it is already stuck full of Tier 5 pyroblast talismans. As long as I activate it, they will immediately be blown to dust. Yi Yuan was just thinking of making a move, but was forcefully stopped by Zhao Tianyin's words. Zhao Tianyin, if they have any mishap, I dare to assure you that you won't even get to be buried with them, even if you want to. Yi Yuan's words seemed to be carrying ice. It could be seen that he was already furious to the extreme at present. Hoo-hoo, you're confident, even if I don't have them as hostages in my hands. Just the likes of you, and you want to find me for revenge? Still a little young in the end. You simply can't imagine the disparity between boundless realm and divine traversing realm. Zhao Tianyin thought nothing of Yi Yuan at all. In his eyes, Yi Yuan was just a brat overestimating his own ability. The further to the back the path of martial Dao, the harder it was to leap realms and battle. because the distance between each minor boundary also got increasingly greater. Perhaps Yi Yuan indeed had the ability to cross boundaries and battle, but it was absolutely impossible to cross a major boundary and defeat the boundless realm him. However, to the inherently cautious Zhao Tianyin, he would rather have a card grasped in his hands. After all, the current Yi Yuan had already matured to the degree that did not allow him to ignore. Lions would go all out to hunt a rabbit. Zhao Tianyin would not make light of this boy who rose up heaven-defyingly. One had to know that many things that he arranged single-handedly were all wrecked at this boy's hands. Looking at the present situation, most likely over at the Endless World, it was also more ominous than propitious already. Shangguan Wenrui had brought 10 half-step boundless realms over. If they had exchanged blows with Yi Yuan before, then Yi Yuan's current strength really could not be underestimated. Of course, Zhao Tianyin was simply unable to imagine that Yi Yuan was all too clear on the gap between boundless realm and divine traversing realm. If he did not have 100% certainty, how could he possibly come to the central capital alone? Yi Yuan clenched his fists tightly, giving off cracking sounds. His nails were already embedded in the flesh, piercing his palm open. Fresh blood flowed down along the palm, but he was seemingly oblivious. Suddenly, Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath and slowly shut his eyes. Soundlessly, Yi Yuan entered heart like monolith heart realm. When Yi Yuan opened both eyes once more, that scarlet-red color already disappeared. But the cold intent in his gaze still did not fade away. Speak then. What conditions do you want before you're willing to release them? Yi Yuan said in a cold voice, taking Yi Yuan's transformation entirely into his sights. Zhao Tianyin was also very amazed in his heart. This boy indeed could not be underestimated. To actually recover his cool so quickly. If it were others, they would probably have rushed forward without heed for anything already. Martial artists in the midst of rage were scary, but martial artists that lost proper restraint, no matter how furious, could only be played with on the palms of others. The reason why Zhao Tianyin did this was in order to infuriate Yi Yuan. Earlier he did it, but now he failed. From the look in Yi Yuan's eyes, Zhao Tianyin judged that he absolutely would not commit that kind of low-level mistake. However, so what then? As long as Yi Hang husband and wife were in his hands, Yi Yuan would have to be cautious in taking action. Hoo-hoo, recovered your cool so quickly. Rather somewhat exceeded my expectations. Looks like you're really quite different from those who think themselves to be geniuses. Zhao Tianyin said with a laugh. Yi Yuan said coldly, Enough C.R.A.P. State your terms. Zhao Tianyin shook his head and could not help laughing as he said, Relax a little. The terms can be discussed. If you cripple your cultivation, I'll release them. The moment these words came out, a wave of hubbub involuntarily came from below. In the fear scale world, Zhao Tianyin was a paramount existence. He normally very rarely appeared in the eyes of the public, but his actions today made quite a number of people all feel somewhat subverted. Although in the martial artist world, the victor was king, using this kind of method to deal with a youth who was a major boundary lower than him was truly a little too shameless. When S.H.I. plus Haran heard these words, he could not resist cursing. Utterly contemptible. Zhao Tianyin is truly too shameless to actually even utter this sort of words. Yes, H. Plus, if little junior brother crippled his own cultivation, wouldn't he be a fish on the chopping board, free to be sliced up at will? Second senior apprentice brother Tang, Ji said furiously. Yi Yuan laughed coldly when he heard that and said, Are you insulting my intelligence? Such an absurd condition. Do you think that I'd agree? Get to work then. But you'll have to be prepared to receive my wrath. Actually, now that it came to this, Zhao Tianyin really became somewhat fearful of Yi Yuan. Because Yi Yuan was too calm. How could such a calm person do something without any assurance at all? Yi Yuan daring to barge into the central capital alone indicated that he at least thought that he had the strength to have a showdown with him. Adding in some conjectures from before, perhaps Yi Yuan really had the strength to threaten boundless realms. Zhao Tianyin obviously knew that Yi Yuan would not agree to this kind of terms. He was only testing the waters just now. The result was that Yi Yuan was still terrifyingly calm. All right then, since you're not willing to cripple your cultivation, then beating yourself to severe injuries, this condition shouldn't be hard, right? Zhao Tianyin said. Yi Yuan did not answer right away, but fell silent. He was thinking of countermeasures. But with Zhao Tianyin's cunningness, how could he give him this opportunity? He shook the metal chain in his hand immediately. That metal cage being shaken like this swayed tremendously in the air. Yi Heng husband and wife were knocked around everywhere by the swaying. Very soon their foreheads had blackish red bloodstains ped out. Even though they, husband and wife couple, were martial artists and their bodies were very powerful, the hardness of this metal cage was comparable to profound artifacts. How could they withstand it? Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and said, "Hold it! I accede to you." Finished talking, Yi Yuan raised his hand. A palm smacked onto his chest without holding back at all. Poo work. Yi Yuan's blow did not show leniency. A mouthful of blood sprayed out immediately. Zhao Tianyin was cunning like a fox. He could not fool him at all. Being knocked like this, Yi Heng actually slowly woke up. His eyes looked around for a while rather vacantly and just happened to see the scene where Yi Yuan beat himself to severe injuries, gluing his eyes onto Yi Yuan's body. Yi Heng's tears flowed out from his eyes. Using all the strength in his body, he shouted to Yi Yuan, "Yuan, quickly leave. Don't bother about us. With a son like you, your mother and I are incomparably proud." Chapter 700. The words filial piety. Chapter 700. The words filial piety. Yi Yuan receiving a palm of his own. His innards were like rivers and seas being overturned. Hearing Yi Heng's yell, Yi Yuan forced a smile and said, "Rest assured, father. Your child will definitely bring you guys back safely." Haha, you can't even fend for yourself anymore, and you're still talking big here. I want to see just how you bring them out today. Zhao Tianyin chortled with laughter delightedly. Yi Yuan's expression turned cold, and he said icily, "I already did it in accordance with what you said. Could it be that you're going to go back on your words?" But Zhao Tianyin shook his head and said with a laugh, "Do you take me for a fool? Even though that palm wasn't light, it was still within the scope that you can endure. This bit of injury doesn't have much impact on you." Yi Yuan's current physical body was incomparably powerful. This palm looked very powerful, but Yi Yuan's injuries were indeed still within a controllable limit. But that palm earlier was absolutely not light. He did not think that Zhao Tianyin, this fellow, was actually still unsatisfied. "Then what do you want before you're happy?" Yi Yuan said coldly, "Hit until I'm happy." Zhao Tianyin said coolly, "Yuan, don't listen to him. If you beat yourself to severe injuries, wouldn't you be at his mercy?" Yi Heng said with a quivering voice. Yi Yuan gave Zhao Tianyin a glance icily and took a look at his father in the cage again. Clenching his teeth, another palm smacked onto his own chest. This palm was even heavier compared to that palm earlier. Yi Yuan spewed out a mouthful of blood again, but Zhao Tianyin shook his head and said, "Still not enough." Yi Yuan did not say a word. SMAs. Plussing another palm onto his chest. This palm, he sent himself flying out directly. Yi Yuan forcefully propped himself to stand up, but could not even stand steadily anymore. When Yi Heng saw his son being injured until like this for him, veins popped out all over his body. He shouted to Yi Yuan at the top of his voice, "Yuan, don't hit anymore. Father has let you down. You must kill this fiend." Finished talking, Yi Heng raised his hand and was about to smack towards the top of his skull. Seeing this scene, A hint of a cruel smile flashed across the corners of Zhao Tianin's mouth. Right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly howled. If you dare to commit suicide, your child will die right here for you to see. That palm of Yi Hang's already reached in front of his head, but hearing the sentence, it was forcefully stopped. Seeing Yi Hang stop, Yi Yuan yelled out, Father, don't you trust your child? Yi Hang's tears poured out like tidewater. He was incredibly remorseful towards Yi Yuan in his heart as he wept and said, Yuan, Father trusts you. Yi Yuan looked at Father with a firm gaze, nodded his head, and said, Father, just watch. If I don't kill this beast today, your child is lesser than human. Ha ha ha. What a touching scene. However, you're already like this now. What do you have to come and kill me? Looks like your wounds are still not severe enough. Continue hitting. Hit until you can't speak. Zhao Tianin laughed loudly and said. Yi Yuan glared at Zhao Tianin viciously. Lifting his hand, it was another palm. One palm followed another. Even if Yi Yuan's fleshy body was powerful, it also sustained extremely severe injuries at this time. His clothes were already soaked by his own fresh blood, looking gruesomely terrible. Little junior brother, don't hit anymore. If you carry on hitting, you'll die. SHI plus Howren seriously could not carry on watching, and could not refrain from coming forward and yelled loudly to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan turned his head around and gave SHI plus Howren a grateful smile. But that smile somewhat had the taste of a hero in his sunset years. Yi Yuan's miserable condition also made the countenance of those fierce-scale world martial artists below changed. Even if they were the hostile side, they also gave rise to sympathy for Yi Yuan at this time. Yi Yuan's filial piety moved every single one present. Regardless of which world they were born in, the meaning of the words filial piety were all the same. Yi Yuan clearly knew that this was extremely detrimental to him, but he did this to himself without hesitation. Martial artists cultivating the Tao were extremely self-centered, which was also relatively selfish. Yi Yuan doing this to this sort of degree for his parents. How many people among them were able to do it? How could Yi Yuan's filial piety not visibly move them? Zhao Tianin's methods were overly beneath contempt. Making use of Yi Yuan's filial piety and doing this kind of actions, but did not dare to confront head-on. Was this person really their king? For countless years, the people of the fierce-scale world had doubts towards their own faith for the first time. However, no matter how miserably Yi Yuan hit himself, he would always crawl to his feet stubbornly. This time he dragged his weary body and asked Zhao Tianin, as satisfied. Zhao Tianin lifted his head to the sky and laughed as he said, Ha ha ha, ha ha. Yi Yuan, I admit that you're an upstanding man. However, the path of martial Tao is destined to be lonely. A person like you is doomed to not live long. Ha ha ha. On account of you having such sincerity, I'll return them to you. Zhao Tianin shook the iron chain in his hand. That metal cage flew straight in Yi Yuan's direction. Yi Yuan resisted the intense pain all over his body, gritting his teeth as he reached his hand out to receive that metal cage. Right then, a hint of a hideous grin flashed across the corners of Zhao Tianin's mouth. Muttering incantations from his mouth, he cried out, Detonate! This sound reverberated throughout the sky, stunning everybody. Those martial artists had never thought before that a person could be shameless to such a degree. While at this time, Yi Yuan's arms had just touched that profound iron cage. He grabbed hold of Yi Hang and Run Hongling's arms. Boundless essence, energy, gushed forth, instantly enveloping the two of them tightly. Bang, bang, bang. Over 100 tier, 5 pyroblast talismans exploded at the same time. The power was unimaginable. With Yi Hang husband and wife strength, if they got caught even just by a bit of the explosion, they would also be blown to dust. Yi Yuan maneuvered out all of his essence energy to protect his parents, while he himself used his physical body to forcefully withstand these hundreds of pyroblast talismans' explosion. Yi Yuan was directly blasted, flying out 10,000 feet away. However, his hands grabbed hold of the metal cage tightly, his entire person being blown flying out together along with the metal cage. The instant he landed, Yi Yuan's mind stirred, putting the metal cage away into the vast heaven pag. Oh, duh, while he himself fell heavily onto the ground. This time, Yi Yuan did not crawl to his feet again. Ha ha ha! Foolish boy! In this world, is there anything more important than your own life? For others, you'd actually rather go die yourself. Couldn't be more foolish. Plus, but precisely because of your foolishness that it also saved me the trouble. Now, I'll send you on your way. Zhao Tianyin flew to not far away from Yi Yuan and roared with laughter. His palm raised up and was just about to smack towards Yi Yuan's body when Star Abyss finally could not hold back from making a move. Zhao Tianyin, you're simply shameless to the max. Don't think about touching Yi Yuan. Zhao Tianyin gave him a glance coldly and casually swung a palm out, sending Star Abyss flying out immediately. Humph! A puny little alchemy sovereign being insolent in front of this monarch time and again. Do you really take it as I don't dare to do anything to you? Our fierce Gale world, this sort of remote land. Presumably, even if I kill you, the Alchemist Association wouldn't look into it either. Towards Star Abyss, Zhao Tianyin finally could not tolerate him any longer. Master! S.H.I. plus Howren, they all caught Star Abyss. Just one blow made Star Abyss suffer heavy injuries. But Zhao Tianyin placed the target on Yi Yuan again very quickly, saying with a hideous grin, "Weren't you very KY just now? Didn't you say that you were going to kill me? Now I want to see just who is killing who." Zhao Tianyin waved a hand and condensed out a sort of essence energy, stabbing towards Yi Yuan. Chapter 701, This Punch. Chapter 701, This Punch. Boom! Dirt sprayed around, debris flying everywhere. The place where Yi Yuan was had a huge pit blasted out directly by violent essence energy, kicking up enormous amounts of dust. Star Abyss and the others, they all turned their heads aside painfully, unable to bear looking at the appearance of Yi Yuan being blasted into residue. Under this blow of Zhao Tianyin's, Yi Yuan absolutely did not have the possibility of surviving. This blow going down, the entire world seemingly restored its tranquility. There were only those flying sand and rolling pebbles still surging in the air. Many martial artists' faces all revealed looks of unable to bear it. Yi Yuan's actions touched that softest heart chord in the hearts of every martial artist present. No matter how stone-hearted martial artists were, their hearts were made out of flesh too. Ha ha ha. Foolish boy, a weak and irresolute guy like you actually dares to come and kill me. Really foolish to the max. Zhao Tianyin let out a burst of roaring laughter. He was currently being pleased with himself and did not notice that there were quite a few martial artists shooting contemptuous gazes at him. What a shame! Such a formidable young genius actually fell just like this. Yeah, having such strength at a tender age, truly remarkable. More importantly, he's bold and forthright. Once he grows up in the future, he would absolutely be a mighty world-shaking figure. Not even daring to have a direct confrontation with such an opponent who's worthy of respect, sigh. In the capital, there were quite a number of people commenting at length softly. Zhao Tianyin was still that most exalted king, but a change silently occurred regarding his status in the hearts of his subject. Just as everyone all relaxed their efforts, an extremely wild energy undulation suddenly came from inside that enormous dust cloud. Zhao Tianyin's expression changed drastically. A feeling of immense danger instantly enveloped his entire body. 8 desolate sky-fiend palm. In a flurry, Zhao Tianyin directly mustered up a boundless realm's horrifying essence energy, blasting it over towards inside the dust cloud. Right at this time, S. Civ Azure Dragon tore open the dust cloud directly, bringing a dragon roar that resounded to the skies. It rumbled directly towards Zhao Tianin. This coiling dragon heaven devastating palm was far more than 100 times more powerful than when annihilating Shangguan Wenrui back then. The fierce Gale world was a high-order small world. The degree of stableness of the SPAC was much stronger compared to the endless world. And this blow of Yi Yuan's actually compressed SPAC until cracks appeared. When Yi Yuan was at the Soul Sea realm, he was already infinitely close to Boundless Realm when using the spirit, rank, coiling, dragon, heaven, devastating palm. Now that he broke through a major boundary, the power of this move was naturally a level higher. The might of this palm already Serpa said the limits that SPAC could bear. The places it said through SPAC was fragmented inch by inch. Zhao Tianin's attack had yet to be fully executed, and he was already struck by the Azure Dragon solidly already. Poo work! Zhao Tianin directly spouted out a mouthful of blood in the air, his body flying out like a kite with a broken string. A figure dashed out of the dust like lightning and actually caught up to Zhao Tianin with even swifter speed. Boom! The force of the one palm had not dissipated fully yet. That silhouette followed up with another punch. This punch is a hit for all life under the heaven. Thick killing intent leaked out from Yi Yuan's words, reverberating throughout the entire capital. Who else could this figure be but Yi Yuan? Yi Yuan's current physical body was incomparably formidable. This punch was also unleashed using the fist force of the flame movement true dragon carnage. The lethality was extremely strong, but would not be fatal too. The punch reaching flesh, Zhao Tianin spewed out a large mouthful of fresh blood again with a cough, his body flying out backward once more. Yi Yuan's figure moved once more, instantly arriving at Zhao Tianin in the air, and punched right in his abdomen with a rumble. Poo work! Zhao Tianin spat a mouthful of blood out. He was HIT until his IBALLS protruded out. This punch is a hit for myself. Receive well. Zhao Tianin suffering this punch, his body dropped down with extreme speed. However, Yi Yuan's speed was even faster than his, arriving under him like teleporting. A hook punch hit Zhao Tianin's lumbar spine directly, hitting him up to the sky again. This punch is for my father. This punch is for my mother. This punch is for Star Abyss. This punch is for SHI plus Howren. The current Yi Yuan was like a rampaging wild beast. Each punch was filled with violent strength. Furthermore, each punch he struck out, Yi Yuan could say out a name. In the end, Yi Yuan practically said all the names of people that he could think of once. Even he himself could not remember clearly how many fists he punched either. The pent-up rage previously obtained a release in these punches after punches. Everyone started dumbfoundedly at this time, uncertain why the situation would reverse so quickly. Yi Yuan clearly did not have the strength to retaliate previously already. In a blink of an eye, he actually came back to life with full health. But Yi Yuan beating the king in their hearts, until like this, not knowing why, they actually felt quite thrilled in their hearts. Maybe they were too disappointed with Zhao Tianin today, right? I have nothing more to say either. Finally, Yi Yuan seriously could not think of who he should hit for, so he smashed a punch onto Zhao Tianin's chest directly, hitting him down from the air. Zhao Tianin's body was like a cannonball SMAs, HI plussing heavily onto the ground, blasting out a huge pit in the ground. Some martial artists saw from far away that a peerless powerhouse of his generation was actually beaten until he did not have human form anymore. However, Zhao Tianin was a boundless realm powerhouse in the end. Being beaten until like this by Yi Yuan, he actually still had one breath hanging in there. Yi Yuan landed slowly from the air, landing beside Zhao Tianin. The cause of the bulk of Yi Yuan's wrath was due to his parents. Zhao Tianyin treating Yi Heng husband and wife like that previously. It made him unable to endure it. This round of beating. Yi Yuan did not pull his punches the slightest bit, unleash. Plussing all the strength in his body and also venting a greater part of the rage in his heart. Earlier, Yi Yuan's actions were extremely swift. Everyone did not see clearly Yi Yuan's condition at all. Only with Yi Yuan standing still at this time did everyone discover that he did not come back to life with full health. Zhao Tianyin's shamelessness from before still caused Yi Yuan tremendous damage. Yi Yuan was currently covered in wounds all over, his essence energy expended to the limit, looking very frail. It was very hard for everyone to imagine just how he achieved that sort of high-intensity attacks earlier. Is it like this? Zhao Tianyin hung onto one last breath. Until now, he still did not dare to believe everything that happened prior to this. Yi Yuan's wounds were absolutely not fake. That simply could not deceive his eyes at all. Moreover, the final explosion. Yi Yuan used all of his essence energy to protect Yi Heng, husband and wife, and he himself forcefully suffered the explosive power of hundreds of Tier 5 Pyroblast talismans. If it were others, they would already be deader than dead long ago. Yet, Yi Yuan actually still had the strength to retaliate under such severe injuries. Could it be that this fellow was a freak? Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "Do you think that I have the need to tell you? A person like you is only fit to be a muddled ghost. A person like you, exploiting your subjects' loyalty to you, and you made them become other people's nutrients. Deplorable. A person like you, plunging the people into an abyss of suffering for your own selfish desires. Selfish. Plus a person like you, stopping at nothing for the sake of victory. Despicable. Therefore, you're not fit at all to know why you would fail.